Testing. Okay, good. Sweet.
Stop. Let off the topic go. So explain why you're okay with this predatory practice in casinos.
Yeah, I'm okay with this predatory practice the same way that I'm okay with any other business engaging in predatory practices. All of them will, especially these ones that do not.
Difference? Hold on.
Well, I'll finish. Yeah, I will. I will say the difference. No, I was about to say exactly the difference of what you were going to ask.
Give me a second. Then you can go. I promise you, I'll give you the mic. And you can go, and I will make sure you're uninterrupted as far as I can, right? So here's the deal, right? Like you keep and this is the frustrating part of this is like, well, yes, there is some exploitation, quote unquote, involved in pretty much any industry. But at least when it comes to casinos, they have it down in a way that is far different and far more predatory than, say, Walmart or, say, a normal streamer. Can we at least agree to that?
We've never disagreed on that. At least I have not disagreed on that one time.
Well, technically, your premise is that it's the same.
No, let him go.
My premise is that that OnlyFans models or any other business like this, these things that are more leisure sort of products, I suppose, or leisure sort of categories rather than necessity categories. I wouldn't say that OnlyFans is exactly the same as a grocery store. That'd be ridiculous. But what I'm saying is that OnlyFans is exactly the same as a casino, is exactly the same as a loot box, is exactly the same as video games, is exactly the same as a Twitch streamer. In all of these things where we are, it is a business that is trying to gather clients together to pay for something that they don't need, that they can have fun with, that they can enjoy. There are people who engage with it responsibly, and there are people who engage with it irresponsibly. My point is, just because there are people who engage with it irresponsibly does not mean that it needs to go away or needs to be, sort of stifled at the.
But the argument isn't it needs to be stifled
at the detriment of the people who do.
Yeah, but that isn't the argument.
But even then, well, hold on. We need to break down the argument. I think your premise is fundamentally flawed, that these are the same thing, that a Twitch streamer is the same thing as an individual who's participating in OnlyFans. It's not. The presentation of someone on Twitch is different than the presentation than someone on OnlyFans. How they market
the presentation
what they say, the actual relationship is different. But no, it's deeper than that, though. Once again, like I keep on trying to...
It's not deep. Everyone knows who goes on OnlyFans. When you see a girl with OnlyFans, what do you think? You go to her page, you pay for it, you see her naked. Like, there you go.
Talk to her. You don't... No, you talk to her. You try to foster her relationship with her.
That's just
that is the premise. No, you're wrong. The entire function and premise originally was to engage with them. That was the entire function.
Kirby, do you have beef with the prompt itself?
Okay, I know we got Cassie here. Cassie needs to get in. I want to make sure she gets a chance. I know we're deep into the weeds here, but Cassie, thanks for
sorry
coming.
I'm late, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
appreciate
it. Here you are. Jump on in. I want to give you the chance.
Awesome.
Exploiting men.
Yeah. Yes and no. I think there is a way.
Headphone mic.
Okay, wait, hold up. Let me. The mic is also just really shitty. Give me just a minute.
$50 in order to remove my shirt, and I will. So go ahead.
Let's go. In order to do this, he's gonna change his shirt.
Wick OnlyFans when?
Donator.
This is no different, guys. This is no different. This is no different. Someone's paying Wick. He's giving them attention, and he's doing what they want him to do. This is no different,
and he's taking off clothes.
Testing. It's my mic is just so shit. It is the Yeti.
Complete context switch. I don't know if you're joking or if you're smart enough to
know
that, just in case you're not.
Unfortunately, this is the mic I have. This is the Yeti. The Yeti has just been dropped. If you can see, there's a dent in it. I'm gonna sound a little bit robotic today. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all good. We can.
Yep.
I still think your premise is foolish. Go ahead, Mike.
So I think what Wick did is no more exploitative than OnlyFans. And it's like the context of it, right? Because like a YouTuber can make a thumbnail or characterize someone in a way that is exploitative in the same way an OnlyFans model could lead someone on, but if it's done in a very like transparent, like this is what you're getting kind of way, I don't see it as exploitative.
But this is the issue. We're pretending that they literally say, hey, I am an actor. This is a scene. When you speak to me and you message me, I'm not telling you anything about my real life. I'm not telling you about the hopes and dreams and aspirations I have. I'm not remembering stuff about you and fostering a relationship. I am just acting. I'm making all of this up. They don't do that.
I would say that completely depends on the model and the people interacting with them, because I absolutely have people who buy my content who are my friends. Some people, maybe I'll never get to know them, they'll never get to know me, but I do have deep conversations with people that I interact with on my website.
Exactly,
so,
I would imagine so. So it's
and that part isn't acting for me. Like, it can be. It can be for some people.
I appreciate that. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you confirmed that. It's not acting. You're actually having a relationship with these people, right?
It depends. It depends on the context, because if you're engaging in role play or something like that, that's different. So I would say all of it's like contextual.
But here's the thing, right? It's one thing for someone to come and pay for a service. It's another thing to pay to engage, and then you engage authentically with the person, right? That is assuming again that this isn't a marketing team going on here. Yes.
Do you have to pay to message?
Yes.
Not always.
No, depends on the creator. If there's a $9.99 price tag to enter into the website, then yes, you must pay to message.
Some people have free accounts.
Some people have free accounts, and then they have a tip where you have to tip to literally send the message. So
not always. It's a setting you toggle. You toggle the setting. It's up to the model to decide. Just like people on TikTok can decide who to message.
Will go to the top, but you don't have to pay money to message.
No.
Also, if you're following each other back, you don't have to pay.
I feel like the monetary exploitation is the least of it, and I think me and Xerxes will probably agree on that. So we don't even have to spend a lot of time talking about the dollar amount.
Speaking of monetary exploitation, just real quick. I do have some super chats that I want to read.
Okay.
And then I want to.
If you're genuine, it's exploitative, though. You can't be genuine. You have to act when you're responding to these chats. That, according to him.
Not true.
No, Julie messaged. I said this story earlier. Julie messaged someone. I want soup.
I fuck around on my OnlyFans. I troll a lot. I don't know.
We'll get to it.
Hold on, why?
I might be an outlier with the OnlyFans girls. I gotta be real.
$5 from Fancy Teeth to say this. Bro, how many OnlyFans relationships have you had? 0. Honestly, that's the first question we need to ask. Who here consumes OnlyFans content? Raise your hand if you consume OnlyFans content.
Oh.
Well, you create. Well, I guess maybe you consume your friends. That's fair.
I definitely watched it before I made it.
No, they're not my friends. I just think they're pretty.
Consuming your friends is a different topic. $5 for DJ Nuts. Married couples get divorced over emotional cheating all the time. It's usually a precursor to physical cheating as well. They're both bad. True. $5 from Blahika Blah.
But like with an AI.
I don't know. Like I would be offended.
I think I could put up with my significant other cheating on.
I don't know. I'd be offended if I found out that I had a girlfriend or a wife.
Because I would just think it's so stupid. So like I would think it's kind of funny.
I'd have a threesome with the AI for real though.
AI, that would be far more offensive than they
I would have
to say Christian Slater. If they abandoned me for like fucking Christian Slater, I could at least understand it. Like, okay, I get it.
My thing is if you cheat on me with an AI, I feel like you're so stupid. Why am I dating you? An AI?
So like I'm breaking up with you because you're stupid.
But this is interesting. So you guys just completely disconnect any like reflection or any responsibility you have to your boyfriend. Like if he's cheating with an AI, you don't even think to yourself, well, Flip, what did I not do, or what did I do?
You go to the extent of cheating, that's on you. Goodbye.
It's the context of the relationship, for sure. Your agreements.
Can we get back on topic, please? I have
questions. The super chat.
I have questions for Julie.
Yeah, let's get super chats real quick. $5 from Blahiki Block.
He has questions for you.
Does it become exploitation if they are using dating apps to just funnel matches to their OnlyFans with comments like?
It always is.
I heard that's a big thing. So
I think that's.
I think that's exploitative. I don't think people should be using dating apps for marketing.
I didn't let people put their Instagram in.
Well, we're gonna get to Xerxes. Hold on. Let me get through these super chats.
Because no one here's actually disagreed with anything I've said then. Because I laid out from go, my first premise is they need to convince me it's not, and they just accept that it is. So that's
no. I said context matters. It is and it isn't. It depends on how someone's doing it.
You weren't here. Yeah. To be fair, you weren't.
Yeah.
$5 from DJ Nuts to say casinos are at a macro level less exploitative than porn and OnlyFans, and that's a claim. I don't know if I agree with that.
No, that's
if I steal less money. Hold on.
Casinos are not as bad as what they
said. Did I not steal money? Think, commenter. I stole $20. Is that no longer theft? Someone stole $500.
I think it's way more because at least you're getting something out of paying for porn.
So more is not a Trump's argument. More is not even that.
Well, they have to do the relative. They have to do the relative because they can't defend
you can
it
talk
fully.
to an
that be the case.
Exactly.
They're playing games with value.
They are. And that's exactly correct.
We're gonna get to it. We got more. We got more.
More?
We'll get there.
God damn.
I know. We make some money.
Kirby, get your bangs on
Pimping us
alone.
out.
I think they're in my bathroom. I'm gonna grab them.
$5 from Fancy Teeth. A casino is less exploitative than Walmart. They tell you the win rates. It's more explicit than if you're getting ripped off shopping for groceries. Okay, Fancy Teeth.
There's apps you can get for that.
But that is the most retarded thing I've heard all night.
Yeah,
Walmart
there's price comparison apps for sure.
Exploitative, or a casino is less exploitative than Walmart. That Walmart exploits people more than a casino does. That's wild. That's wild.
No, he's burning the toast. He's not cooking.
$5 from Dandelion Mead. If y'all on the stream could stop interrupting and talking over each other, I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to listen to everyone. Well, we'll see. $5 from DJ Nuts. If your significant other cheats on you with an AI bot, it's either that you're a bad partner or your tastes are awful. Thank you for $5. Okay, with that, before anyone jumps in, I want to talk about like exploitation, what that means, right? And what that actually looks like when it comes to OnlyFans. Now, I think we all just agreed that going on a site like
Tinder.
a creator, going on a site like Tinder, going on a site like Hinge, or any of these other.
Can I give an operative definition, Wick, for exploitation? And if you like it, you can carry with it. Because so I think one thing we get tripped up on is the buyer-seller relationship, right? That is not inherently exploiting, right? Exploit has a particular like connotation to it. Usually when we use it, we mean a particular thing, right? Now, I think with price gouging, with identifying a need and knowing that this person cannot do anything but buy your product, so you increase it, right? You increase the price to a point where you can kind of, and obviously this is relative, but you can kind of say this is unreasonable. Like let's say you had like water and you were selling one bottle of water for $500 because you knew that everybody needed water, right? At that point, and you could probably lower it too, but at that point we'd all be like, that is exploitation. You're exploiting people, right? But if you were only selling them for 50 cents, and I said, you're exploiting me, you'd probably be like, what? How am I exploiting you? This is a fair price, right? So it's not just the buy-sell relationship. So I think that we can say that for the price thing, right? But then we also realize that if there's also the need itself that could be being exploited, and that need might have a particular quality to it compared to another one. So for example, thirst is pretty significant on your hierarchy of needs in terms of needing to be satisfied. A PlayStation 5 is not, right? So even if I tried to sell you a PlayStation 5 for $5,000, or not for money, but I told you, I don't know, give me a kiss for it, right? Any kind of whatever would be unfair, right? It's still a PlayStation 5 I'm trying to sell you. You don't need that. You want it, right? But water you need. Men, women, humans need companionship. They need closeness. They need intimacy, right? They do not need porn, right? So I'm not defending porn as a necessity. I'm just saying any man that is going out looking for a proxy for those more innate needs, right, is doing something similar to trying to satisfy a thirst.
May I say one thing real fast?
You said like companionship and intimacy and some other word or whatever. All of those things you can get from family and friends.
You need to say something.
You don't need to go be sexual with a stranger online to get those things.
Exactly. Like, that's why I need to say something. I'm sorry to cut you off. That's why I need to say something. Because if we were to create a definition, let's see if we can challenge this. To exploit is to take advantage of a weakness or deficit someone has. Would that be a fair definition that we could all agree on? Would you agree to that, Julie? Would you agree that that's what an exploit is?
Yes.
I think yes and no.
Take advantage
and the reason why is because I think that this.
Well, there's more for Julie because Julie had a great. I wanted to frame it so when Julie responds that.
Wait, take advantage is.
I don't agree with your framing until I know where you're going. Tell me where you're going.
So essentially, what I'm saying is that, like, if we use the definition, to exploit is to take advantage of a weakness or deficit, right? If you know that the individual has a deficit
the literal definition. I'm just agreeing.
No,
it's like it's actually the literal definition.
Yeah. So,
I just looked up the literal definition. That is the definition.
Well, I guess that just means I'm smart. But so if we understand that that's what it means to exploit, then the question would then be, Julie, how would you think that that's not exploiting a man if let's say he doesn't have his friends or family, or he doesn't have those avenues? How would that not be exploiting that deficit?
I think OnlyFans is exploitive in some way, and so is the girlfriend experience. I just don't think it's as bad as you're making it out to be. I just don't think it's something that we should
comment on this.
Go ahead, please.
Honestly, hold on one second. My mic keeps going out.
Mic's cutting out.
Your mic is bonkers.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I would say that them not having that around them, that unfortunately, like streamers, OnlyFans creators, kind of supplements that in a way, and it doesn't inherently make that predatory or exploitative, but it can actually be, I don't know, like some kind of like practice for some people. It like varies situation to situation. And as long as like the context is empowering, I think it can actually be a benefit for some situations. And in my example, I've been doing the type of work for about 9 years. I've had several people who have like been with me, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I got a girlfriend. Like, look at me and my girlfriend getting married." And like, I still have friendships with those people. So I think it really depends on the context as well.
Talk to you?
I wouldn't know that for a fact or anything like that, but I would say that the reflections I've gotten from people and how I bring them some sort of like comfort when things are hard or they really don't have anybody, from their anecdote, from their words, it can be helpful. So
would you say that you do OnlyFans for their sake or for your sake?
I would say it's
that
a
you're
mix.
here because you want to do good for them rather than you want money from them.
Okay, this is where I'm jumping ship. You can't say you're doing it for their sake.
It's all for me, baby. It's all for me.
So that's what I'm saying, right? So if it's not for their sake, then again,
I absolutely stand by what I said. I would say it's a mix of both.
I have a business, if I'm
okay, but that's like so stupid though.
If I'm selling
like, I'm not working for Walmart for Walmart's sake. I'm working for Walmart for my sake.
Yes.
That's stupid.
So again,
I mean, not always. It depends on if you like the company you work for, I guess. Well, for me, it's not exactly the company, but it's the ability to connect with people.
For me, at the end of the day.
Even the nicest company, I'm still doing it.
Let's say it's a family business, though. So it's not necessarily the case, but when it comes to OnlyFans,
calm down, Cersei. Calm down, because I do want to touch on something, right? That I don't want to escape from. That Cassie said. That I keep hearing throughout this conversation, right? I think Often Topical said it. I'm not sure if Kirby said it or not. I've heard it a few times. Streamers and OnlyFans are being conflated, right? OnlyFans creators, to be clear. And I think that there is a fundamental difference between an OnlyFans creator who is engaging in sexuality with their audience and with the people around them versus a streamer.
A streamer,
fundamental difference.
I'll tell you why.
There's a reason, if I may finish, there's a reason that Twitch is cutting off certain levels of sexuality, right? And they prevent it from happening, right?
But Wick, you got your nips out. Wick, you got your nips out. Why can't I have my nips out?
That's
sexist.
I do want to say, as someone who streams and does OnlyFans, I have never experienced the harassment and stalking and parasocial bullshit on OnlyFans that I've dealt with from streaming. I have had people make multiple accounts a day on Twitch for months to tell me that they're gonna kill me and my sisters. Never happened on OnlyFans.
You think that's unrelated? You think there's not crossover?
No, because when this was happening, I didn't advertise. In fact, I still don't even advertise my OnlyFans on my Twitch. I just hang out and like just do chatting and stuff. I'm not there with like my tits out, like being like sexual.
No, I didn't say that you were. But the people that are in the chat, they have no idea what else that you.
They probably have some idea, but like when I'm getting these harassments, they're not saying like because you have an OnlyFans, I want to kill you. They're saying like because you're not. Because that's literally, they said they were going to kill me. I got death threats daily for months because I banned someone. I've had people that I've banned go into my friends' chats and beg me and beg my moderators and beg other people in my stream to get me unbanned, to the point where they've donated to my Streamlabs so it'll show up on stream months after the fact to try to get my attention. I've never had anything like that happen on my OnlyFans. The harassment I've received from streaming has been a million times worse.
This might sound.
I don't think.
I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
Please, Julie, you understand? Like, Well, to be clear, I don't know how popular on OnlyFans, maybe not, but I would imagine that the low barrier of entry, meaning no barrier of entry for streaming, means that you have a lot more of an audience that comes in, whereas OnlyFans has tools that you can curate it a little better, and also has barriers of entry that protect you in a way. But that's not what we're really here to argue, right? Whether or not it's safer for you on OnlyFans versus Twitch.
Well, I would argue those barriers of entry for OnlyFans or whatever would bring in those people that are more parasocial like that. Like they're the ones that are willing to pay that, so they're gonna go to the OnlyFans. But why am I not getting harassed on OnlyFans the same way I am on Twitch?
Because they want your affection. That's why. The deficit is they want affection from Julie, so they're paying money to get to Julie, so they can have.
It's the same on Twitch. I literally one of my top donators for months was the one that was stalking me.
Well, the donator. Excuse me. The donator is still paying money. He's just not a subscriber, right? But he still wants the same thing. In fact, he absolutely wants. If anything, yes, he is definitely.
Can we not spend a whole bunch of time talking about obviously unhinged, severely mentally ill?
No. But there's a point to this. No. Of course,
those will exist, but I don't think that needs to be.
Yeah, just like these guys who
but
think that they have a chance with the OnlyFans girls.
It reinforces the point. Actually, I actually think Julie reinforced the point here. Actually, I think, and that is that like this dude here, right? He might be unhinged and he might be goofy, but he is still paying money to get attention from you. You didn't actually really like describe a difference there. Like you're still OnlyFans, you're still
one guy did, but other people that I've had stalk me. Like I've just banned people and they've stalked me for months after. Kirby's even had that where she's banned people and they've stalked her after.
That's it.
Or like not even like they haven't even given her money. They just went crazy.
Here, I understand you got a lot to say, but we got a lot of people here. I want to get a lot of people able to say Kirby had her hand up. I want to give it to Kirby. I want to see what Kirby had to say. She's trying to get in here. So
just because we talk about the girlfriend experience and they don't want to compare OnlyFans to Twitch, but I think you get truthfully, I think you get the girlfriend experience more going to or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever you want to say, experience more on Twitch because you get the personality, you get the interaction, you get it over and over and over again. You get it instantly in that moment. Versus OnlyFans, it might take a week for the response. Sure, let's pretend that they're the ones running the account.
You're on Twitch, you're like live chatting them. You feel more connected. You feel like you actually know them. The parasociality on Twitch is way worse.
That's where I think it's like the obsessive behavior comes from. Where it's like you don't expect the instant response on OnlyFans. So like I do think that is like a huge difference, and I think that's kind of contributes to like taking advantage versus I think these men know that it's not necessarily you're going to respond instantly. And if you think
it still depends on the context of the
What is the context that you're looking for?
Yeah, I'll be happy to explain it. So all these things have their own details. So if I'm streaming gaming, for example, let's say I'm streaming Call of Duty Warzone, right? And people are chatting and they're talking about the game. That is not the same thing as me doing a just chatting stream where I am doing my best to look as cute and dolled up as possible with a fan base that I know, because I've curated it, I know is mostly full of single, lonely young men, some of them underage, but we're not going to talk about that.
So
are hoping
not on paid sites.
Let her finish. He didn't get a chance to finish, and y'all.
I didn't get a chance to finish.
I'm already angry.
That was an insane point that he tried.
Get angry now.
That's a big accusation.
Give it a moment.
We can fight it all out. We can fight it all out. I got hands for days. Don't worry.
If you got cute for a bunch of men, I think that was a lit stream, dude. Honestly, live your best.
So again, remember, you can stay with me here. I'm painting context. So we have me on the left streaming a game, right? And then we have on the right, I am going out of my way to create what can only be described as a parasocial relationship that is as close as I can get to. So at best, you would say it's this sort of casual, sort of you're hanging out with me relationship. But what I'm really gearing towards, because this is where the big money comes from, this is where the whales put their money in, is them feeling like they're either kind of dating me or maybe they kind of have a chance because I date nerds and I date chatters and I'm single, right? Which is very common. So like them pretending to be single, that is, not them actually being single. So remember, when we're putting context on these things, you actually don't get to and I know it's so much easier for you guys to argue this way, but I'm not gonna let you. You don't get to just be like everything is the same. Every streamer is the same. They're all doing the same thing. There's no differences. There's absolutely a difference. At the beginning of Twitch's inception and some other streaming services as well, it was mostly gaming. The context mattered. If you chatted and you were like, hey, like who do you have any siblings, or like where do you live, or like it'd be like, what are you doing, why are you asking me that kind of stuff, what's going on, right? We're far beyond that, to where the streamers that are making money from parasocial relationships, they want you involved in their lives, or at least to whatever manufactured extent they can manage, so that you feel that you are a part of their lives. That is not what every streamer is doing, though. Okay, so that's what I'm saying when I say
you keep talking about fundamentally wrong. You are fundamentally wrong. You see the beginning of Twitch, you see these gaming streamers, the way they grow their community is they talk about their personal lives, they tell personal stories. The way to keep them engaged is you're telling stories about your life that they can relate to. You're asking about their lives. If you're like a 1-2 viewer person, you're going to keep engaging with them because you want them to stick around. So no matter what, it's going to be a back and forth. So this is like a crazy like argument that you're like, if you're playing games, you're not engaging. That's just not true. Like,
but there's a difference between
from not
completely ignore the manipulation and sexual element.
There's no sexual element.
But hold on, it is implicit. And I think here's the thing. I do think it's a bit disingenuous as a young lady to not recognize the implicit reality that being an attractive person does imply that there is some degree of sexuality and desire coming from the people that are interacting with you. It does exist, right? And I think, like, to my friend cohort's point, there is a banking on in the utilization of that. Like, for example, this is a little old school, but ST Peach used to be in super short shorts. She'd stand up, she'd walk around, she'd show her butt off. It was to me at the time very clearly she's trying to gain or garner or use some sexual the sexual desire of her audience in order to bolster herself up consistently. She still played games, but she included and used her sexuality in order to continue to get her audience.
But you're using examples, but there's also the polar opposite examples. There was that one streamer named Gamer Girl.
But that would
no
be the
camera,
difference.
no none of that.
That's why we're saying
to
that
bring
there's
it
a
back
difference
from
there.
streaming to OnlyFans, because that's the argument today. Isn't so much about streaming in general, but OnlyFans. Even though we can use examples of streaming to kind of compare and contrast.
Well, some people use streaming to funnel them to OnlyFans, which is kind of rational actually, because that's what the platform's for. Can we stop pretending? Sorry, wait, but can we stop pretending that the platform of OnlyFans is not to curate people who are fans to directly communicate with you? It's it's not simply just pornography. That's the purpose of its entire existence.
And the key here is in a sexual manner. I want to hear what Catnip has to say. Go ahead, Catnip.
Yeah, so I am asking the people who are Cohort and Xerxes, would you guys say that, like, if a celebrity were to do a photo shoot or an interview revealing personal information about themselves, would that be exploitative in the same way, especially if it was like a sexual kind of photo shoot to promote an album or a movie? Is that exploitative in the same way as an OnlyFans model?
They're often told by their PR, their management, sometimes they are told to go out of their way so that they can, they would like to use the word humanize, which to an extent, there's a time and place for that. So I'm not saying it's always like the worst thing, right? I think you need detail sometimes to be able to fully give a value judgment. But the goal with some of those things is sometimes to make the fans or the audience feel as if they are.
But on your definition of the word exploitative, you said that there would have to be like a lack of something, say like human intimacy, something like that. As far as like celebrity photo shoots and interviews, there's an abundance of that, and it's a very different thing than getting to know a person. But honestly, getting to know somebody, that's a lot of things that people talk about. Oh, like what kind of celebrities do you like, what kind of movies do you like, and things like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree that a simple interview would be exploitation, right? Yeah, that's why I'm framing OnlyFans specifically, right? So like, for example, let's say I don't know, Megan Fox, sorry, first name on top of my head. Let's say she did an interview with GQ, right? And she might talk about her dogs, and she talks about how sometimes she likes to go roll around in the mud and she gets dirty and stuff like that. Like just like I'm just one of you guys. I'm the same. I'm similar. Creating a relatability, right, does increase a fan's desire to want to continue to support someone. For example, Donald Glover to me is very relatable. Right? Is he exploiting me when he does a comedy show? I don't think so. I want to see him keep doing comedy shows, right? So I want to give him money to, prop up his art. But let's say I have a deficit, right? Now, this is different, and this is incredibly different. If I have a deficit where I want intimacy with some lady I think is cute, let's just use Julie since she's here, and I go to her OnlyFans so I can talk to Julie, right? How is she not exploiting me? She knows what I want. I want intimacy. I want to talk to her. I want to, I want to see her naked. I want to talk and have some type of relationship with her.
But is that just because you want it with her? Because you could go out to like a place to dance, like an ecstatic dance, like a retreat, something to meet people in the flesh and have that intimacy, right? But you're choosing Julie because you want to see Julie because that's a creator that you admire for looks or personality or whatever it is.
And so we would have to pretend that again, that like Julie doesn't understand being attractive gets men like that to come to her, though.
Can I
like,
ask,
would you say that you don't understand?
There's lots of attractive people out there, though, especially if you go out in real life too, like an ecstatic dance or a retreat or something. There are beautiful people in real life too.
Do you think that's what's happening with these men? So okay, because I think, Joe, I'm glad you paid attention to my definition. I don't know if everybody else did, but you did. I appreciate that. The bit there about
backhanded way of speaking. What can you just like say a sentence without being like?
It's just to get a rise out of you.
It's
just to get a rise.
You may be dumb, but like, let me explain this for you.
I wasn't like that.
I definitely didn't mean it. How would I be calling her dumb?
No, the rest of them. You're saying at least you paid attention. No one else did probably.
Okay, Oh my God, ladies, gentlemen. Here's a question I have, right? And so, because I think this is going to get to the heart of the matter. We keep dancing around it and getting distracted, and we're not addressing the issue at hand. So maybe I'll try here. Who here is comfortable admitting that they have they're an OnlyFans creator? Raise your hand if you have an OnlyFans or have had an OnlyFans in the past and engaged with that. Then let me ask you both, Julie and Cassie. Is there ever a point in time where a man would offer you money and you would say, "Hey, buddy, we're going to cut you off"? Like at a bar, for example. If a bar sees a patron who is like super drunk, a lot of bars will say, you know, that's it. We're cutting you off. You're not having any. The problem I'm seeing is
I do that often.
I'll let you answer in a second, right? But let me finish, right? But the problem I'm seeing is, while I'm sure Julie might be someone who, and Cassie, I'm sure you both have these ethical like limits. A lot of OnlyFans creators don't. They will milk the man for.
I would love to speak on this.
Go ahead.
Can I? So absolutely agree with what you just said at the end. There are creators, and I've seen certain documents that some management companies and some models use as a point of reference, and this is how many very top models do their thing. Which I think is exploitative and wrong, and that's why I don't operate my business in that way. They will say, like, use this method, like, to guilt trip. They'll call people whales. They'll say, like, how to cut a whale off or whatever, and they will, like, in plain writing, say that they're exploiting people. I do not condone that. I have had people where it's like they'll say, like, "Oh, I really want to save up for this thing." I'll be like, "Okay, stop tipping me and save up for that thing that you want," because, like, also, sometimes people approach me and they're like, "Hey, could you actually, like, low-key dom me into, like, being smarter with my money?" And if that's an experience someone wants, like, who am I to say that that's bad? Like, I think that's where it's, like, more empowered, where people
I don't do like
objectifying each other
where
like
people
that.
want you to like bully them into getting their money. I don't do that shit. I feel like that shit is weird as hell.
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable by most of that shit. Because I had a peg once who, like, he started being really abusive and weird, and then he wanted his money back, and it's really hard to navigate that and find an empowering dynamic with that.
Yeah,
which is
I
great.
know you have a question, but off and topical needs to get in. We're gonna give it top.
I just wanna and we don't have to debate this a whole lot, but I do want to point this out that I think that your comparison that you made a second ago is not very apt or very accurate when you said that will OnlyFans creators cut people off when they're going too far the same way that a bar will. I just want to point out that bars are not cutting you off out of the goodness of their heart or because they want to make sure that they're not taking advantage of you. Bars are cutting you off for legal liability reasons.
Yeah, that's true.
That's great point.
Two things can happen at the same
Shouldn't there
time.
be a legal regulatory body, perhaps?
Who's gonna enforce that?
Two things can be true at
They
the
do
same
it for
time.
That's a
bars.
tricky situation.
They do it for bars. I don't just because it might be hard and logistics might be a little something beyond the scope of what I'm able to elucidate today to you on a stream with 6 people doesn't mean that I don't think that it isn't possible, right?
I'm glad
I
you
think that
asked
we
that.
can.
Let me cut in. Let me cut in and ask a question, because I think this is pretty interesting, right? So Catnip and Julie, you guys say that the reason why you wouldn't drain someone is because you think it's weird. What's the actual moral disagreement with draining someone's account? You just seem like you just don't like
It's
it.
just weird.
If they're not empowered by it, I don't want to engage. And it's the same reason if
Well,
somebody
I
comes
just
to
don't.
me and they're
I'm
in
a
a
big kink
relationship.
shamer. It's a weird kink.
If
you don't
someone
really
comes to
have,
me
like, a-
also, if they're in a relationship, I will tell them, like, is your partner consenting to this? If they're not, I don't engage. Some couples will actually come to me though, and I think that's cool. Like if a couple is like into that kind of thing, like I don't know, that's like very flattering to me. Like I'm very pro only doing things with people who are not cheating. I don't engage in like cheating or anything like that. To my knowledge, if someone buys my content and they're doing something they're not supposed to, I don't know about that.
But what I'm trying to figure out is what is the actual moral principle of not draining someone's account?
Not wanting to exploit them for me. It gets weird. It gets
9
weird.
times out of 10, if they're a pay pig or whatever, it's like some weird kink. I don't do kinks. I don't fuck with that.
Can we talk about?
But I don't do sexting or anything like that.
Can we talk about the 1 out of 10? The 1 out of 10. You said 9 times out of 10, it's a kink. So like, what about the 1 out of 10?
I still won't even, because I'm gonna assume it's a kink. Because why are you coming at me like that?
No, I'm saying like, okay.
I've had people to admit to me that it is an addiction. People have told me it is an addiction as well sometimes.
One second, Julie. Before you answer that, before you pivot, I just want to understand. 1 out of 10, right? The guy is not. It's not a kink, and you know for a fact it's not a kink. Enter into my hypothetical. What, if any, reservations do you have with draining his account? Okay, like he lets you know he's down to his last dollars, but he values your product so much that he's giving it to you, right? He wants you to have it because he wants more of the product too. So like, what's the?
I don't need all of his money. There's no reason for me to take all of his money. He still needs groceries and shit. Like fuck me, dude. Go get your groceries.
So you don't have like a moral principle or any framework that you judge this is. It's just how you feel.
But to be fair, like if she said no, he's gonna go to another girl to.
You can just go to someone else.
You just do the drug dealer
defense? Anyway. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's the drug dealer. What do you mean? Yeah.
But this is what's kind of peculiar.
It's porn.
He gonna buy it from somebody else's.
Yeah, if he's gonna ruin his life, might as well ruin it on me.
No, I don't. I just don't feel comfortable. I don't want to take all of someone's money. I'm just not comfortable with that. It's just not for me.
I'll say in that one.
There's probably some moral reason behind it, but I just am not comfortable.
Same.
So I can say,
go ahead, finish, and then I'll.
Oh, I'll just say that there could be people who are uncomfortable with it, and that is obviously any creator's right to engage in content that they are comfortable with, or not engage in content that they're uncomfortable with. But to say that it's like immoral to do it, I don't agree, because at the end of the day, this comes back to, again, the kind of infantilization of adults. These are adults. They're
why do we have a legal system?
Fully cognizant human beings who are capable of making their own decisions.
What's a legal system?
Hold on, stop. I want to ask off-topic question. Really? So if you had a chatter, you knew this chatter was broke. He'd lost his job. He doesn't have a lot. His wife and kids have left him, or they need money and stuff. And he's like, you know what? I just don't like my wife and kids that much, but I like your content, so here's $1,000. You would take that $1,000?
I would feel bad for his family, but at the end of the day, you're a grown-up. You're an adult, and you are capable of making these decisions for yourself. It is not my responsibility to babysit your finances.
I do think you have a responsibility to tell people when they're about to harm themselves. No.
Yeah. Other people don't matter though. So it's
for example, if I had a chatter who I knew was drunk, okay, it was clear as I was talking and as they were going, they were drunk.
Hold up, I'm getting a phone call I got to take. Sorry.
Okay, well, this is.
I can't stand people like that. Like this idea that like other people don't matter, other people.
Do you give to homeless every time
you gotta help them? Sometime, Not every time. Yeah. You want to know something? Sometimes I don't. I will tell you why. Sometimes I don't give to homeless people. It's because I know some of them will engage.
Just hold on. Wait, she just did a thing. It's a sleight of hand. Mm-hmm. One, those are not the same thing. You did not say the reason I don't give money to homeless people is because they're a grown adult and they can pull themselves up by their bootstraps and sort their finances out. That's not what you said. If you had said that, it'd be the same as what Often said. Okay,
yeah, it isn't.
You have the same.
What I'm saying is that other people matter. And you can only do as much as you can.
Other people matter, but not everyone matters. Right?
Everyone does matter, but you can only do as much as you can, right? So let's be reasonable. If there's a building on fire, right, you're not supposed to run in there. You don't have the proper equipment. You don't have the training. You may not even have the physical strength to do that. So you don't do it. But if you know someone is drinking way too much, you can take their cup and say, "Nah, bro, it's good. You're good to go. We can't do that." The idea that a bar might only,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't let them drive.
Thank you, right? The idea, right, that like a bar only does this because they just don't want legal litigation and whatnot is ridiculous. You can care about other people and even the individuals that might be affected by the drunk driver, right? These aren't mutually exclusive ideas. You know? So I reject that.
Now I'm upset. Ridiculous. Okay, now I'm upset, and I wish Off and Topical would get back because I have some questions. Okay, right? The idea that it's okay to no, they're adults.
I'm back.
Perfectly okay where they just give me Off and Topical. Really?
I hope you heard that because this goofy.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let me address it, please. Off and Topical. The idea, right, that if someone is being irresponsible with their money and trying to give you money when you know that they are going to have long-term consequences because of this, I think you do have a duty to tell them no. So even if they may go to someone else, fair, but you don't have to be involved in it.
What I'm saying is, so for me personally, I'd probably, if I'm being completely honest, feel weird about it. I wouldn't be happy about it. I wouldn't be like, sick.
No,
this dude is, would you let me finish? I wouldn't go, sick. This dude is ruining his life and I'm making bank off of it. That fucking rocks. No, that's not what I would do. But also, I don't think that it's my responsibility to make sure that other people are living within their means. I think if you have a close friend, you can talk to them. And I think that if you get a donation from someone and you know that they're not good for it, you can tell them, hey, man, I don't think you should do this. That's totally fine. But I don't think you have like an obligation to refund them the money or anything like that. I don't think that that is your obligation. I think that you can, decide for yourself whether or not you want to tell that person. And I would too. I would say, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think you can bankroll this. I think you're going to be in trouble if you do this. But it's not my responsibility to then go when he comes back to me 3 days later and goes, hey.
Often, do you believe in social responsibility when it comes to companies? I just want to box with you real quick. We're going to be super quick, then everybody else can take it. Do you believe in social responsibility at
all? It depends on what you are talking about specifically. When we're talking about when we're talking about things like, for instance, pollution, something that affects every single person, whether or not they choose to engage with the company or not, I would say that, those companies have a responsibility there because you are affecting people who are not making decisions in that whatsoever. But if we're talking about things like, for instance, casino, I don't think that they have a social responsibility. No.
Why would a casino first off, let's take a step back. Why would every company, so you recognize that companies exist within a social stratus, right? Like it's not a separate. There's a giant machine. Companies are in the machine. Society's in the machine, right? You recognize there's connective tissue here. So why would every company not have to observe some manner of social responsibility? Why would some of them be exempt?
They do, but I think it's what the extent is what the question is. The question is specifically what extent do they have social responsibility? What are those social responsibilities? And I think when it comes to this, I think that something like a company making sure that you're not spending your last dollar on their product is not their responsibility.
Okay, a lot of people.
Maybe I should let people because I don't want to just take it.
Yeah. Sorry, CSR isn't real. I just want to let you know. Like, yes, you have a corporate social responsibility, but it's not real. You can pass the test, but it's not real.
What does that mean? What are you talking
it's
about?
not real because they don't actually ever try to.
You're being descriptive. I was being prescriptive because I wanted to know what his stances were morally, like whether he thinks companies should have it. Now, if the system is flawed, which I agree that it is, then that stance is true. But I wanted to know whether he thinks it should even exist, like this concept of social responsibility at all even makes sense given his.
I think to the fair point, he said yes and no, but like at the same time, it never exists, and that kind of we can kind of delve back to the OnlyFans with this, where it does not exist.
Like, do I think that it's on the GameStop employee to stop somebody from buying a PS5 if it means that they're not going to be able to buy groceries for their family? No, absolutely not. It's not on the GameStop employee to do that. It's not on any part of GameStop to say, hey, man, you don't need a PS5 and you can't afford a PS5, so you cannot have a PS5. You give them your money and the company says, thank you very much. And I don't think that that makes the company immoral. That makes the company doing a transaction. It's what they're there for.
Yeah, but there's a person.
It's on the responsibility. It's a level of there's a responsibility for the adult engaging in the transaction.
Hold on. If you have the knowledge and you know that this is the case that's going to happen, why would you not then have a responsibility? You don't know this person. If I'm a cashier, I don't know. But if I do know the person and I do know that they literally need to pay child support because their baby's not gonna get any formula, right? I do know this. You're saying that even with full knowledge and understanding, that I should still take the $500 with full knowledge and understanding?
His head the whole time, like, man, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, he'd be swiping the card like, man, this is crazy.
Yeah, I'll tell someone it's a bad idea and take their money.
No,
absolutely.
You shouldn't do this. But
so the question is, how do you scale this to society? Like, no, let's not. How is this okay for OnlyFans girl? Let's just bring this back to the topic. Why is that okay for a young lady who knows that this man is in dire straits to take his money because he knows that because it's his money, he just wants to throw it out? There's no obligation humans have to each other.
And to be clear, and I'll let Julie go right after this. But my accusation here, right? My the thing that I am arguing and advocating here is that many OnlyFans models create the situation where there is a dire need. They create the need. They purposefully target men and create this need for them to have a relationship with them and give money and things like that. That's my accusation. Julie, go ahead, please.
Somebody else go. I lost it. Please, Kirby. Anyone?
So hold on.
That was a crazy statement before.
You said something earlier about women praying specifically. I think the word praying is insane. I don't know if anyone's like they're using marketing tactics maybe to pull it, but they're not like specifically choosing like, oh, he's a loser, I'm gonna get him to sub to my shit. And praying is like a crazy word.
Yeah, but you hold on, but you would be remiss to say.
Also, it's not my. The fuck is that?
Catnip is talking, but it was like her mic was.
Oh, that scared the shit.
No, I heard her.
Sorry.
But so here's my issue here, right? My issue with when it comes to OnlyFans is because in principle, we're gonna just take a step back from the marketing teams but in the principle of an individual, one user who is supposed to be fostering a relationship with a fan, why is there no obligation to care about your fan? If first of all, again, if we look at fan, an individual who supports you and helps you out, why wouldn't it be incumbent upon you to care about this person? To some degree, you know what I'm saying?
I don't need to know your personal life. I don't need to know your personal financials. I don't need to know anything about you.
Mm-hmm. But
like
if you
at
do,
the end of I don't. But the thing is, I don't. I just don't. I don't have to at all.
Hypothetically, you know that this individual is in a deficit. You know that they're thirsty, like for your attention. Are you saying you have no obligation to cut them off?
If I know, for me personally, if I know, I've had people say like, "Oh, I don't get paid till Friday." I say, "Okay, well, make."
Okay.
But I'm saying so because like earlier before you had said you don't want a relationship. It's like a backspace that and just find out whether that's something you believe is a good overall, right? Not that you would force other people to also have to not start relationships that way, but that you think, oh, this is just a good thing. I think that relationships should not start without sex, right? It always has to be like, what's with the proceeding for me personally every single time?
Because that's just how I feel. If other people want to fuck right away and then get in a relationship, they can do that. That has nothing to do with me.
Am I back?
So is this like a roundabout? You're gonna say for me personally, I don't like OnlyFans? Like, okay, end of story.
No. What we're pointing to is that there's no moral principle here. Like that, there's nothing. There's no framework that you have that judges whether something's wrong or right.
So when we get into the topic of morality, when we talk about morality, what is that based off of? This has been a topic many times. Again, is it based off of God, like, religion, like
I got some housekeeping. I got some housekeeping.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're back. Okay, the stream just died, but I think we're back.
I think you died.
Fucking $50 more from GJ Nuts to fucking take my shirt off again. God damn it. Okay, carry on, please.
Do we know that they can afford that? Are we sure that they can afford that?
Did you ask?
Here's the thing.
Better refund that, actually.
Here's the thing.
These are not good points. No, he's not going. No. Every time he makes one of these stupid points.
No.
But he's taking his shirt off for money. Is that not sex work?
That's kind of vague.
That's stupid because we painted a hypothetical where for a fact the person giving money cannot afford to do so. The idea was not that you would scrutinize every transaction to make sure that
the point is, your thought is that every single transaction is when it's an OnlyFans.
We didn't say every single nothing.
No. Let me finish. Every single transaction with an OnlyFans model is inherently exploitative because you're selling sex. Then how is this any different? That every single transaction is inherently exploitative.
So stop snuggling in the word every single. Stop snuggling it in. We're not playing with extremes. We're playing with a principle.
I'm saying it very clearly.
Okay, you are arguing with the Phantom. We didn't say anything about every single. We didn't say about every single dollar amount, right? We said the principle of the application or the website or the service is exploitative. That's what we're saying.
If the principle is, then it would apply to everything.
So if that be the case, right? When it comes to a Twitch streamer, we do not agree with your premise that it's even the same thing. We don't accept that. So you can't keep using this
My
point.
point is, you keep on saying it's not every single. It's not every single.
You didn't argue well for it. We don't.
You try to say that it's not every single transaction. It's not every single one. We're not saying every single one. We're just saying on very principle and foundation it is. Then that's every single one, dude.
Can you address
pick a lane?
Can you just address
pick a lane? Can you pick a lane?
We do not agree.
Are you capable of picking a lane here?
We do not agree with
fundamentally exploitative, or is it every single one, or is it only some
transactions? The same as OnlyFans. We don't agree. So you can't keep saying.
So can I ask a question to that statement?
On Twitch.
Can I ask a question to that statement?
I'm not about that right now. What I'm talking about is every single transaction on OnlyFans exploitative or not? Is every single one bad or not?
I would say yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. At least now we at least have a clear answer there.
Can you address the fact that we don't agree?
Well, because a second ago you were just saying that every single transaction. We're not saying every single one. In the future, and now you're saying that it is every single one.
Give me a reason.
Is my point.
Why that Twitch is the same as we don't agree. So you keep making this point. We don't agree.
Yeah, I will say that it's exactly the same because you are paying somebody for attention.
Hold on.
You are giving someone money in exchange for attention. You're not paying for a
service that you need. Both of you stop. We're getting ahead. I knew I had to take off my earphones, so you guys took advantage of my.
I did.
I knew I could yell right
now. Come on, man. Let me cook for a moment.
Can you not hear me?
No, you're like slow.
Kirby, refresh.
Okay.
We're good? Okay. So, first of all, I am going to get to Super Chats in a second. Keep giving me that money, gang. But
are you fin-doming them?
At least, I've never been on OnlyFans, to be clear. I don't know. But I'd imagine if I was ever going to go on OnlyFans, I ain't wanting your attention. I want your titties, right? I want to see them nudies.
No, this is a fundamental misunderstanding.
Than Twitch or
it's different for everyone why they go to it.
It's different, right? And a lot of people see. I made a video about this many years ago, and I'll summarize it here. It is obvious in the case that pornography is
Thank
free
you for the $50. I get to put my shirt back on. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Right? It is obvious in the case. What the principle of OnlyFans? We're not talking about porn. We're talking about OnlyFans in principle. You won't have to agree with this because it's just true in its inception and in its design. Is that you are to interact with a user, a specific user of that account. That's what it is. It's not just pornography. It's interacting with a person.
Some people sub just to buy videos, though. Truly, like it really depends on the person.
That doesn't change what something is in principle. If I misuse something, that doesn't change the definition.
Also, this is why I laid out. This is why I tried to lay out my definition, right? Because I want to show my work so you know why I'm saying I think everything is exploitative. It's because I think so when I think of exploitation, right, and I use the definition both the dictionary definition, but then also um the relationship at play, right? I'm considering if a man goes to an OnlyFans model, right, and he's subscribing so that he can find a way to sublimate these desires for intimacy, for engaging in his sexual side, whatever, with this OnlyFans model, then he is engaging with an aspect of his person that is closer to need than want. And the original prompt was the girlfriend experience, not just buying pictures of titties. I would have came in here with a different approach for that, right? We can still talk about that, but just to be clear, that's what I came in here with, right? So my point is, if you're seeking out the girlfriend experience or anything akin to it, okay, what is being exploited there, right? And I'm using the word exploit because I think something is being exploited, right? Is that desire in the case of the girlfriend experience, literally the desire to not be lonely, to be to have companionship, to feel companionship, right? And I have a problem with that, but then also by definition that would be exploiting. The question was, is it exploiting men? By definition, yes, right? That'd be my stance. Sorry, go ahead.
To address some of those points, one of them is being the original prompt was, is it exploitative to men, right? And I looked up like the percentage of men versus women subscribing. It said 43% of subscribers are women. So like, why is this only exploitative to men? Like it's not.
What's crazy is in my intro I said it was exploiting both of them.
Even if it's
true, but you said that in this. You said that
Kirby,
in the sense that it was like the models are being exploited.
Yeah, but Kirby, you have to frame a conversation, right? Even if it is the case that both could be exploited, the current conversation is about men, right? So we could talk about women, but at present we're talking about men. So we have to focus on that.
So we're talking about men, sure, but I'm saying it's not gender specific. I don't know why we're talking about men.
But
none of this
Kirby,
is.
for example, let me give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. If I do mechanical work on a Ford, right, and then I do it on a Honda, they're not the same thing, right? Even if it is true they're both cars and I'm a mechanic.
You're saying it's not the same Honda, thing, so it's okay that women are being
no. I'm working on the Honda right now. That's what I'm saying, right? So the Ford has problems. I'm working on the Honda right now.
But they're both cars. But they're both cars, and that's what's important. So all my argumentation, you can swap the genders, the sexes. It's fine. I still stand by everything because it's still the same need.
So are we getting bigger image that we should just ban all porn? Like, what is the bigger argument?
I could make the argument for banning porn. Absolutely.
What is the argument? What's the bigger picture? Like, what do you want at the end of the day? Like, sure, let's say we're exploiting everyone.
I'll tell you what I want. I can tell you exactly what I want. I'll tell you exactly what I want right here, right?
Well,
if you want to lock in.
Goes, yeah.
What I would want is for the service of OnlyFans to be disbanded. Why? Because men want women and women want men. This is a highlight. What
about women that want women?
A highlight. Well, they're a small percentage, but we can talk about that some other time. The point is, overwhelmingly,
we don't care about.
They're not the focus right now. You know what I'm saying, right? Ford, Honda. I'm on the Honda.
It's all about you.
So listen, what I'm saying is that what I would want is the reflection that OnlyFans is showing us is that there are men who have a sexual desire towards women that can't be expressed. And if it can't be expressed on the male side, people forget that it in turn is not being expressed on the female side. If we talk about the male loneliness epidemic, people keep on saying, people forget that the population of men and women is roughly the same. As such, if there's a huge amount of men who aren't in relationships, it would in turn mean that women also aren't. So what I'm saying is, if we're looking at this service here of men coming into this and being porn addicted in many different ways, or lonely and trying to foster a specific relationship with the woman, we need to disband this service and actually start trying to encourage healthy relationships.
There's actually 2 million more women, by the way. 2 million more women than men in the U.S.
So if that be the case, well,
I want to reach out to those 2 million women. I will date you.
We're goofed.
Maybe they're lesbians.
He has a lot of restrictions on you.
If I may. Because I think this is an interesting question, and I'm curious who would agree with him. Raise your hand if you think that OnlyFans should be banned, just outright banned, dismantled, banned. You shouldn't be able to engage in this kind of work.
I like dismantled better. I would like a natural. I don't want
Okay,
I want the law to come in. I want people to make the choice and be reasonable
Found
and say,
out the founder is from
this.
England.
That's true.
Yes.
UK.
No, because if you ban OnlyFans, if you take it away, you're taking. We literally just talked earlier about how OnlyFans it gives like a safety barrier for women who are doing sex work. If you take that away, you take away that safety.
Sex work is one of the oldest professions.
Just get married.
Sex work is one of the oldest professions. She's right. It's just a safer way to do it.
Get a fucking husband is so ridiculous.
Give me the smoke. Come on, Cook. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's fucking insane. I'm not gonna rely on one singular man to pay for my financials because what if he goes off and decides to fucking cheat on me? Now I'm stuck in a relationship. I've never had a job. I have to rely on him for my financials. What if he starts fucking marital rape or some shit? I can't get out of the relationship.
Oh, so there's no ability for a man to be a good person, Julie.
So
he can't.
There absolutely is.
There
absolutely
be a good man.
Is.
So it's only the worst possible situation,
there absolutely is the ability for a man to be good in a relationship, but the thing is I'm not going to. If I have the ability to choose between financially supporting myself through sex work or relying on a man to pay for my shit, I'm going to financially support myself.
At
the end of the day,
were those your two actual options? I'm just curious. Were those your two actual options?
No, there's more options than that, obviously.
No, I'm just checking. Lock in with me. Lock in with me. Lock in with me. Right? You don't want to get married and have a good, fruitful relationship with one man, but you can crowdsource lots of men.
You're assuming it's going to be a good, fruitful relationship.
Yeah, I got married and honestly wouldn't recommend.
Just end in divorce? You want me to have a 1 in 2 chance of getting my ass fucked?
Lock in.
I'm so grateful that sex work saved me from an abusive relationship. Honestly, so grateful for that.
We'll get back to that. Hold on, put a pin in that. We'll get back to that because that's very interesting.
I broke my nail. I'm so angry at you.
So lock in with me for a second, right? Because this is actually pretty fascinating to me. You're telling me that if you crowdsource lots of men, that's fine, that's reasonable, you're safe, you're protected. But if you have a good relationship with one man who cares about you, we're gonna pretend that it's that it could just fall out and explode and just be bad and terrible. You can't court them, you can't date them, you can't talk to them, you can't learn anything about them. It's just totally just flip a coin. He might be a demon. Is that what you're telling me?
She's using the men within a carefully defined system.
But I want her to lock in. Exactly. I want you to lock in.
This is a completely
separate.
Because marriage is a much bigger commitment.
Go ahead.
Marriage is a much bigger commitment than doing OnlyFans. If I marry a man, I'm tied to him for life.
Oh no! What if he's a good man? What if he loves you?
Okay, and what if the money in my bank account is a good man?
It's not a man. It's currency. That doesn't make sense. If the man is,
I would rather.
You're pretending. And this is what we need. No. Because I need Julie to accept this, right? I'm not.
Because this premise is
it's ridiculous. I'll tell you why this is ridiculous. You're operating on the great pretending that you only have a 50-50 shot in the dark of being with a man that is caring and compassionate, and the rest of them are going to be abusive demons. That's absolutely absurd and ridiculous. Because you have to say,
I just don't want to commit.
Now that's a different problem.
I want to hear. Hold on, Xerxes. You made your premise. You made your premise. I want other people to respond to it. So give me a second. I want to hear Kirby. I want to hear Often Topical. I want to hear Cassie. I want to hear everyone. Right?
I said Often wants to add, so let Often.
Yeah, Often. Yeah, that's the order I said. Often, Kirby, Cassie. Go ahead.
So what I take issue with this whole premise that we're putting forth here is that what you are really asking is you keep on kind of sneaking in some stuff like crowdsourcing men and having a lot of men and be dependent on them, when what we're really talking about here is at the end of the day, if you want to divorce the morality of like the sexuality of the job, we're talking about having a job or not having a job and being dependent on a partner.
What is the job? The job is getting multiple males to give you money. That is the description.
The same way that if you're a streamer, your job is getting multiple chatters.
If you want in irrelevant, jump back.
Your job as a streamer is getting multiple chatters
Irrelevant
to give you money.
It's been a minute.
Is that correct? Am I right there? If you're a streamer, are you crowdsourcing your income from multiple different streamers?
Yes.
Or from multiple different audience members?
If you work at a burger joint,
I would say that's just as much a legitimate source of income as anything else. Would you not?
So the premise was
yes or no? Yes or no works. Is it legitimate to crowdsource your income from fans?
Though it's not about having. Yes, you have a consumer base. That's not what we're arguing about.
We can talk about whether or not. What I'm saying is divorcing your feelings about the actual content itself.
We can't.
What I'm saying
is because the very principle of what OnlyFans is utilizing the feelings of the individual.
You're the one who went off on a tangent saying the difference between crowdsourcing your income from a bunch of men or getting your income from one man. What I'm saying is that's the exact same thing as saying, "Hey, Wick, why don't you quit streaming, quit being a leach and a terrible person, and instead just get a wife to take care of you?"
I got another point.
It's not
either or.
Look, hold on, stop. I will take
because it's an indictment on your character, Wick. It's an indictment on your character.
I would absolutely take that deal if you're hot enough.
You guys know what fundraising is?
Ladies, please.
You guys are pretend. Okay, again.
You guys know what fundraising is? You go to man to man to man to man, maybe one woman. And then you're trying to raise money.
Also the same as fundraising.
I did that for my school.
Okay,
enough. One at a time.
Let me lock in with Kirby.
Let Kirby finish.
Kirby finish and then lock in with me.
In the context of what we're talking about is what we're like crowdfunding in a way is your same thing with raising money.
OnlyFans is not crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is a specific thing.
No, but that was the context of what we were just talking about.
Lock in, because you guys completely.
There are campaigns where you can crowdfund on OnlyFans.
So first, let me first dismantle this, and then let me focus it. All right. So here's the first dismantling. Right, selling chocolate is not the same as selling an intimate service. They are not the same thing.
It may be
what you're trying to do. Let me dismantle it.
Yes, the original goal maybe would be like connection, but now it's not. It's not that anymore. It's changed.
Hold on.
When I go to the gynecologists, that's pretty intimate.
So let me first dismantle this, right?
Amazon sold only books at first. Look where it is now.
Well, exactly, right? So here's the thing. Commerce, right, where I'm selling a material, or I'm selling a book, is not the same thing as selling the service of intimacy to someone. They are not the same.
You're not understanding.
Yes, are you exchanging money? Yes, we understand.
You said the service was originated. You said the service is originated with selling intimacy, but it's changed by now. By the way,
it hasn't.
From where it came from to where it is now, it's something different. So Amazon, the reason I brought up commerce or the books is because it's completely changed. It's not the same anymore.
Okay.
So even Amazon, but it's not.
I understand. You got a lot to say. I understand. But we got other people in. I want to hear them. And things like Irrelevant Welcome. You wanted in. That's time to shine, brother. Go ahead.
It has been a minute, brother. Hey, it's good to see you again. Back up to the old antics.
Really?
So yes. I feel like we had a similar conversation at some point. Yeah, a while ago. Yeah, a couple of conversations. Listen, man. I'm curious where you're at with this whole It feels like you're getting into the idea of like a homemaker thing, the anti-OnlyFans, just like rely on a guy, and I'm curious where your head lies on that.
My principal point is this, right? If the idea is that we are selling a relationship or intimacy to men, then what we're actually doing is looking at the misappropriation or the negative reflection of society. As such as to say, what we're looking at when we see men funneling to OnlyFans, and to a lesser extent, just to add in some details, AI chatting bots, is an inability to have relationships with women. If men aren't with women, that means women aren't with men, right? So we have these two ships missing each other in the night. So I say if we get rid of OnlyFans, right? Obviously, it's not the only problem, but if we remove that, we dismantle that, we can have people who are married, working with each other, caring about each other, and good relationships. Now, what Julie responded with is that, oh no, what if I get abused? I say, well, hold on. You can choose the individual you marry. What are you talking about? What if you get abused?
You can choose the individual and they can still become abusive. That's so
just randomly. So just randomly. There's no.
No, you can vet someone for years. You can vet someone for years, and the minute you get married, they can switch up and start being fucked.
Are you suggesting that every single person
I'm never financially relying on anyone? Fuck that.
Is to blame for being in that relationship? They should have known better.
They should have seen the sign.
He was abusive from the beginning. It's my fault.
You not answer that because I'm not talking to him. Actually, I'm talking to Julie, so I'm not going to answer that question. Just answer the question. Is every single person who's in an abusive relationship at fault?
No, I'm not answering that question.
I know you wouldn't, because it's a stupid thing to say.
I want you to address the actual
conclusion of what you're saying.
Because watch this. Let's play this out logically, and you see how foolish this is, right?
Okay, show me how foolish it is.
You are pretending that there aren't any telltale signs or understandings of an individual, and they switch on a dime.
You have no understanding.
Hey, this is a completely different panel.
It sounds like you're going back to what we were talking about earlier about for me personally and how that's pussyfooting around, and that's what you're doing right now. You're saying that every single person who's in an abusive relationship is to blame for being in that relationship. You keep on saying every single. I didn't say that. Go ahead and own it with your chest.
I don't believe that, so I'm not going to own it. You're missing the principle.
You won't answer. So the answer is no.
So okay, so watch this. No. So I want you to actually walk in with me, and I want you to listen. I want you to actually address the principle of what I'm saying. Why are we pretending that the only options is either 50-50, this person is good, this person will abuse me? Why are we pretending
it's 50-50?
That was the clear.
When did anybody Julie made? When did Julie say
that? Okay, stop. I did not say that.
Now you are arguing with ghosts. You're arguing with phantoms.
I didn't say that. That's how you
ever said it's 50-50.
That's not what I said.
Hey, Wick is I think Wick is trying to
moderate. I'm trying to moderate. I'm about to start muting if I have to. Okay,
don't mute me.
Right?
Don't lock me up, man.
I want to make sure. that everyone gets a chance. Everyone gets a chance to talk. I know Cohort wants to talk. I know Irrelevant wants to talk. I know Cassie wants to talk. That's the order we're going to go in right now. Cohort? Irrelevant?
Yeah.
Wait, shouldn't we get Irrelevant to like introduce himself and all that?
Yeah, Irrelevant can go before me.
We know who he is.
I'm a longtime friend of Wick, okay? Friend of the channel, all right? If you don't know who I am, you need to watch the old tapes, the old footage from Wick TV, okay? If you don't know who I am, all right? No, I did want to bring up a point though, because when you had explained your position, sorry, what is your Xerxes? Is that your name? Xerxes? Okay, because I think you went by a different name when we talked before. But
yeah, just my YouTube name probably.
Gotcha. Well, one thing that you had addressed earlier is you were talking about intimate. That OnlyFans was kind of downstream of an issue that we're having with like loneliness or something missing for a lot of people. Yeah. So then just logically is your point that if people were not like lonely or missing something, that there would be no porn?
No, it'd be no OnlyFans. Pornography, perhaps.
I'm saying what?
Man, pornography and OnlyFans are two different things. I tried to separate that earlier. So the principal purpose of OnlyFans is to curate a conversation or an experience or friendship relationship with a creator. Pornography is a whole thing of multiple different categories, from hentai to softcore to hardcore, all that goofiness, right? So those aren't the same thing.
You would say hentai.
The dismantling of OnlyFans doesn't necessarily mean we've dismantled pornography. That's a separate conversation, I feel, right? Which could be had at a later date, but, you know.
OnlyFans is just a platform, though.
Yeah, couldn't you just argue? Couldn't you just argue then that you wouldn't? Do you think speaking with somebody at all is the issue with OnlyFans, or what specifically is the issue with OnlyFans?
The issue with OnlyFans is the parasocial relationship that gets created between an individual who is selling sexuality and intimacy to someone that has a deficit. That's the problem. The marketing.
Well, what I'm asking you is how is that problematic? Is it because they're speaking to them at all?
Yes and no. So
okay,
there's a pretending.
Yeah, answer the question, but after you answer the question, I do want Cohort to get in because Cohort.
So the idea here would be to try to liken this as any normal conversation or friendship like you and I would be having, but it's not. You and I aren't trying to have an intimate relationship. We're trying to debate a point. But if I were to try to have an intimate relationship with some lady, the dynamic is completely changed. And I know you understand that because obviously that's what courtship is. So you have a pseudo form of courtshipping that's taking advantage of a deficit that an individual has. That's the nature of the platform. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, well, Wick, do you want this other person to get in, or should I?
I do, because Cohort kind of has the same take as Xerxes.
I mean, me and Xerxes are linked up, so if you're boxing with him, you might be boxing with me too. But
yeah,
I think so. Well, we actually were diverging a bit because I wouldn't have brought up. While me and him agree with a lot about the power of both the family unit, the men and women using each other, being with each other, loving each other, all that, and that being a much more salubrious and a reasonable way to direct your attention than OnlyFans. I wouldn't bring it up as like this alternative of like go do that instead of OnlyFans. Right?
Well, that's not what I was doing either. I was answering what did I want.
I think that's how it landed. That's how it landed, and then that's what the back and forth ended up kind of being. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't.
Yeah. Well, then for clarity, I'm not saying in lieu of. I'm saying what do I want?
Yeah. No. I'm with
two different things.
I'm with you. Yeah. I'm with you. But so my thing is the exploitation angle that I laid out are relevant just for your reference was there among your hierarchy of needs. One of those things is often going to be freedom from loneliness, right? Companionship, intimacy, relationships of that nature, right? And these men, especially when we're talking about the girlfriend experience, but again, anything similar to that as well. So both the girlfriend experience you get through OnlyFans, but then also the one that you get through Twitch that is less openly stated, but obviously viewed, and we all know about it. I view that largely
hanging out
as
on a
unhealthy.
panel. How you doing?
I believe there is good reason to view it as unhealthy, and I believe the exploitation is obvious because there is a need on the man's part. He's trying to satisfy this need for connection, for intimacy, right? And this is an easy and streamlined way for him to get it, but it is not the same thing as the full experience that he would probably much rather have either with, for example, the woman on the screen or maybe some other streamer or OnlyFans model that he's a fan of. Now, that exploitation in and of itself, the idea of exploiting a consumer is not rare, is not specific to OnlyFans. I think what I do, because when I think of things morally, right, a lot of times I think about, harm, right? Harm reduction, harm increase, utility, right? Good, common, or otherwise. I have at least a framework in my head of how I analyze whether things are right or wrong, right? Xerxes, for example, is a Christian, so he has maybe some of the same things I have, but then also more of an objective standard on that side, right? But so my point is, that's what I'm looking at these things from.
Do you guys feel exploited?
The descriptive.
I don't think most of you are sub to my sites,
which men
but
are reaching out for this service, and
do
why?
you guys feel
And how does
exploited by
the service
OnlyFans
affect
models?
them? And then
I know this is specifically about the
extension, how does
girlfriend
it affect
dynamic,
the
but
world? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree pretty readily that the girlfriend experience is typically consumed by
I've done it before,
men, or at least
I'm so busy I can't
have it a guess
do something
that
like that
it's
justice,
typically
even though people
consumed
have asked me for it.
at men who want a girlfriend-like experience because they're lacking some measure of that inside of their personal life, and there's probably not a super easy way to engage with that in a healthy manner. So I'd probably give the idea that the girlfriend experience is in most cases going to be exploitative and shouldn't be done. But it sounds like we're extending this even beyond that to OnlyFans in general.
Well, I'll be honest with you. No one could with a counter argument. You all just kind of agreed there might be degree of separations of exploitation, but it is exploitation. So it looks like I was right at the top.
What do you mean cook with the counter argument though? That's what I'm confused about.
Counter argue that this is not an exploitation against young men.
Yeah, but no, it's like
I have the best counter argument.
It's not necessarily counter argument. It's just
Julie
like
has the best counter argument.
Capitalism is exploitation. So like, I'm sorry, like yes, we're capitalizing on everything possible.
We're doing the thing again.
That's
we're
exploitation.
conflating again. We're
Julie, do you have a
No, she's right. She's right. She's completely right.
Stop. Please stop. Julie, do you have a better counter argument than capitalism is exploitation?
It's more so a troll, so probably not. But I was gonna say that these men that are being exploited by OnlyFans are so stupid, ugly, and retarded that actually it's charity that I'm letting them talk to such an attractive.
Is that right? That's why they pay you money? It's charity. Oh well, you're trolling.
I'm done.
I took the bait. My bad.
Wait. How much is your OnlyFans?
That is not my take, but
I'm giving out charity.
Julie, how much is your OnlyFans?
But
it was a troll. I was trolling. Please.
Wait, no,
just trolling.
Say how much your OnlyFans is. Was it going to be a joke?
Cassie, you had something to say? You want to get in here? Go ahead, and then I have something to maybe guide us a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So, I feel like you guys are mostly painting things with a broad brush. I would say that the male loneliness epidemic is partially due to the way that men interact with each other, as well as just people in general struggle with intimacy and relationships, and that's not exclusive to because women are exploiting men. I feel like there's been a lot of, I'm going to take the feminist stance, but there's been a lot of exploitation towards women over most of history, and I think we're kind of seeing like a little bit of a pendulum swing from that. That being said, people do have difficulties. People do have difficulties navigating intimate relationships. So if people want to like microdose that in some kind of way where they only want to do it digitally for a while as they get to know themselves better, they learn how to have intimate conversations, I think that it could be beneficial in some context for some people. Same being said with if people want to hire a sex worker in a place where that is legal to do so.
This is like saying that people take hard drugs so they can learn proper syringe use. That's not.
That's for comparing OnlyFans to streamers, so you can't make that comparison because that's not a good comparison.
Yeah, but if the individual has a addiction,
what I just what I just said was, and I can explain to you why. So you took something that involves some other. So the hard drugs involves, let's say, using syringes. In the process of using hard drugs, you will become well acquainted with using syringes. But it would be foolish to imply that people would ever go up after using hard drugs, or at least a good amount of people go after using hard drugs, so they can familiarize themselves with medical tech. In a similar way, most men are not going to engage in OnlyFans or a similar service so that they can titrate human interaction. But even if they were, I would say that would be a terrible way to build social skills.
So I have a follow-up question though. What defines the girlfriend experience? Like, where does it cross the line between being friendly with people and it being like a full-blown girlfriend experience? Does that have to be communicated? Or if I ask people like, hey, how are you doing today? Like, I hope you're doing well, and I send them love. Is that the girlfriend experience, or is that a different thing?
It's an entire performance. You know, the girlfriend. If I understand exactly, if someone
not necessarily.
Before me and my friend got on here, I did a little bit of research. There's this one lady who charged $850 a week for a girlfriend experience.
You're saying don't bring up a singular point, but you keep bringing up like one example.
Well, I
bring up majority. Then, if you want to make a point, bring up majority.
I can't do that. I'm sorry.
I know you can't.
That's not how a conversation works. I don't have.
You're bringing up the singular points to make.
So I'm bringing up a person. I'm bringing a example to go to the point I'm about to make.
We can maybe I'll make a statement here. This is my thoughts, and maybe we can wrestle with this and chew on this, and maybe this will get us somewhere. I hope, right? And maybe not. I think that regardless of individual creators either using the system more exploitatively or less exploitatively, which we can all imagine, there are creators who are better and there are creators who are worse. I think that the nature of the OnlyFans experience is in and of itself exploitative in such a way that I think that people should not engage with it, either as creators.
Do you feel the same way about pornography?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you could just die on
that. Do you feel the same way about taking your shirt off for a donator?
I do not think that is the same. They understand.
Why?
I think it's closer to being the same than it should.
I get banned.
Like, what if a woman did that?
My nipples are not the same as your nipples.
I live in a city, Boulder, Colorado, where you can legally be topless as a woman. Okay, do not go there.
I sexually.
No, are you seriously arguing that if I look, and you would understand this, I can say $50 to take my shirt off, and no one blinks an eye, but if I said $50 to take Julie's shirt off, everyone would have problems with that. Why?
Right.
Why?
They would not be
They would be excited. There would be no issue.
If you were on TV, they'd be like, "Let's go."
There are cities where it is completely legal and completely
in Canada and
for
BC,
women
it's
to be
legal
topless.
to be topless as a woman.
Are these cities just dens of absolute depravity and sin?
Portland, they have a naked bike ride.
There are lady nipples in
public. The difference I think you're trying
naked bike
to
ride on the OnlyFans
is the okay. So you taking your shirt off. Let's say let's say overall, right? Overall,
Wait,
for
Hold
most
on.
people.
Let's
Here,
say
Let's
anyone can go
stop
to me.
because I'll let you go in a second, cohort.
Yeah.
But are we seriously suggesting that a man that is shirtless is the same as a woman that is shirtless? It's
According
not.
to the law in Boulder, Colorado, and other places, yes.
The law is mistaken there.
Which
No,
is-
they changed it. They
Whoa,
changed
are
it
you
for equality's
sexualizing
sake.
women, Wick?
Yes.
What's
Nipples
wrong
are
with
not
that?
inherently sexual. You're sexualizing them.
wait, so Cat,
Yeah,
so
the
Catnip,
suggestion that a
so Catnip,
woman's body is inherently
Do you
sexual just
sexualize
by
a woman
existing.
breastfeeding?
Catnip?
Yeah, do you?
When
I'm calling her Catnip.
I think he's
No,
talking to
he's
me.
calling the
Oh, there's
person's
two
name.
So I'm
You
calling
gotta have to
Catnip,
do
Catnip.
one at a time because I
But,
can't hear
okay.
you all.
Sorry.
I do not think nipples are sexualized the same way I would not sexualize a woman breastfeeding. Nipples are sexualized if you are engaging in a sexual context, but I don't think nudity in it of itself is sexual or explicit. That's my take.
Do you think most people? No, wait, hold on. So do you think most people think that way, or do you think
I
you're
disagree.
maybe more?
I think most people would call a woman a whore if she was topless, but I think that's something that probably needs to shift in society because that's not indicative of that, and women should be allowed to be themselves without being called a whore.
Are we talking about? Okay.
Irrelevant.
Are we talking about what is or what ought be? Which one are we talking about?
I'm saying what ought be. There might be laws or something, but I think it ought be, right? It ought be because of the see, there's two levels to this. One is one I'm saying it is, and one I'm saying it ought. So the is statement that I'm making is that women topless are viewed in a very different way, at least in Western cultures, than all cultures that I can think of off the top of my head, right? I'm sure there might be a thing where women being topless is seen as explicitly sexual in a way that men are not. That's my is statement. My ought statement is that because that is, we ought not treat it the same.
I mean, does anybody disagree with the idea that currently, as it exists, that women being topless is different than men being topless? I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that.
In most places, I would say in most places, yes. No, in most places, yes, but in most places, you would get put in prison for having something like cannabis. But there's states like Colorado that have legalized cannabis because they realize putting people in prison for it is immoral. The same way that Boulder, Colorado has determined that putting someone in jail is immoral.
Can I share a point?
Having boobs. Yes.
If people, how do I say this? If for women it's like no longer sexualized at all, like I feel like honestly it might backlash on women. Like that really sucks for a lot of women.
I would say that
can't make money off your tits anymore.
No.
I've heard sex workers have that take where they don't want that to be legal for that reason.
If it's just a normal, like if it's like an elbow, it's gonna be like men will like it.
Some dudes like elbows. Come on.
Obviously, the is that yes, there is, culturally speaking, a difference between a man being topless and a woman being topless. I think anybody who would disagree with that
sexualization, not sexualization, but like breastfeeding and stuff like that. Yeah, it's part of like human nature.
I mean, there are like one-off top, and I'm not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is. My point is, hang on. My point is,
people got elbow kicks
we're
out
not
here
engaging
too.
in reality if we say that they are not different. In our current cultural society, or the way that our culture is, they are different, obviously, at least in Western society. The two are different. Now, the question is, should they be? I think no. I think the idea of a woman's body being inherently sexual just by existing, it's kind of fucking gross. But that is what we're at right now. But the society that I would like to see is one where that's not the case. But so I think
this isn't the distinction that Wick actually should be alluding to.
No, I was saying we're so channeling off right now.
Yeah, because I do want to say, like, when it comes to Wick taking the shirt off, so to my opinion, that is closer to being the same thing as anybody else that was, hey, give me $50 to take your shirt off. The same thing. But the only difference you might be able to say is, well, Wick isn't taking it off at the request of a sexually charged audience, as you may be able to say almost definitively he would be. So I was gonna get to that.
Take a guess.
That's why I said
the guy who took me for my feet just really wanted to see my pedicure.
But if the person that super chatted the 50, they could have like the Vaseline out.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like in that case, what is the difference?
And
you don't know
the whole
context.
point with this whole context is like we don't know the OnlyFans subscribers. We don't know the Twitch subscribers. We don't know any of these people.
If I gave you $100, if I gave you $100 and said here,
they can chat, like they can chat and say all they want, but we don't actually know like what's going on behind the scenes. That's like the online barrier.
I'm going to ask you a question, then we are going to get to some super chats, and then we're going to kind of wrap it up here. But Kirby, if I asked you, and I said, if you get this question right, I'm gonna give you $100. I'm not really. This is a hypothetical.
Yeah, I got really excited.
But if you get this question right, I would give you $100, hypothetically. Okay.
Sure.
Hypothetical $100. And I asked you, which do you think it's more likely for the request for a shirt being taken off to be sexually charged? Do you think it's more likely in my chat right now with the $50, or do you think it would be more likely to be sexually charged in OnlyFans?
To be fair, of course, OnlyFans.
Of course, OnlyFans.
Because most likely they're going to be naked, but at the same time,
I don't know. Some TikTok chatters are wild.
True.
It's more likely percentage-wise, sure, but
we are dealing with likelihoods here. We make laws based on likelihoods.
Don't you understand that this whole conversation for like the past 2 hours, we've talked about like situations that have happened?
Kirby, me and you are actually locked in on this one. The reason why, let me tell you why. So one thing I was outlining before is this idea of context and switching to context, right? For example, you're at a work meeting, right? Would it be appropriate for anybody there to start undressing, to be in a state of undress? We would say no, right? Why do we know that?
Depends on where you work.
Different venues. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. I kind of made the.
He's trying to say context, but there's also social, like, what's socially acceptable. So that's also what contributes. So, like in Korea, might not be socially acceptable to hear. Like there's very big differences, right?
So that's true, but also
how society progresses and things like that. That's why I think it's ridiculous that we're trying to place all these strange like thresholds on OnlyFans, because it's like the progress of over time from porn. Like women are in power now. Why are we mad about it?
Wait, so there was another conflation there. So because I think we agree, but then there's like some point where we diverge. Because like Wick is going out of his way to change the context of his stream when he takes his shirt off. This is a panel where we are all engaging in discourse. And if all of a sudden I say, hey, send me $50 and I'll take my clothes off, something has happened there. And I don't like
Wick is an OnlyFans.
Well, hold on.
What I'm trying to wait. There's something fundamental I want you to understand, because look, it's like we need to be able to recognize that there is a difference between, let's say Wick just did that today. Let's say he's never did it before, right? For example, up until this point, he has been a debate streamer. But now he's like,
I do have it's a standing joke on my
I know that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Let's pretend like it's not. I'm saying let's pretend like it's not.
Yeah, women are still taken advantage of in sex work. I haven't had a lot of time to speak, but there's a few things like that I would have loved to touch on in this panel. Maybe another one.
$10, I'll take this off. $20, I'll take this off. $30, I'll take this off.
Like the reason that I started doing spicy content is because men were leaking my stuff and blackmailing me with it.
It means something both for the audience, those that engage. There's all these new questions now, and the context itself, maybe even the genre or subgenre of what he does is different. Is what I'm saying.
But you don't know them personally, so why does it matter? It's like
let's say
you're talking to this girl online. Let's say you're watching her stream and you love her content. She's only playing games, but behind the scenes, she is a full-on like prostitute. Why would it change that you like maybe could like trickle into her personal life? You liked her before. Oh, just because her personal decisions are like affecting how you perceive her? Like, why does that matter anymore? Isn't that like kind of crazy? You like her before, that's the main point.
What? So let me ask you, Kirby, if you found out, right, that there was this guy you liked, okay, and you're hitting it off, and then you find out, oh, he's also a heroin.
No, the guy you liked is different than a Twitch chatter. That's where it goes into the parasocial activity.
Hold on.
That's where it goes into parasocial.
Because I think I understand what Cohort is saying, right? And I want to add something a little bit too, right? So like
I do get
as I understood I understand. So let me try to land this real fast. If I understand correctly, the shirt off thing
The point of the
is a joke, and
conversation,
the
they're
commenter
alleging that
understands that this is
the
for
girlfriend
comedic
experience
effect.
on
This
OF
isn't to
is
be
exploitative,
sexually charged nor to sexually entice.
but it's kind of
But
been
we
about
all know,
many different
and
things.
you're being disingenuous if you disagree, that when a woman takes her shirt off, it is sexually implicit. We all
And it also
understand that,
potentially,
right?
it also
No.
potentially.
If I'm
could
breastfeeding
be
my kid, that's not
for
sexual,
Wick
and if you
is
sexualize that,
also
that's weird.
relevant too.
But that's my issue. You pretended that's
If you
weird,
take your
but
top off, I'm gonna be uncomfortable as well.
we exist and we live through society. And to be honest, you might be raising against
It's
the machine
because
on
of
this one,
social
because
standards.
exactly right. Because like if I were to spit game on this chat, right? Let's say I legitimately wanted to spit some game, right? You would all understand, right, that I have some sexual desire. Those are just words. Those are just words. Those are just words. But if a woman took her shirt off, we're supposed to pretend that that's not sexual. The words are sexual, but the action isn't. That doesn't make sense. So we understand the context. We understand, the reality of the world we live in, where there's a sexual implicitness to women stripping versus a man taking her shirt off is comedic.
No, stop.
And,
I'm not even gonna let. I'm not
Is
gonna let that
there
run. If I
sexual
started stripping
explicitness?
right now, if
Mhm.
I started stripping right now, and we did a poll of everyone that had to watch me strip randomly in the middle of a panel, most of them would not be like, "Well, he was a man, so that's not sexual." That's not what they would
Actually,
say.
I think it is actually what they would say.
What do you want
And
people
in
to
fact, I think it's peculiar.
Can you
I think
tell me
you're right. Here's the thing.
What is the responses?
There is something
What was the
interesting about
options
that.
here?
So there is something interesting in that. I actually think most people wouldn't view males with their shirts off as sexual.
You said
When
stripping.
maybe it should be.
That's
right?
why I was responding to stripping.
No, stripping.
Yeah.
I guess maybe. Well, see, that's funny, right? If I say so think about language, right? If I say strip, we all understand that there's a sexual connotation to that, right? Versus take your
Unless
clothes
you're
off.
stripping wood or
again,
something, like words have multiple
now,
meanings.
but that's the whole word though, right? So you've used the same word in a different context. Now that is just grammar class. But we all understand, right, that there's a different context. Do you pretend
But
that
it's
we
it's
don't
also
get that?
the
I think it's
intention that
disingenuous, right?
matters. It's the intention and the perception that matters, though, because, like, say, like, XQC bites his toenails on stream or whatever. He's biting his toenails. So you could sexualize that, but it's, like, the way it's done. Like, if a woman is, like, I don't know, licking her feet, like, it's a different context. It's not inherently sexual.
Yeah, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lightning round these super chats. And I see you guys backstage. I see you in chat. If you want me to keep going, you got to pay me money. I'm not gonna do this for fucking.
Wait,
we already got the first money.
If you want people,
there's so many. They can be dragged over. They
I
donate
understand,
money.
but I'm not gonna do it for free. If you want me to open this up to do an open panel after we get closings and stuff, we can. But I'll need $100 by the time I'm done with these super chats.
100, like all
This is
together.
absolutely exploitation.
You are fin-doming the shit out of your chat right now.
No, this is
Yeah, that's 100%.
They desperately need someone to talk to right now. They're lonely. What do you mean?
I do not work for free.
No,
okay,
exactly.
here's the deal. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay, $5 from RV to say don't forget the backstage. I didn't forget you, buddy. $5 from DJ Nuts. For the OnlyFans creators, if you find out that your man pays $50 to $100 on OnlyFans, I'm assuming for other women, does that make them more or less attractive in your eyes?
I would break up with them.
Why?
Why are you giving another woman money? You're giving me money.
Hold on, but a whole bunch of men give you money, so I don't know.
I'm not giving my money to a whole bunch of other men. I'm getting money from men, and I'm giving that money to him. So why is he giving his money to other women?
It's just like rules for me, but not for
It's not, but it's not though. It's not
What an absolute hell.
No, it's not because if he had an
thing.
OnlyFans and he was getting money from a bunch of women or men, I wouldn't give a fuck as long as he was spending that money on me. If he's going out his way to spend his money on other women, not acceptable. Just like it wouldn't be acceptable for me to spend my money on other men.
Let me ask you a question. If you knew one of your fans had a girlfriend and was giving you money, would you block them?
Hey,
would
y'all
you charge them back?
Y'all gotta let Wick cook a little bit more. On
Get out of my shit. You fucking
exactly the same as saying
if we're gonna have a whole debate on super chat, it's gotta be more from $5.
you wouldn't be okay with an open relationship for you, but you're okay with other people having it. How dare you? You hypocrite!
$2. Shut. I'm sorry.
$2.
What? No. What?
No. Oh, Tio. DJ Nuts for $2. Cass, what if my kink is vanilla and eye contact?
Wait, what?
Relationship?
Was that one meant for Julie? Because Julie said she
I
didn't
think it
do
was meant
kinks.
for me because I'm a kink shamer.
Yeah.
First of all, not knowing who Julie's name is.
Insanity.
Red
Get out
flag.
of here.
Red flag.
Big kink shamer. How could you do that? You want eye contact? You're fucking so disgusting. Get away from me.
Freak.
Yeah, but even you know that there's
Can I
some
answer the
sexuality
question
in
about
that.
if my partner bought content?
So gross.
Let me get through. I got a lot of super chats.
Just real quick, I didn't get to answer the question for me though. If my partner bought content, it would depend on our finances, and I would want it to be like a collaborative thing. I would want to also participate in tipping the model.
I would never buy OnlyFans content. That's so stupid.
It is okay. $50 for Psychonaut. I got you, Wick. This was for the shirt. DJ Nuts paid me another $50 to take the shirt back off. Beautiful. $2 from Edmund. No message. These are the best kind of super chats that I don't have to read. Thank you for the $2. $5 from Trib1. OnlyFans isn't more exploitative than streaming platforms. A creator can abuse relationship, but the issue would be the individual, not the platform. I disagree. I think that the sexual nature of OnlyFans and implied sexual nature of OnlyFans makes it inherently more exploitative than
you can say the principle. I think
streaming can be exploitative too, by all means, right?
Exactly, but this is the issue, right? The idea that something else can also be exploitative is not a counter argument to whether or not OnlyFans is.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. I think and also the exploitative level, I would rate OnlyFans higher than Twitch, for example. $50 more from DJ Nuts to again put my shirt back on. Thank you for the $50.
You have to put another sweater on.
From DJ Nuts. The effective strategy to ending a majority of exploitation in porn is banning the sale of porn, not the distribution. $5 from John. It is sexist to center a panel specifically about men on men. Check your privilege at the door. Wild take. Just get married. Content? Question mark. Thank you for the $5.
Just get married, Chad.
From DJ
Have you
Nuts.
ever just got married? I did at 19.
Having OnlyFans harms your career prospects way more than
I care about the person that I got married to a lot. I hope he's doing all right, but it was toxic.
True. $5 from Federer Methodist. Somebody in Kentucky started an OnlyFans competitor named OnlyFams. Thank you for the
family.
That's the joke.
Sounds good.
$20 from Alexander Rin. Exploitation is a danger whenever the purchased goods are psychological.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that, Colin.
This is why
we had to ban him because he was hazardous. Holy shit!
Returns. The fix is often regulation, transparency, and oversight. Thank you for the $20. $10 from Eldad. Guys online LARPing the most shallow and instantly gratifying parts of a relationship and whacking it a lot is good practice for having healthy romantic connections with a partner. Thank you for the $10. $5. Wait. Wick unironically saying it's a woman issue and not a streaming or OnlyFans issue? Is Amaranth exploiting her audience more than a man of her size?
Absolutely.
In different ways. I say in different ways. Kid for $5. Remember when we were talking about making that money 6 hours
Bro,
ago?
I was homeless with the man I married.
$5 from Tesco Johnson. When a woman breastfeeds, it's nurturing.
I'm a survival whore, okay?
Then all of a sudden, it's cruel and unusual. Double standard. $5 from Federer Methodist.
Are you going through? This is how many people donated?
Yes.
They're famous, dude.
He is pimping us, bro. Like hard.
Yeah.
He disagrees with OnlyFans, but he's okay with pimping.
Let me finish, though. $5 from Federer Methodist. Breastfeeding scars you for life. I know. Nothing more embarrassing than being a junior in high school and having your mom show up to feed your lunch. $2 from DJ Nuts to say, Wix my Margot Robbie. Thank you.
Hey, yo.
$10 from Psychonaut. Cohort is right. If he started stripping, all the women would immediately say that he sexually harassed them.
Survival horror. Oh, it's horror. Okay.
I don't think I'm getting sexually harassed. I think you're being weird.
$5.
I think if he stripped, I think women would probably be okay with it.
Penis out?
Hey Julie, why do you use weird instead of like any other word for describe? Like, okay.
I mean,
you give me flashbacks.
No, I'm just saying, like if
I also used that word earlier.
If I was like, if I'm on a debate and there's like 100 people somewhere around there watching, I'm talking to you, and all of a sudden I whip my penis out. That's just weird.
That's weird, man. You're weird.
That's pretty weird, dog. That's pretty fucking weird.
It's just weird. Like it's just weird. It's just like
I would use the word weird first.
Okay,
That's very
$10 or
strange
$5
behavior.
sorry for the crib. A 1 says, if a woman wears a low-cut top and streams, is it exploitative? How much onus should be put on the consumer? To me, it's the individuals, not the platform.
Me, it's like, look what the fuck cohort's wearing. If a woman wore that right there, a woman, like, I could change into the exact top, and I'll tell you right now, it's gonna look different.
What are the girls doing
Because you
underneath?
are
That's
different.
No, let's talk. What are your girls doing underneath? Are they flopping around? Because that's gonna be the difference. That's gonna be the main
I
difference.
have boobs, yes.
Wait, so
That-
whether or not
That's
she's
what I'm
wearing a bra,
saying.
it matters?
Are they bouncing?
Yeah.
They moving around?
This is patriarchy. Why should I be forced to wear
I'm
bras?
saying that's gonna be the difference.
God
That's
damn.
gonna be-
Okay, that is patriarchy right there. You should not be forced to wear bras. Bras are uncomfortable.
I don't have
Let's use
titties.
the F slur, but can't.
Hey, $100.
Have you ever worn a bra? Have you ever worn a bra? Like to the men in the chat.
I've
We're
never worn a
grown
bra.
ass men.
That
That's
shit is
crazy.
That's so
uncomfortable, bro. Like, why are you pressuring
feel
women to wear
you.
bras?
I feel you on that, but my counter would be, so you would rather they're just out here. Sometimes they're falling out of
I
the
don't. No,
tank top,
I don't.
sometimes-
I got. I'm itty bitty titty committee. Okay, I don't got that problem. You know,
I'm
like
saying-
I don't
I'm
need
saying
to wear a
just
bra.
So okay, that's fair. I'm saying like in general, because I can empathize with that, right? I might not be able to fully sympathize with it because I don't have that situation, but I can imagine being uncomfortable by something you're wearing. Now
Right.
my thing is, to whatever extent these standards exist, right? That women feel they're just oppressive, and it's like, why are we even doing this? We're doing this for you men because you guys are saying we have to do it, but we really don't want to, right? We can have that conversation, but don't let it be known
Who
that
said that?
not every. No, I'm just giving an example.
It's a
Not
choice.
every-
It's a choice.
Not yeah.
But if you're not wearing one, it doesn't mean you're being slutty. You're just comfy.
But no one said that.
But it is that what men
Oh,
think.
okay.
Y'all think
Hold
that-
on.
He was saying
Hold
it
on.
depends if you wear a bra or
But if
not.
I go on
If you're wearing that
stream-
shirt.
okay, hold on. If I'm a woman, and I got a couple more super chats, I'll get to it in a second, but this is important. As long as I'm not retarded, okay? If I'm a woman and I go on stream and I purposely, intentionally go braless, I know what I'm doing.
No,
I haven't worn a bra in
that's
2
so
weeks, dog. I
retarded.
haven't worn a bra in
That's
2
retarded.
fucking
That's
weeks.
necessarily.
uber retarded.
That's-
It's uber
Yeah,
retarded.
if you're a part of
No.
the
Uber.
I actually got. I
No,
I
so
agree
let me
with
say
you.
this.
The guy doesn't wear
if
boxers, he's a whore.
I have like no tits. If I wear no bra and I'm in a t-shirt, I'm intentionally braless. I'm not doing anything. I'm sitting here in a fucking t-shirt. If I'm in a
certainly,
low cut top
Julie,
with a
that's
push-up
not what we're
bra,
talking about.
it's very different.
Okay, I understand for you it might not apply, but there are women where it absolutely does.
Okay, I think the new rule is if your titties are small,
because
you're
first of all,
essentially a
even with
man
someone
and
with
you don't
huge
count.
tits, if they wear a push-up bra, it's gonna look way more sexualized, way more
Is-
crazier than if they're just in a t-shirt or whatever with a loose top with no fucking bra on. If your nipples
Is
are fully
every-
hard,
So then,
20%
wait.
leaving huge long nipples, maybe. But like,
Wait,
So, but if a
I'm
woman's
actually
fully endowed
curious.
and her
Wait,
tits look big no matter what, is that predatory? Sorry, go ahead, Irrelevant.
that's just crazy.
Irrelevant. Let's listen to Irrelevant here. Go ahead.
I'm just curious then. If you have big boobs, then and you don't want to wear a bra on camera, are you just fucked then?
Yeah,
Unless you
Yeah,
are willing
exactly.
to accept the
Exactly.
idea you're
You have big
sexualizing
boobies?
yourself.
But you
That's
would
just
know
crazy.
Totally fine.
But you do. But here's the thing. Let's not operate like
Well, I
women
wanna answer
don't.
the
Wait, no. To be clear, yeah, I want Wick to answer. To be clear, I want Wick to answer.
Good question. I think that you have to understand because of how you are that there are certain expectations that society has for you that might not be placed on other people.
But
now,
to
is that
say
fair?
like you
No.
know what
Is that
you're
fair?
doing is
No, but
crazy.
it's
But
true.
Julie, let me match.
So people
Well,
do
to be-
that.
yeah,
I would-
wait,
I would
no,
say
no.
people do that to me all the time.
I
Whenever,
do.
whenever
One
I
of
ask
you,
them-
one of you, hold on.
Hold
One
on,
of you
Julie.
said
Hey,
earlier
That's not a
that
good
like
thing to do, though. That's not a good thing to do.
I know. I agree.
Match
I'm just
energy.
saying- I agree. It's
Give me
not a
match
good thing to
energy.
do. Relevant for the
Lock
record.
in with me. Lock in with me.
No. Okay. So no. Wait. Hold on. Hold up. Let me respond. Let me respond to that. It's about the fact that you said you know what you're doing. The you know what you're doing is implying that they're intentionally sexualizing themselves. And what I'm saying is, what if you're a woman who has big boobs who doesn't want to sexualize herself, but you don't want to wear a bra? Are you just fucked?
No, I
You
think
are
if
fucked.
you like a thick enough sweater or other things, that there are ways you can desexualize yourself. Yes.
So you have to no. Well, no, I'm not talking. So because we're talking about two different things. We're
Yeah,
talking
I
about whether or
agree,
not you
Ryan.
can desexualize yourself versus whether or not you quote unquote know what you're doing. Right?
Same.
So knowing what you're doing in this context is meaning that again they are doing it intentionally to sexualize themselves. And I don't think that a woman with big boobs should have
so
to.
ubiquitous. You would have to know what you're doing.
Exactly. You can't escape it.
Well, no. The know what you're doing,
I'll give you an example.
right, implies that they are. No. The know what you're doing implies that they're doing it intentionally to sexualize themselves. Perpetuating that idea makes it so that way if a woman has big boobs, she has to wear really, really conservative clothing in order to hide her chest. Otherwise, she's going to get comments like, "Oh, well, you're just sexualizing yourself for viewers," and stuff like that, which I don't think is right. I think that if you have,
we also bring up the point of Billie Eilish.
That's what I was saying. Even if someone's naked, they think that doesn't mean they're
when you go on stream and you like doll yourself up, like you know what you're doing. Like just because I'm wearing on makeup on stream doesn't mean that I'm like sexualizing myself for viewers. No, literally, but somebody literally said that earlier.
That was me talking. That was me talking.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just because I'm wearing makeup on stream. That's literally what you said. You said when you doll yourself up, you know what you're doing. You literally said that earlier.
That's short. That was shorthand. I was making a larger point. You honed in on. Now you're saying that you think what I meant is you just put eyeliner on and like that's just what I meant. You put eyeliner.
Some men make this argument for red lipstick.
I was making
a larger. There was a larger example where I was setting aside me streaming, doing gaming, versus a streamer who's going out of their way to create a set and themselves as a part of it that is going to facilitate the parasocial.
Okay, but when you say things like doll yourself up, you know what you're implying when you say it.
Now let me cook.
I thought I did.
Well, let me finish these super chats.
No, wait, because we're gonna lose the point though. We're gonna lose the point. I have to say this real fast. Lock in. Listen, I am a 6'1" black man. I know that if I walk behind a white lady, I can very easily scare her. Even though I'm corny. I'm corny as hell. You know what I'm saying?
You wouldn't scare me. It's all good.
Digimon randomly, right? I'm very corny, but I know that my size and stature can be intimidating to some women. As such, a lady with big titties also knows that her titties may be flopping around if she's on stream without a bra. With that knowledge, does that mean you have to adhere to desexualization? No, I don't.
But you're justifying stereotyping people.
No, hold on.
You're justifying stereotyping people, though.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, as a black man, I understand the context, but it is incumbent upon me to either cross the street myself or to just keep doing what I'm doing.
I don't think that should be the context.
I got a story for you guys, real quick. It's a real quick story, right? This is a few years ago, like years ago. Me and the girl I was dating at the time, we were walking down the street in the big city. It was dark. It was late at night, and we saw a large black man approaching us. And I looked, and I saw she clutched her purse, right? Like, this shows that like racism.
I would say it's not necessarily racist, but more men. Like women are afraid of men.
I asked her about it later, and she said I knew like intellectually that man wasn't for sale. Okay, but she still grabbed her purse anyway, because history, purchasing men, things like that. Anyway, but yeah, so there's the story. But okay.
Well, hopefully you guys get the point I'm making though. My point is having knowledge of how society exists and treats you doesn't mean you have to adhere to it.
It's like a trauma response, though.
Let me put it. And I will give it to Irrelevant in a second. If you have knowledge that you have certain characteristics about your body that might make people either uncomfortable in certain situations or have a certain effect, do you have a responsibility to take that in mind and act accordingly? And I think to a certain extent you do. But Irrelevant, go ahead.
I mean, I don't disagree with the idea you have to act within certain ways that society understands who you are. The difference here, and with the example given about being a black dude walking near some like white woman, because I've been in a similar scenario, I would never say that because some black dude is walking near a white woman and isn't adhering to like crossing the street or doing these things to make them more safe. I wouldn't say you know what you're doing by not doing that. Like you're intending to intimidate this way. Maybe you just don't give a fuck. Maybe you're just like, hey, fuck it. I'm just going to walk down the street. I don't give a fuck to cross the street. I don't give a fuck to do any of that. I'm dealing with my own shit. That is the core difference, is the you know what you're doing type comment. It's not, hey, be aware of how you present yourself in the world. The you know what you're doing, and especially in the context of women presenting in any kind of way that could be interpreted as sexual.
In the context,
yeah, sure. Even in streaming it.
Where you intentionally set up everything around you about
Yep.
your thing. You set up your presentation, right? And I do this with intent. I didn't accidentally put that on, right? Like I didn't accidentally set
Correct.
these things
Yeah.
up. I did it with intent, knowing what
Yep.
I'm doing. So I'm just, again, I think that, again, most people, including women, when they present in certain ways and they set up their scene, and if a big titty woman went braless on stream, again, she has to turn that camera on purpose.
When you're streaming, you are the product.
Yeah,
of
but
that principle,
but
so you
but to turn on
yourself to be sold.
the knowing what you're doing comment again implies that they are trying. The reason why they are going braless is to sexualize themselves. And now you can make an argument about whether or not it's likely or more likely. But the example I gave you is fairly palatable. If you're a woman with big boobs, and listen, okay, I don't have big boobs, but based on what I hear, if you have big boobs, wearing a bra all the time gets really fucking annoying because that shit's gotta hang right on your shoulders, right? And so that you are putting that person in that position where if they want to not wear a bra on stream, they have to like totally none up and dress super conservatively.
They can accept what comes with it, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no.
You don't have to adhere to.
What comes with it? What comes with it, though?
Yeah, so
fucking camera angle, so you don't see them at all.
What? Why would you wait? Listen to all of this. Listen to all of this. If you're a woman who has big boobs and you don't want to wear a bra, you have to adjust all your camera angle. You have to do all this shit. Otherwise, no. That's people pleasing at that point. In order to avoid. Okay, cool. All right. So you have to do all these things in order to avoid people saying that you are sexualizing yourself for the benefit of the viewers. But it's very realistic. You might just want to be more comfortable. I think that's a totally normal thing that these people would want to do.
Hey, Xerxes, can I jump in real quick? Because I haven't had a chance to So, Oliver, I just want to confirm something with you. So, because I think we might agree. So people, whenever I stream, I'm like on camera, right? Some people will assume that if I'm not wearing like something that is long sleeve, they'll assume I'm wearing whatever I'm wearing to show off my arms. I've had people say that in chat. I've had people message it to me. I've had that happen to me already. And I'm not even on stream that much. Haven't been doing that this long, right? So if they're doing that right now, I wear active wear because it's comfortable. I just wear it all the time, all day, right?
That's why I'm shirtless right now. Yeah.
This nigga plays Marvel Rivals.
So somebody in the chat, I think when I looked to the right, I think I saw somebody make a comment about that, about like, yeah, he's shirtless, or whatever. So it's like, but you're just trying to be comfortable, let's say, right? So
yeah,
I think where we both agree is that it's not right that they're assuming that I'm trying to get glazed or like show off my body. It's not right that they're assuming that you're trying to show off your body. But we recognize we should or may recognize before we put anything on or you take your shirt off that is a possible conclusion that will be reached.
Right, I agree. But the idea is that the people who are supposed to be critical and understanding of how saying things like you're doing this on purpose, that those comments perpetuate a specific environment. And I would hope that those would be some of the people inside of the skull. And with that in mind, we shouldn't be the people who are perpetuating the idea that if you're a woman with big tits and you don't wear a bra, that automatically means that you are for sure trying to sexualize yourself to gain more viewers. And maybe not that. Maybe just not that. You're like me, and I just want to be more comfortable. And if people sexualize that shit, then okay, well that's obvious. That's obvious.
Yeah, you're completely changing the topic.
That's a completely different thing.
When we start jumping jacket, can I not make any assumptions or
we can call out.
Can we say?
What if I totally change the scenario, though?
You can.
Wait. As the only woman here who can
with huge tits. Sorry.
Go ahead,
the only woman who speak on this. It's sometimes really annoying. So that's it. It's like I'll wear a ginormous shirt and people will be like,
still.
That's why I brought up the point of Billie Eilish. It was like she wore giant shirts like her whole start of her career, and then like people kept talking about her boobs. They're like, your boobs are.
They still did regardless. Yeah.
Just when you say things like she knows what she's doing, you're making it sound like because she has huge boobs and she's in a t-shirt, she's asking for those comments just because she wants to wear a t-shirt. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Let me respond, right? Because I think we can, let's say we can build a bridge here, right? We can accept that, we can accept though that necessarily it may not be the case that a woman with big titties is doing so because she knows she wants with intent to get that.
She can expect those comments without asking for them.
However, exactly. That's the literal. She does know this will occur. Much in the same way I know.
It doesn't mean she's asking for them. When she says she knows what she's doing, it implies that she's asking for it.
And that's why I said let's build a bridge, right? Because we can accept the two things, right? That one, perhaps she doesn't need sexual attention. She just has big titties.
That even if I don't think it's okay to harass, sexual assault, or even make unwanted sexual comments when a woman says, "Hey, I don't want this," right? However, if I go into a stream and I see a woman and
with no bra, you're like,
do you type in chat? I can see your nipples.
No, but hold on. But this
Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. I do not think a man or a woman, in any case. Well, let's use this. If Cohort, right, had his shirt. Well, I'll use me as an example. My shirt is off. I have cake covered on my face and my things. I don't think it's untoward if someone in my chat made a comment about that.
Are you comparing huge tits to cake on your chest?
But hold on. Hold on. Can we build the bridge? Can we build the bridge that having the knowledge
for $50? But go ahead.
So can we build the bridge that having the knowledge is not the same as wanting the sexual attention? Can we agree that the comments may come?
The way that you phrase things and the way that you imply things.
I didn't.
You say you know what she's doing. It implies that she's asking for it.
So can we build a bridge though? Can we now understand that?
I don't think there was. There was never a misunderstanding. Yeah, there was never a misunderstanding about whether or not they know that they're going to be met with those comments. There's no woman who goes on who, in general, who has big titties, bras or not, are not going to be met with comments of like, oh, you know what you're doing, stuff like that. Women know that they're going to be met with that, and they know the reality of those things. The issue was you know what you're doing, because when you make comments like that, it implies that they're doing it with intent to sexualize themselves. That's the issue.
Some of them are. Can you accept that some of them do?
Yeah, of course. Of course, I can recognize that some of them do. But again, back to the very first thing that I said when this came up, it's a pretty fucked scenario to put women with big tits in, where they have to wear a bra 24/7. Otherwise, they quote unquote know what they're doing.
But this is my discrepancy. I think they have to eat that. They have to man up, quote unquote. They have to accept. This is the world you live in currently. You can bring it up, you can talk about it, but much in the same way, I have to accept that. I can be intimidating.
Okay. No.
People are gonna be sexualized.
Okay, now you're getting mixed up on the previous thing there as well, but also even with that specific
sentiment. I go to the office every day, and like you're saying, because I have bigger tits, like I have to man up if they're sexualizing me in the office. That's fucking insane.
As opposed to what? Are they supposed to just not take it as sexual? They're just supposed to just turn it off. They're just gonna turn it off. You're not attracted anymore.
I think it's like it is, and it ought to be kind of situation. It is this way. It ought not to be.
I think Xerxes should clarify what he means by sexualized, because I know in person. I know he does not mean they should walk up to you and be like, "Oh my god," like, you know what I'm saying?
No shit, yeah.
Because that's not what he means.
No, it's not like a job.
What he's describing right now, it seems like he's pro OnlyFans. That's what it is. Crazy to me.
No,
like, I should go into the office. I'm wearing what I'm wearing. I wore this to the office today. And so I should walk up and people are sexualizing me.
I think people
wait, so
the thing is, you're an attractive person.
Is that hold on? Is that an insane take? That if you're going to your workplace in an office, as long as it's not
but even if you wear a bra, is it still on her?
Yeah, but no one disagree with that. No, yeah.
But you guys are making the argument that if she doesn't wear the bra, it's on her. What if she wears a bra and she still gets sexualized? Is it still on her just because she has bigger tits? Like, this is insane.
I'm saying you have to accept the reality of the world you live in. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it is, it ought to be different. It ought to be fucking different.
Hold on. A lack of control and sexualization are not the same thing. I don't understand why we keep doing this. He can't control himself. There are plenty of people that have a sexual attraction and they come respectfully, or they don't even come at all.
But you guys are making the argument that she's not wearing a bra is her problem.
It's a very basic issue. There's
What if she wears a blonde? Just treat it the same.
I can't even call that a
Not
problem.
relevant or option, bro. They have something to
Irrelevant, get in here.
there's just two. Okay, there's very simple. This is two separate issues.
It's funny
Whether
'cause me
or
and him
not,
used
so
to
I'll
have
just bring it to the
beef, so
example
I think we're good now.
we brought up earlier with
think-
being like a black dude, understanding that we might intimidate people around us. We can understand that we will have that effect, but we can also argue that it ought not be that way, that just because I'm a 6 foot tall black man, I intimidate every white woman around me, and that I would expect people to normalize the idea I'm not going to fucking assault you just because I'm a black guy in your presence. The same way that we would do the same thing with like a woman with big titties. You could say that, yeah, she should understand that this is going to happen, but that doesn't mean that she should be okay with it because it's not justified. Your argument is that it's justified that she is experiencing these kinds of comments or this treatment inside of the workplace. Because if it was unjustified, you would say, yeah, you're right for complaining about it. You have to accept the idea that you can't change something overnight, but you don't have to be be okay with it because it's unjustified.
So
you're just arguing it's justified. It's not justified.
What's the treatment? You said this kind of treatment. I want to know from Xerxes, like, what is your, when you say sexualized, I want to make sure it's also what they mean when they
That's
say
exactly what I need to, like, exactly. That's what I was about to ask, 100%. Because what I don't understand is the demonization of male sexuality, or the assumption that male sexuality is predatory.
You told me
that there's
no. Is sexual, feminine.
What I'm saying is you're attractive. You're an attractive person. You can't divorce the fact that you are attractive.
So is it acceptable for you to treat her like that in a workplace and shit, or like even on a
you being attracted to someone is different than what you said.
This is insane.
You being attracted to someone is different than what you said, though.
People have to go. People have to go, so I have to give them an out, and I have to read these last super chats. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read these super chats. We're gonna closings. If you want to stay, you may. If you don't, I understand. $100 from DJ Nuts. This Deej Nuts. He's correcting my pronunciation.
Nuts.
Damn, I honestly didn't think they'd be honest. Also, it's Deej Nuts. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I hope I am. Thank you for the $100. $2 from the Trib One. So in summary, it's a woman sexualization problem. And then $2 more from Trib One says Wick knows what he's doing with that beard. Yes, I know what I'm doing with the outfit that I'm wearing on stream. I do.
The way you cut your beard, Wick, it's really provocative. So I can't handle it.
We're training you. Okay, we men have to exist in a situation where they have to control themselves, whether they're turned on or not. And I think women should have to face the same scenarios. Okay, women, you have to control yourselves. Okay, you can't just be going up and making comments just because you're feeling certain ways. It's not okay. Okay, with that,
I apologize.
Closing statements, and then we'll get to things. So tell people who you are, where they can find you, and what your closing thoughts on. And we're gonna start with Julie, and we're gonna end with Xerxes. Irrelevant. We're gonna you hopped on, right? So yeah.
Closing statement. We should exploit men more. And I'm Julie.
Sad Kit Kat. You can find her at twitch.com Kit Kat. All the links are in my YouTube description. Go check them out.
If you want to exploit women with me.
Cassie Catnip. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cassie Catnip. This is my safe for work name. I like to separate them because I don't actually want to be sexualized when I'm streaming under this name. I do talk about those topics, but it's a different thing. Final thoughts being on the topic whether or not the girlfriend experience or OnlyFans in general is exploitative. I think it depends on the situation, and I think that we're kind of seeing like a pendulum shift. People are exploitative with OnlyFans, but we have many years of patriarchy that led to this kind of pendulum swing, in my opinion. That being said, I think OnlyFans and content creation, porn can all be done in ethical ways, and we should have more conversations about the unethical ways that those are being done to rebalance the pendulum from swinging again.
Okay, thanks. And you can find her link in my comments. Click on it. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. We're going to get to Often Topical. Go ahead.
Yeah, Often Topical. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter under the same name. At the end of the day, I think my big takeaway with this is, yes, obviously, any kind of social interaction for money is going to be exploitative on its face. The question is whether or not it's a problem, and whether or not something should be done about it. So, we don't penalize the many for the mistakes of the few, and I don't think that we should start doing that now. Are there people who interact with these things in unhealthy ways. Of course there are, just like there are for anything else. It doesn't mean that anything needs to be done about it. It doesn't mean it needs to go away.
I
or
appreciate
that it's
you,
a
Humble.
serious fundamental issue that's harming society any more than anything else is. You don't watch Hassan instead of CNN because it's just, you could do either or and you just pick one or the other. You do it because you have a personal connection that you can get to a streamer that does your news rather than what you can do watching local news. And it's the exact same here. And yeah, that's pretty much my final takes on that.
Okay, thank you for being here. Cohort.
Yeah, I think OnlyFans, the girlfriend experience, porn, and all similar things are a net negative to the sexual development and mental stimulation of all people involved, not just men. And furthermore, I think the idea that that men are engaging with these services,
yes, ma'am,
simply to scratch a mundane itch, the same way you would take a car to a mechanic, or the same way you would go to the grocery store to get something you ran out of, I think is very foolish. I don't think the data bears that out in terms of how these things affect the mind, and I don't think anecdotally that makes any sense either. Um, but where I will build a bridge is that some of the other topics we touched on regarding women feeling comfortable with being able to get on a camera, for example, dress, the bra thing came up or whatever, right? And not having it assumed that they are trying to do the same thing that maybe another woman is very explicitly trying to do in terms of creating a sexual atmosphere, right? I agree with that. I don't think that every woman that's on camera and that maybe is, I don't know, she has a larger breast or whatever, right, should be assumed that she's trying to funnel that kind of audience, right? That's not fair. So I do agree with that. And yeah, if you want to find me, Cohort on YouTube. That's COHXRT. There's not much there right now, but there will be in the future. Thanks for having me, Wick.
Oh, thanks for being here. Did we get Kirby yet?
No.
Kirby.
Fine.
Where
Can I end it there?
Okay, great, wonderful.
I think this whole argument's really stupid. I mean, I'm gonna probably talk about my original point, that it's all about capitalism. I think it's really dumb that we would want to set restrictions on OnlyFans models. People who started the company are males. Like, if we want to go back and forth about male, female, like advantages, blah blah, it's dumb. It's dumb. To the original point, it's like males, especially like founders, board of directors, everything is all predominantly males. Sure, you have OnlyFans models that are making a lot of money, but you also, like, it's a very back and forth. Like I said, I saw 43% of users or subscribers are still females. So, like, it's stupid. This whole argument is just, to me, is stupid. Okay, my name's Kirby. I don't stream, but W.
On my stream. Come my stream.
Okay. Thanks for being here. You're great. I appreciate you. Last but not least, Cersei. And Cohort, can you send me a link to your YouTube channel?
Yeah, I got you. Got you, brother.
It would appear that turns out everyone actually agrees that there is some degree of exploitation going on here. They try to create degrees of separation, but not a counter argument that makes. Which means we all understand that there's some issue going on. Some might say it's capitalism. Other might say there is no difference specifically here, right? But I think that's ridiculous. I don't accept the premise that because we live in a capitalistic system, that it even means that every company or even the individuals within it are exploiting each other. I think to exploit means to take advantage of a weakness or a deficit an individual has. You don't have to do that because you are a capitalist. That's nonsensical to me. The idea that there isn't something different about forming a pseudo or faux sexual relationship with an individual who is providing you with pornography, or a girlfriend experience which is a created experience of trying to have or emulate a relationship with a woman because you can't actually experience that, is definitely a folly. Granted, are other things folly? Sure, but today's conversation was about OnlyFans, and I think that honestly, no one could really even refute that. I think we spent a long time dancing around that, but in the end, I am correct. You just have to accept that. So, my name is Bassiv's Easy on YouTube. You guys can call me Zers on channel, off channel, doesn't matter. You can also find me on Twitter, BassFCZ.
Okay, gang, if you need to go, get out of here. I understand. And Irrelevant,
Thanks,
answer your
everybody.
DMs. Okay, I DM'd you something, and you said you wanted more options. I gave you an option. Let me know.
Oh shit! Really? Oh my bad.
Let me know if you want in. Okay, it's for next week, but it's a different thing. Pisco will be there.
Okay.
You gave him an option, not us. Crazy.
Wow, what the fuck?
You're on my show today. I didn't invite him on.
Okay.
I want
So-
whatever
You
options
hate
Irrelevant
me?
gets. I want all
Wick
the
doesn't
options.
even like us at all, Kirby. Kirby, blacklist Wick.
Okay. Gang,
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna bring in a couple people at random.
Oh, we're doing like still chatters.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
been a
let's
minute.
go. This is exciting.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I want to yell at people.
Yeah.
They're yelling at you. They might come for me. They typically do.
Hey,
Wow, there's a lot. I thought it was
one
one
guy
You did
guy.
say
I had a
that
cool
it's not
conversation with
refutable.
Okay, you guys it's your time to shine. Make me content. Make this something where people don't leave because they're bored.
Got it.
Do we get a cut?
Content.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Everyone hated us.
Hey, yo.
Introducing ourselves, so
Give
it's
me
content.
Give me a super chat. You know what I mean?
OF at least gives me a cut, okay? Like...
Wow, what's going
Who's
on?
trying to be controversial?
Yeah, Wick, where's my cut?
Come over and get it.
Hey, can we
Oh,
can we get
wow.
He
a
said,
can we get a quick intro from the three that just joined about like what they
Deesh.
saying?
Is that your
Yeah.
Deesh? Is it? Are you
Yes.
giving me money?
Yes, I'm the one that's giving you
Beautiful.
money.
You
Wick.
get to go first. Go ahead.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah. If you want to give me more money, you just have to keep making videos about topics I care about or streams.
What's your
Yeah.
thoughts, Nick? Go
So,
ahead.
my thoughts are primarily that, and let me preface by saying I don't think porn should be banned, just like I don't think that any drugs should be banned. However, to say that the porn industry in general, this is really not just OnlyFans. I think OnlyFans is inherently a little bit more insidious for males, less insidious for the females, because the porn industry is very exploitative towards their talents.
Their talent.
Something that wasn't talked about.
What's their talent?
Told you. Don't worry about it.
like their models, like their employees.
Exploitative to their talents. What's the
They,
talent?
like
let
a
them
person
know
who
it's
does
the
the work
person.
is called a talent.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
So-
My bad.
Inherently, there's a reason why we have terms like post-nut clarity, sex cells, yada yada
Women
yada.
have that too, but yeah, sure.
Yes,
Shut
because
up,
when
Chris.
humans
No,
are in
they
a
do.
state of arousal, it inhibits our abilities to think clearly and make sound judgment decisions.
Only men.
So that's part of both men and women. When humans are in a state of arousal, it impairs our judgment, similarly to how other narcotics can impair our judgment as well. And inherently, the porn industry as a whole exploits that fault in humans to extract more money from their customer base, which is why I made the argument that it's actually more exploitative than casinos, because I don't see ads for casinos. There's an exception a little bit.
I
you
do.
live?
There's tons
Yeah, like,
now.
where
Like,
the fuck do
like
you live? What
OF
do you
models,
mean?
like Amaranth, like her
I
live stream, she
wanna
promotes
advertising for
casinos.
casinos on social media.
Have you been to Kick?
Obviously, you can see
Yeah,
billboards for
that's
them, but there are
crazy.
Well,
laws.
It's owned by state.
It's a law thing. It's a law
That's
thing.
I've seen them a
I see a
lot.
fake ad more than I see
Yeah,
a
it's a
real
lot.
ad.
But hold on.
Yeah,
The
advertising.
Instagram is the ad. Twitch can be the ad sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So it's more implicit than it is simply just like, yo, hey, buy my only. And actually, sometimes on Twitter, some women will just say, buy my OnlyFans.
It doesn't really matter. Do you understand? Like they're both being advertised. They're both being heavily advertised. So
Not the casinos, not to the same extent.
No,
No,
not to
they
the same
are.
degree.
They are.
I don't see billboards for OnlyFans, but I do for
Hold on.
casinos.
Order in the court. Order in the court. There are
Fake
restrictions.
literally has its
on-
own streaming platform
There are
where
restrictions
they advertise
on
it
how-
daily.
There are restrictions.
They pay people to
on
advertise
how
it.
you can advertise certain products, right? Such as alcohol, such as tobacco, such as casinos, gambling. In many states, there are restrictions on how and to what frequency and to what audiences they can be advertised. OnlyFans doesn't have the same regulations yet.
In fact, porn in general doesn't have the same regulations. And, well, to a certain degree, the only regulations are based off the policies of the platform. So there aren't like any legal restrictions. The only restrictions that are in place are essentially imposed by financial processors. And I guess, the morality of the big social media companies. But essentially, the primary engine that OnlyFans creators use to bring in more audience is through thirst trapping on social media, at least the very successful ones. Because let's face it, most OnlyFans creators don't make a living off of what they do, but the ones that do...
What's your question?
Sorry. What was my question?
Yeah, let's just...
No, I'm making an argument.
I think he's making a point.
Like the whole thing is like the way that porn is advertised to people is identical in the business model that drug dealers use to find new audience as well. You get people a sample that inhibits their ability to make logical decisions to get them to give you more money.
Sex is legal. Drug use is not. So like,
well, it's legal in some places, but even if it wasn't, if it was legal in the US,
but it's legality.
Worldwide legal.
Is gonna count
what are you talking about? Like,
hold on,
you can have sex anywhere in the world. Like, this is completely different.
Rick gave you a sample through YouTube, and then you paid money to talk to him. He said $100 to talk to me, so he gave you a sample of his content. You like his content so much, you're like, keep making content, I'll keep giving you money. Isn't that not the same dynamic, where he gave you a sample, and now you're like, I want to donate?
I am not sexually. I'm sorry, no offense, buddy.
It's different when it's sexual.
You, so I'm not inhibited in the same way. Whereas if someone's sexually attracted,
that's a valid point. But
well, let me ask you a question.
I was kind of hoping we could spend some time on that point though, because that was great.
Hunger, food can inhibit.
Where he was talking about being inhibited by attraction. I wanted to get Julie, Catnip. I want to get you guys, your opinion on that. Like, how do you feel about that point?
So, what's the point again? I'm not.
So the point is that when you're going and causing a state of arousal in somebody, you're inhibiting their ability to think clearly. Similarly to how, if you give a girl alcohol and then take her back to your hotel and have sex with her while she's inhibited, you would consider that in a lot of situations rape, because you're inhibiting their ability to think clearly to extract something that you want from them more easily.
Okay. Giving a woman alcohol and taking her back to your house to fuck is not the same as a dude getting horny because I'm hot and then him giving me.
It's the same. Like,
no, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. It's not the same at all. I'm not drugging someone. I'm not drugging anyone.
Actually, you are.
They're in the same state as mine. I'm not drugging anyone.
I know. Calm down, Xerxes. I want to give Julie a chance to respond. Like, what's the now? Yes, the degree of inhibition might be different, but is there not anything to what he's saying where you are?
I don't think those two things are comparable. I don't think alcohol and being horny are comparable.
Focus on the brain stimulation aspect. Okay, let's think about it neurologically. Put aside because the conveyance is less important, right? The idea is that the thing is in the system, you're being influenced, right? So this man or woman, whoever, who is engaging in this, potentially in this transaction, is being influenced by their attraction to this person. I just want to, how do y'all feel about that? Would you just say that's the goal? Like, that's literally the goal. I want them to be influenced by how hot I am.
Speak
the goal is to get money.
Can I?
Well, let's Cassie wants to speak. Go ahead. Then want to hear from Julie if she has a thing to say on it. Go ahead.
If Julie wants to wrap up what she was saying, she can go first.
You can go. You can go.
So that is a completely valid point, that like the state of arousal or horniness, whatever, can change like your judgment and the decisions you make, etc. I do feel like some of that, like, it can be addictive, but a lot of that is like self-control. And I would compare it honestly to the way that food is marketed to us. Like, we have literally people hairspraying fast food burgers to make them look more appealing to us. And it's absolutely, when you're in a state of hunger, your decisions are affected, like, I would say to the same degree as a state of arousal. So by that standard, like, I have heard my partner moan more over food porn than ever in bed. So I mean, I've also the impulse DoorDash buys. The impulse DoorDash buys are dangerous, though.
Just lay it all out there.
I feel like men are afraid to express themselves in bed. Men are like afraid to express themselves in bed for sure. That plays a role. But like when you see like a good like TikTok of like
food.
No, like ramen, bro. He's a fucking fiend, bro.
Moaning, but like
for ramen, yeah, no, sushi, ramen. He has a problem. Like he likes food more than me sometimes. Honestly, I'm jealous, but yeah, that's the point I wanted to make.
Oh no, aka Patosi. I don't think I'll read it again. I thought I got it, but I'll read it again. He says I missed his super chat, so I'll just read it again real quick. Can the OnlyFans ladies say they are doing their work for the betterment of men?
No, it's for me.
No, they already said
Okay.
that.
Yeah, we already covered that though. Yeah.
If it's
Yeah,
for
I thought we did, but just in case I missed it, I wanted to.
What exactly for you? Like, is it for? Are you trying
Money.
to make money? Okay, so we can all agree right now that you're doing OnlyFans to make money, right?
Yes.
All right.
I have a different
So
take whenever you're
I
ready.
don't think there's
But go
anything
ahead.
wrong with that. For me personally, my only opinion is I think that certain things that OnlyFans influencers can do can be kind of exploitative. I'm also an advocate for like maybe holding back on certain things because I think as a culture we've already agreed to some extent that we don't like the idea of everyday or most content creators just talking to their audiences in a certain way. We don't like this. We all kind of wince at the idea of people sitting in group chats and talking to people individually and having secret group chats with certain people. We all kind of wince a little bit at that when we hear about it. In my opinion, and in most of the culture that I've seen, that's how some people feel about it. If that's the case, I do think that certain aspects of OnlyFans can be extremely exploitative for that exact same reason. If you're advertising, for instance, a relationship with me, which some people I have seen do that through things like Reels on TikTok or Reels on Instagram, more often than not, that's the only time I actually see OnlyFans creators. And sometimes when I come on here, I don't really experience them in any other way. And whenever I see that, I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. You click on a person's account, you're going to see their description. I was born in 1994, so my generation already knows the first thing that we do is pretty much look and see what's in someone's description. We learned that from Twitter because we grew up with it. That's like the first thing you do. When you do that, most kids nowadays who also grow up with it, that's what they do. You're gonna immediately get transferred into what they're advertising. But the reason you clicked on their account in the first place was because, let's say, I think her name's Nymph or something like that. She's an Asian woman who just so happens to be a little bit older. She pops up on mine because at one point in time, she was selling people video game consoles, and I love video game content. So she shows up, and she pops up with her butt hanging out or bent over. You see the pictures when you pop into it, and as a man, you're like, oh, nice booty. Let me click on that real quick. And when you pop into it, you see something. They're selling something to you, and that's perfectly fine. The difference for me is always what you're selling. If you come on to me and you're and you're saying in this reel that you're selling a relationship with me, and then I click on it and I'm expecting to talk to you, and I am talking to you, but it's not a relationship, I think that's a little bit exploitative. You're not giving to me what you're selling to me. When I'm jumping in knowing what your content is and I'm perfectly okay with it, then I think that's fine.
But God, I'm curious.
The idea of it
you
is
actually think you
exploitative,
can?
but I do think certain things that you can do, how you advertise, how not you in particular, but how certain OnlyFans creators do advertise to people, I think is a little bit exploitative of children in specific. And nowadays this generation is just growing up with this stuff, which is why you will hear someone like Wick consistently say for the last like 5 episodes that kids are going up to people like, hey, what's your OnlyFans? Because they're growing up with it. They're used to going and doing this method that I just described, and now it's normal, and that's not beneficial for me or you.
Before that, though, it was dead hooker jokes. Like, kids have been talking about that kind of stuff for forever.
Well, hold on. But
It's fundamentally different. When I was a kid, it was even because I grew up in the AOL chat rooms and things like that, and so there was internet when I was a child, right? But it's at a fundamentally different level. The norms are different.
Maybe that's a male experience because as a young
We're
female child on the internet, it's much different.
No, but they are. But that's what I was about to say.
She brought up a good point. She said experience. I'm not even gonna act like I'm not an OnlyFans hater. I don't actually care. I'm not on that side. I'm kind of in the middle, which means I suck. No one likes to listen to me. But at a certain point in time, I think it's more about what you're doing with it. You have to kind of be conscious of the fact that this is okay. At one point in time, we had mags. Everybody was okay with mags. You had to be at a certain level in which you could get involved with it. You had to have the money to be able to pay for it. And certain people aren't going to even want to look at pictures or read, right? Certain things
magazines,
like books and the things that turn people on other forms of media. You kind of have to buy into it in a certain way. In my opinion, with the way that people advertise it, it doesn't give you a chance to kind of buy into it. You can now just see it. And I just feel like there needs to be kind of a shift in the culture if we don't want people to be able to say the things that they do say about OnlyFans creators. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but
I don't think
to some degree, how many of you can advertise and try to get yourselves out?
I want to hear what Kirby has to say. I want to hear what Julie has to say, and I want to hear what Cassie has to say on this.
Go ahead.
I'll let Josie in and all that. Right?
Okay. Somebody go.
No, someone else.
So,
Cassie,
okay,
give
you
him a
guys have
song.
anything to say?
No
we'll move on.
OnlyFans, dude.
I need a rundown of what was just said. I'm gonna be honest, that was a lot, and I was not listening. Can I get a rundown?
I'm trying to
that's
remember
just-
the
the
initial
ladies
question.
are
I
not
think I
I had
can
an answer.
condense it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think I
sorry.
can condense it.
No, you're
because of the
fine. It's not
way
you. It's a
that-
me thing. I'm a dick.
But because of how
That's
porn and OnlyFans is advertised on social media, the average age that boys start viewing pornography is 8.
No,
yeah.
It used to be 12.
I don't know if that's the OnlyFans
13.
issue. That's
Base.
people were watching pornography.
I had my
early as fuck
first sex
before
ed
OnlyFans
at
was
8
even a
years
thing.
old.
True.
Yeah, but the
You had
difference is that
sex at 8?
OnlyFans,
Sex
OnlyFans
ed,
fundamental
sex education,
particular-
education.
But hold on.
Okay, that's
Again,
way
again,
different. Okay, I
you
was
guys
about to
keep
say,
on.
Whoa.
Hold on,
Happening?
because we can't accept the fact that OnlyFans and porn are one and the same. They're not one and the same. X videos, mini vids is not the same as OnlyFans. Like if I have a clips per sale on one area here, I am just selling clips. There's no discussion, no conversation. If I'm on OnlyFans, as you know, we had that one guy say, if you're advertising a relationship, for example, let's say I'm your new virtual girlfriend, like I'm here for you, like it's on the 10. Then
You're
we have
saying
an
that
issue, do we
OnlyFans
not?
is specifically to advertise a
Yeah.
relationship. That's not true. It's
Even if
mostly
it
to sell
isn't.
clips and shit on there.
Later, Ned.
I don't
take
think-
care.
I don't
Chicks
think
who are
that
selling on
really-
minivids and all this, they have social
You-
media to message
You
them
said
on.
this.
But the problem is,
Yeah,
is
it is
again,
bad
the
parenting for sure. But I
principle
had
of
sex
what
ed class
OnlyFans
at 8
set
years
out
old,
to
meaning
be,
like I
and
was
mostly
taught
still
about
is
like how
actually,
the
is
body
a
parts
hub
work,
for you
etc.
to
I think the first
directly
time I looked at
communicate with
boobs or
a
something
content
was
creator. That's its
unfortunately
direct
around then. I
principal
just
function.
googled boobs because
Now,
that was
if
just
some
dumb.
people, I think is a swindle, you use a management team and you have a
But then
robot
again,
or AI or another
I feel
person
like
talk
the
to you, I
internet
think
should
you're
be
swindling someone. I think you're
separated.
exploiting them. I think you're
I-
And there should be
exploiting
an
their
adult
desire to
only
talk to
section
you.
of
That's
it,
I don't
in my
think that the
opinion.
exploitation happens at that stage because
So you
like
think it happens
you're
even
get-
earlier? Well,
no, I think the exploitation is in the sale of goods because inherently the whole point, like OnlyFans creators, if you didn't get paid to do it, would you still do it?
I did it before. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, let's say it's literally illegal. There is no on ramp for you to make
I'm not gonna
any
do
money
something
making
illegal.
pornography.
Oh,
No,
No,
no.
but
You
you
can
can-
you
Can I
can
answer
make it.
this?
You can
No,
you
it's-
can make it, but you can't make any money off. You can't sell it. You can
I
only
would
give it away for
love
free.
to
Wait,
answer
wait,
this
before-
because
I was
Kirby
posting
called
on
me out and she
Instagram
said I
before
wasn't
I had
telling the truth
OnlyFans.
earlier. I'd love to
Before they
answer this.
respond to
No,
this,
whore.
Are you saying that that's like the exploitative act of it being like, or so for instance, to me, exploitative is like something pretty much has to be unfair. You're benefiting from an
Is there
unfair
an
act
ethical way to
another.
sell crack to a crack
Are
addict?
you saying it's unfair?
It's
But-
not
but
crack.
When you
It's not
when you
crack. That's a
no.
different thing.
I mean, I don't
I
think
really
there is
have
a way
something
to
to
do
say to
that.
the
Gets
question
the
that was
point I'm
asked.
trying to make.
Oh.
Wait, wouldn't that argue that every single person who consumes porn has an inherently incredibly negative relationship with porn?
Well, in its nature, yes. Why are you happy?
No.
Why are you
I really want to answer this. I really want to answer this. Can I
Wait,
please?
hold
What's the healthy
on.
relationship with porn? What's the healthy relationship with porn?
Wait,
I want you to explain that.
Well, what I'm saying is when we're talking about whether or not it's addiction, we're talking about whether or not it is destructive
Come
to your
on,
life, your
now.
ability to maintain jobs, relationships,
talk.
or
Let me
friendships.
That's fair.
And if it, yeah, so does every single person who consumes porn are they not able to do their job, form relationships, or form? Okay,
Yeah, but that's
so it's not.
no.
So no, that is the definition of addiction. If you are
But
the
he wasn't talking
definition
about
of addiction.
How about
He literally did. He said selling crack to a crack addict.
Okay, well that was Wick,
my
not
statement
DJ.
based on DJ's
Okay.
statement
Yeah, I don't
earlier,
think
his
Deidre's saying
argument
that.
earlier. His
Yeah.
argument, as I understand it, and he can correct me if I'm wrong since he's here, and I see you, Cassie, and we're gonna get to you as soon as we can. I promise you.
So,
I promise
but
you.
I also have a question. You guys were saying, would I still do it if I wasn't making any money from it? So, say I'm just posting all this stuff on Instagram. If I'm still cultivating those parasocial relationships, but I'm not draining their bank accounts, is it not exploitive anymore? Is it only the money making aspect?
You have to be extracting something from them to be exploitative.
Yeah.
So even
I
if
mean,
they're like they're
extracting
totally
time would
obsessed with
work.
me, they're
Time would
totally
work.
obsessed with me.
Well, I
They're
would
in
say
love
at
with
that
me.
point, yes.
They want
You're
everything
still-
to do
you're
with
still
me. They're giving
taking
me
from
all
them,
their attention to the point
absolutely.
where they're not even going to work, so they can make sure that they're
Yeah,
giving
that
me
would be
attention
exploitative.
24/7.
You'd be taking something from them that's actually priceless. It'd be even more.
I think though that
Because the people do
to
that
the
same
degree-
shit on
Hold
OnlyFans.
on. Cassie has to go. Cassie wants to answer this question. And I'm gonna give her some
Okay,
chance.
all
Go
right.
ahead.
I kind of want to answer a little bit of both. So the question earlier was whether or not the OF creator thinks they're doing anything to benefit men. And then the recent question is if you would do the work if you weren't being paid to do it. And Kirby kind of called me out earlier because she didn't believe I was being honest when I said I would still, or I do it both because I enjoy it and because I make money. Before doing adult content, I had my explicit content taken from me and I was being blackmailed with it. So one of the decisions in doing the type of work that I do was like, okay, if it's going to be used against me, I'm going to just own it and I'm going to use it for myself. And through that, I actually built confidence in a way that I never thought I could have, from people who were just like seeing the good in me, empowering me, like wanting to see me do things that I enjoy, which then, you know, expands into like other things that I get to do.
It's nice to hear our own
but
can do that.
I'm going to finish first. And then I've learned to love my body to the point where I would make like a nude dance video just for the enjoyment without getting anything out of it and just putting it out there because it's an art performance for me. It's not solely the money aspect. I'm actually pretty anti-capitalist and I would enjoy doing erotic art if I was not being paid for it.
That's nice that happened to you, but a majority of women, especially young women, especially like 16-year-olds, I would never recommend them doing that kind of stuff. Like, or
but the question was for you personally, for the creator personally, how do they feel about it? And that's my feelings on it.
Yeah, but like, a rare exception.
That being said,
say you're a rare exception. This is like a ridiculous. Like when you were 18, you remember when you were 18 that this was completely different. Like how you felt about yourself is different how you feel about now.
Right.
Like.
I'd rather be a cam girl than be homeless, and honestly, I fell in love with the work, and yeah, there's things that come with it, like objectification, that like are things to be aware of, but it's not inherently bad.
Aren't homeless, but there is exceptions.
A lot are though.
Point.
But don't you think that
sure you could say there's a lot, but it's not the majority.
But isn't there
the reality of things
that like anyone would have to come to this through dire straits? Or like desperation.
Yeah, like
that's an issue with capitalism, though, not with the thing itself, and that's the same with like sex work. I'm not blaming it, but it's putting a lens on it.
If you hadn't been blackmailed, because obviously, like I can understand how, like you know, owning your own like art would be more empowering than being blackmailed. But do you think you would have the same perspective if you had never been exploited by the person that was blackmailing you with your pornographic content?
That's actually a really good point, and why I do bring it up and speak about it, because like I can't really determine that in the ways that it has impacted me, because yeah, it just is what it is. But honestly, even before blackmail, the whole going back to the whole sexualization argument, I was sexualized since I was a child by no decision of my own. I wasn't allowed to wear yoga pants because the adult men in my home might get the wrong idea. Like I was heavily policed by just like my being a female without even doing anything for it. So it's like to say whether or not I would do it.
Family members? Which adult men?
It's
so my parents did adult foster care when I grew up, which exposed me to a lot of weird shit.
Okay.
So and I also grew up Mormon, and my wife is Mormon as well. And there is, I think, a balancing act of like, because she was on the opposite spectrum, where like she has self-esteem issues with her body because of the way that she was told to hide her figure. You know, she has wide hips. I like them. She wishes she was a twig. I don't know why, but that's kind of how it goes. Because like she just like that's something that can be ingrained, and I think that you have to find a healthy balance. But I don't think being like super like sex positive with OnlyFans is actually good for society and for relationships as whole. To the point that Julie made, which by the way, you're the only name I'm going to remember because I married a Julie. She is
Julie's
like
in the chat. W for Julie's in the chat. But go ahead, sorry.
The where was I going to go with that? So you wouldn't want to date someone who does or consumes OnlyFans content.
That's not me.
If
That's
all men
Julie's take, but not mine.
OnlyFans content, right? Yeah, but if all men consumed it, then you wouldn't have any dating prospects, or of course you'd have to lower your standards, which is always difficult.
Not necessarily.
I actually wanted to talk about how I think things should be structured, where I don't believe porn should be illegal. I don't think we should ban it, but we should just completely take away the financial incentive. Porn is a multi-billion-dollar industry, right?
People will just go into the shadows. You'll just have more like sketchy in-person prostitution. Honestly, at that point, we've tried that before.
What he means by this? What do you
make
mean?
it illegal to sell porn, and also prostitution is already illegal. So it's illegal to sell porn,
hasn't worked,
not
though.
distribute it. So the way that it works is that if you try to be a legitimate business selling pornography, you're not going to be able to, and the only way you're going to be able to sell porn is through cash or crypto or anything like that. No, it's something that we do in tons
and then we just fill up the prison with more people participating in it, as if we don't have the biggest prison system.
Won't that just make it more exploitative?
No,
it'll make it less.
It does. It does.
Make it that.
It really does.
They'll create like niche like industries that could maybe get around like the regulations. Like this is completely foolish. People will.
We'll see a rise in sex
always
trafficking.
have porn, right? So that you have to legalize it. It doesn't matter. Oh my god, I'm so sad that the people
no one would buy porn.
And what he's arguing, and we do have to end the show in a minute here, but what he's
they'll buy it no matter what.
To ban porn. He's
no.
saying that
yeah, no matter what, there's gonna be other options.
There's
like, sure, ban
I know,
OnlyFans
right?
if you want, but guess what? There's gonna be like 80 more.
If you sell that artifact, you could go to jail in this guy's world.
Right?
What?
You can't make money off of it. You can still do it. You just can't make money.
I'm so sorry. There's 20 other ways to do it. It's just the fact of the matter. I don't care what
people are still gonna
make money off of sex. You'll always be able to make money off of sex. If they get rid of
I really feel like sex trafficking would increase.
Yes, like for instance, as an example, I don't think this would stop the creation or even making money off of pornography. What it would do, like the easiest workaround, is people don't sell sex. You donate to the Patreon. Right? Like Patreon is an example of this. They don't technically like allow selling sexual content, right? But that doesn't stop hentai game developers from making money through Patreon to fund their hentai games. What it would do is make it so that companies like Brazzers, like I don't know, there's a whole bunch of them, wouldn't be able to have whole industries built around exploiting talents to make money through advertising on sites like Pornhub and through their own subscription models.
Okay. Gang, this has been great. My dog is bugging me to go outside and let her out.
Can we see the dog?
Big doggo?
Pick up the dog! Show us the dog!
Have
the dog show.
She's just looking at me. I'd have to get up and get her, but I don't want to.
Please!
Okay. Here's the deal. Are any of you streaming currently on Twitch? Anyone?
Not me.
No one. Oh, you are? Cassie?
Hey.
What's your Twitch name?
Cassie Catnip.
Leaving. Bye, guys.
Okay.
Bye.
We're gonna rate in Cassie Catnip. Gang. Tomorrow we're gonna have a talk, discussion. We're gonna have counterpoints on. We're gonna have Lactoid on. We're gonna have some other people on. We're gonna talk about to what levels should we excuse bad behavior in our political leaders? Should be a fun discussion. So check.
Xerxes, I'm gonna DM you. We should talk again.
Yeah, you guys.
I'm saying, bro. I miss you, man.
I'll see you guys later. I love you.
Bye. I'm gonna DM you.
Yo,
bye,
Lola,
Extreme.
you
Bye,
still stream on
everybody.
YouTube, right? Because I haven't
Yeah, I
gotten
do.
any notification. Okay, maybe I need to resubscribe. I haven't gotten any notifications.
Hey, yo, Wick, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys.
All right, we'll talk. I DM'd you.
Good
We'll
talk.
chat. Okay.
All right.
Later,
Bye-bye.
guys.
Bye, Wick.
All right, that was fun. That was a good time. R&D Hardy's Wick TV be a right scallywag, moderating debates where certainly walks the plank. They be hosting panels of 6 land lovers, arguing current events, and even letting other streamers join the fray. Last we saw, they be chatting about OnlyFans, exploiting men. Shiver me timbers. Wick told me you had snacks. I have some snacks. I have a little granola bar I'm nomming on. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for the raid, Wick. If you guys aren't already following Wick and the other creators, they should be in the title. The only one not featured in the title was Relevance. God, please, I don't know if I spelled that right. But Relevant was also on there. Go follow him too. Shiver me timbers. Loki had a little bit too much caffeine. I got the jitters, after stream jitters. That was a good talk though. I feel like I have a very unique perspective that people think I am not being genuine about because of it. I don't know. I wouldn't do my job if I didn't enjoy it, you know what I mean? I don't understand why anyone would. But then again, we live in this society, so that makes sense. Hydrate, I could hydrate with some coffee. Oh man. I have a job. I did have a job, an in-person job for a bit, but I'm taking a step back from it. I got a little worried about people showing up. But that's not terrible. I actually met some DGGers passing through at my job one day. That was pretty cool actually. They were cool. But yeah, no, right now this is my job. I got some family stuff to take care of, so I took a break from my in-person job for a little bit. But yeah, I am trying to do more like art, like painting stuff, things like that. My timbers did shiver many a times during that panel. That panel was intense. I enjoyed it though, because like I usually have these conversations just like me, myself, to a random chatter. So it's really nice to have like a kind of face-to-face dialogue with other streamers about it. Especially when they have like just I don't know, just they don't at all have my lens of reality. So amazing ink, by the way. Thank you so much, Critical Rad Theory. Appreciate you. What's a GG? Oh, DGG-er. Someone from people from certain community online. What's up, Snacky John? Well, my point is OnlyFans is exploitative because everything inside our society is exploitative. If you say a lot of things are exploitative, you're admitting that OnlyFans is exploitative. How it's exploitative is another conversation. Yeah, I believe I touched on that. I think a lot of the exploitation comes from, like, it can be a lot of, like, management companies. Like, if you watched at all, like, Andrew Tate, like, in some of his leaked, university.com, like, teaching videos, he's like trying to teach people to do what he does. He will openly admit he does not give a fuck. He will exploit people to like no end. I feel like people paint with a broad brush and they assume everyone's like that, but it's unfortunately, like, the people at the top are gonna be like that a lot of the time, but not everyone. I think like the top 10 creators, there's like Tyga, there's like celebrities who already have the following, and it's just like sheerly like the mass amount of people supporting them that leads to their financial success. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend anybody just like up and start an OF and expect it to like succeed. You have to have like some other kind of following, and I highly recommend doing it ethically because it's just not worth it to like have just like harming people in any way is never worth it. I feel like some people do this out of ignorance, some people do it out of greed, but no matter what, like we're all connected in some way. So you don't ever want to like be harming somebody or enabling some kind of harm, in my opinion. I'm not a DGG cultist, no worries. Oh man. See, I don't think everyone in DGG operates like that, but I think a lot of like systems online with like the spicy creators too, but like safer work streamers, just people on the internet or people in real life, of course. Just this, you can't like question who's ever leading things mentality. It's actually really common, it feels like, especially with like politicians and things like that. It just, it's weird. But there's a lot of cool DGGers I've met and I've interacted with, so I don't want to paint it with a broad brush and say it's all like that. Just some people are a little bit too psychophantic, if that's a word. I might hop on Discord. It looks like they're still in the call. I might take calls. I haven't done that ever. I don't think, like, I've done a call here and there with somebody who like will directly reach out to me, but I don't think I've ever done like open call-ins in that way. Yeah, don't be a dick. Yeah, definitely. Don't be a dick. Da, da, da. Later third, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Mind if I hop in and ask a question? Yeah, no worries. Take a call, like talk to lonely men. Are you guys lonely? Are you like telling on yourselves right now? Are you guys lonely, chat? I get lonely as fuck sometimes, and it's like I think it's very common. I don't think it's just men that are lonely, you know? I think a lot more women would want to date and marry men if they felt like not as fearful too. I don't think women are just all intentionally exploiting men. I think they just want to survive most of the time. I'm tired mostly. I'm just sleepy. All. I'm only 24/7, but it's a different conversation. Aw. I have always struggled making friends. My whole life. That's honestly probably why I'm on the internet so much, is because like it's easier to talk to people in a sense online than it is in person a lot of the time. It's literally my identity. There are 3 types of people in the world, and I'm definitely the dick archetype. Yeah, yeah. It'd be like that. Some people are dicks. It's a cognitive shortcut the human brain uses, which results in tribalism. Yeah, that makes sense. Easy to make friends IRL, just harder to make genuine friends. Yeah, Lucy, like, I get along with a lot of people. I have really good interactions, even, like, deep conversations with people, but it's hard for me to, like, maintain that, like, close friendship. I feel like I have a lot of baggage. There's even, like, you know, like, a lot of, like, discrimination against sex workers and, like, their bias, which yeah, a lot of people like project certain things onto you just because of this, which paradoxically makes it harder for people to step away from that line of work if they were to want to. And oftentimes, like trying to befriend other creators, because you're so used to being rejected from like the large part of society, so you try and befriend people like you. A lot of like cam girls, like adult content creators, have a lot of trauma, so it's like can be hard to even harder to navigate those friendships sometimes. I have found a lot of like camaraderie and love and great connections, but at the same time it definitely complicates them with like the very specific traumas a lot of spicy creators have. Cassie knows my previous trauma experience with friends, kind of trauma bonded, sharing our experiences. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, chat. I know it's parasocial, but I kind of trauma bond with my chat sometimes. But it's like it's good to have a place to like get it out there. At the same time, some people just don't want to listen to you vent. Yeah, exactly. Like people just don't have the time. Like, and kind of goes back to the capitalism thing. So many people are so busy and so stressed out. Like, taking the time to make like long-lasting, meaningful human connections, it can be really hard for a lot of people. But that's why I vent to my mom or siblings. Yeah, unfortunately for me, that has historically ended up bad. So I love my parents, but our relationship, I know that the conversation's gonna go south if I bring up something that's impacting me. Like certain things are okay, but certain things not so much. I love meeting new people. I think people are interesting in general. Yeah, I love meeting different types of people. What's up, Awaken? The panel went. The panel went. It was good. I had a really good time. I really loved having the conversations with people that I had. So I definitely want to be doing more of that. Thank you for the follow, Wolf. Oh, there are things I will never vent to my mom or siblings about. Yeah, for sure. Situational. If I'm venting about how bills suck, I'll call my mama because she knows what that's like. Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick and then I'm gonna hop in my Discord, guys. Give me just a sec. Keep up the good work. Aw, thanks. Are we hopping on Discord? Yeah. Yes, I will hop on Discord. I'm gonna play you guys a little bit of background music. I'm gonna go take a pee because we were doing that for like 3 hours. 3 hours for me. I think they were in it closer to like 4. Oh, that was a lot of fun. Oh my god, I got so scared of collaborating with people for a long time because I have so much PTSD with being misunderstood and whatever. Wick told me it might be kind of spicy with the people that are on. Definitely had some disagreements, but hello. Okay, alright, I'm so sorry. Dude, when I get my other better microphone back, I'm gonna fucking kill this thing with a sledgehammer, I swear to fuck. I was just saying and recapping on how I have PTSD, probably autism, as far as, like, being misunderstood. Sometimes that can put me in a weird headspace. But I think I handled it really well, and I've been really enjoying collaborating with people. Yeah, I'm really glad I'm pushing outside of my comfort zone to do that again, because it feels really rewarding to be having these conversations. So, guten Tag. Ni hao. Konnichiwa. Okay, I gotta piss. We were doing that for like 3 hours. I will be right back, guys. Hello, guys. Welcome back, beautiful people. I found a rock. You want to see my rock? It kind of looks like a frog or a toad from that angle. Throw it? Bro, no, I got neighbors. Here. I threw it. What is the meaning of life 42? We should do I read books sometimes on stream. I have a physical copy of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. We should read that together. At a lake. It's not a good skipping rock. It needs to be flatter. Guys, do I know what I'm doing with this outfit before I hop on Discord? I could see how someone could sexualize it, but I just think it's cute. Okay? It is just a petticoat. It is just a petticoat, but I thought it went well with the outfit. I didn't have another skirt that went well with the outfit. Man. It's giving fairy. I thought so. Like the tattered shirt kind of vibe. I like it. Alright guys, I'm gonna hop on Discord. If you guys would like to join and hop in voice chat, if you need permissions or something, let me know. If you're wanting to come in and say something. Prioritizing conversations with people who do donate, because I have to, we live in a society and I have to pay my bills. Just give me call permissions when I can ask my question. I think I gave you Cool Cat and Streamer Iron, so you should be able to pop in. Okay, alright, which room? I do have like a debate room, don't I? Debate me. Okay, you should be able to access this. It's kind of, you have to scroll down. It's under the Big Brain tab. I could move it to the top, but that's where it is for now. You'll have to scroll down a bit.
Is my mic working?
Yes, let me pause my music.
No. Okay.
You sound a little quiet. I can turn you up though.
I might have to turn up my mic. It's kind of a piece of crap.
Sounds good now.
So my major question is, when it comes to the exploitation of people in sex work, is there any way to prevent exploitation without eliminating the free will of humanity? Because women have the free will to produce and sell that content, and men have the free will to purchase and view that content. And if we eliminate free will, we are now removing the freedom of our society, and that's something that I think should be avoided.
Right. And also, I think adding on to that, like the aspect that criminalizing something doesn't eliminate it, but it casts it like further into the shadows. And honestly, I personally think OF is kind of, and platforms like it, are more of a step in the right direction, because there's been historically like a lot of exploitation in the porn industry. I'd say majority of women. So now it's shifting, and they're also like paying us better, because like the standard on sites used to be like you get 50% of what you make. Now with like OF and other platforms, it's like 80%. Patreon, you get a little bit more. But OF does this thing, which is unlike other platforms. Not all platforms do this, where they limit, I think, how much a person can tip at one time to $200. So that's already like one thing that they're doing, but I think it's like, it's hard to police the specific aspects that I brought up earlier, like the methods that these companies have. It's hard to like put a law specifically on that, but I think having the conversation is important, that like these tactics that are used, like guilt tripping or like referring to people as whales and how to like cut someone off if they stop tipping as much, things like that. Like it should be, I guess, shamed in some way, and it should be like talked about more, that if it's ever that type of dynamic that's not empowering to you, it's worth walking away from, rather than normalizing it as, oh, this is just how all OF creators are or how all women are, when I just think that's not true. But I think as far as like putting regulations and policing it, I think like OF is headed in the right direction. I think like Pornhub even is like headed in a better direction, because on Pornhub for the longest time you could post whatever you want of whoever you want. There was not regulations. You did not have to ID verify. It was like the Wild West. So as far as that goes, I think allowing it to exist with like these requirements, like having ID and maybe these limitations, and yeah, like talking about these dynamics more where people are taking advantage. It's kind of like talking about a YouTuber who uses like intentional clickbait. Like it's hard to regulate that, but to talk about it does bring awareness and empowerment to the people who are participating in those dynamics.
Okay, and then I had one other question, and it was more or less for the people that you were debating, not necessarily you. It's so the profitability of sex work obviously is very high because, as you stated, it's one of the oldest professions out there. Like I had commented that Bernini had sculpted a nude woman and got 3,000 Roman denarius for it, which is the equivalent of over $1 million nowadays, and the woman got nothing.
Wow.
So are the people,
yeah,
or more specifically the men in modern day, mad that porn is so accessible and so profitable, or are they mad that men are no longer in control of that financial asset gain and that women are now in control of that asset gain? Because historically,
that is a very good point.
all of that asset gain has been by men, where women either got marginally or 0% of that profit.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I was trying to touch on during that panel, like bringing up my experience that like I was exploited and continuously treated as if I was just an object, to like a means to an end, until I realized like, okay, I'll just take the power back, and I'll just, at 19 years old, I'm like, okay, if that's the life I've lived thus far, and I've been objectified by men, you know, since before I even knew what sex was, then I might as well, like, if that's quote all people want from me, until, you know, I did find people who saw me as a human being, which God bless them. But for the longest time, I did feel like I was just an object to people. I was a means to an end. So taking that power back, yeah, it was really empowering for me. And like touching on the pendulum aspect of it, it's like, yeah, women were exploited and treated as property, not able to vote, not able to speak for themselves for so much of humanity that we have documented. And so, yeah, like it does seem like yeah, the aspect of like men getting upset all of a sudden that OF is so trendy. Porn has been around just since like ancient times. Like people are commenting in the chat, like hieroglyphics and things like that on pyramids. Like sex, I think we're coming out of an era where sex has been heavily demonized, either by Catholicism or yeah, like controlling women to an extent. Like, and I do see it as an empowerment movement, but as I said, with the pendulum dynamic, there's some people going to the extreme with it that are like, oh well, fuck all men, like they're more like femme cell energy, using people as like objectifying them. And while the history of women being objectified is a lot longer, I do feel like in order for us to have true equality or equity, to acknowledge that pendulum swing and the predatory aspects that some people are using, like maybe these things have led to it, but it doesn't make it okay. And it probably does partially contribute to something like a male loneliness epidemic. But I also do feel like some of the reasons men have a hard time making connections with women is because there's a lot of behavior that is normalized, like man to man, you know, locker room talk, that makes women feel deeply unsafe with men in the way that they feel objectified. So making OnlyFans content and having your own income, like Julie, I believe, was saying, it just makes sense. It makes so much more sense to have your own income, be your own boss, be in control of your sexuality, rather than to put all your trust into a husband who could abuse you. When historically, like, there's there's just been so many situations where women have felt trapped because their husband is the financial provider, and this happens with men too. But it historically, like, women have not had as much power as men. So I totally agree with what you're saying. Like that, I didn't even know about that Roman statue thing, but that is, yeah, that's a perfect example of it. Women are just like expected to be like the housekeepers or whatever, and shamed if they're sexual outside of, wedlock or whatever. And I just think that mentality is wrong. And I think that's why, like, if you want to use religion in this kind of conversation, I think that's why Jesus was friends with someone like Mary Magdalene, because his mother was almost stoned for being a whore and supposedly cheating. So this shame we have over women being sexual, and this control aspect of, if a woman's a whore, we'll stone her to death. Like, obviously cheating is wrong, but the overcorrection to try and control women's sexuality, I think, is deeply harmful. Yeah, and that's why we might be seeing. Go ahead.
You brought up a really good point with the I wouldn't really call it an epidemic, but it's more of like a periodic phase of the loneliness of men, because it happens just every once in a while. Like, if you look at the human population as it fluxes, there will be periods of time where our reproductive rates will crash, and then they'll rise and they'll crash. And do you think that there is a way where it would make sense that OnlyFans models would be blocking the dating market? Because, I mean, I'm single by choice. I don't want a relationship with anybody at any point right now because I'm working on myself. I'm fixing a bike, because I want to live my life the way that I want, and I don't want anyone really just to get in my way. I mean, it's rude, but that's how it is.
Relationships are complicated. That's a whole fucking, like, full-time job,
Yeah, like, I just dropped $1,000 on fairings and $600 on riding gear today, and I could have spent that on a relationship or something, but, I mean, I'm spending it on me because I feel like it. But if I wanted a girlfriend, I could go meet somebody in public. It wouldn't be very hard. I mean, I don't understand how people are saying, oh, dating's
like,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like, honestly,
Go ahead.
I've met some really amazing people at events that I've gone to by myself that I was terrified to go by myself, but I went, and some of the events I go to, like, they're like ecstatic dances. So people will dance, and then there will be like an intentional period for people to share, and not just like on a romantic or sexual basis, but just having people around me and that real life intimacy where we're sharing vulnerable parts about ourselves, like what our dance and our movement brought alive to us, like what we're feeling in that moment. That is that intimacy that I feel like people don't often have, that makes them feel lonely. It's not always romantic or sexual, and I feel like there is a little bit too much vested interest in just finding that one person that's going to complete you, and I feel like that causes actually a lot of conflict in intimate dynamics, because there's this like expectation that men and women are going to meet, they're going to be husband and wife, and everything's going to be happily ever after. And traditional, monogamy doesn't work for a lot of people, and I think that's why we've seen a lot of cheating and things like that, is because people don't really want to own that, because it's not the norm to want that. But I definitely believe, like, the couples who come in and watch me, I'm not going to like lecture them and be like, oh, well, this is harmful for your relationship. It's like, no, they're both talking to me in chat, they're both like admiring me, they're both feeling empowered by this, and it's adding to their life rather than the opposite, which I think is the mainstream narrative. And it's not a one-size-fits-all situation. That's why I fully acknowledge the exploitative aspects of it. But it's kind of like different arguments you could do with like guns and things like that. It's not just black and white, oh, we ban all guns and then we're all safe. Like, people can make bombs, people can make knives. It's like, people, if someone wants to harm someone, they're going to find a way. If someone wants to jerk off, they're going to find a way. Before OnlyFans, it was like people finding magazines. For me, it started reading literature where there was like some aspect of romance, because I was so intimacy starved that like any little bit of romance in like a novel would just captivate me in it's very similar ways. And I don't think books with romance should be banned. I don't think the authors of books who have romantic dynamics or even like erotic literature are trying to exploit a certain thing people need. It's just a creative exploration of what could be.
May I? You brought up another good point. This is the last thing I say, I promise, because I have to go to work after this. But so you said that like people are they're looking for a relationship to try to find like that puzzle piece that will fit them, or like their cup will then be full. And my opinion is if you're not at a point in your life where your cup is already full, then you're not ready to fully explore love with somebody, because love isn't supposed to be something that fixes you. It's supposed to be something that helps you expand. So like, my cup is full. I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy with my life. If I were to find love with somebody, I wouldn't want my cup to just remain as is, because then I'm kind of being narcissistic. I would want my cup to start overflowing, because you're not supposed to just feel love. You're supposed to overflow yourself with it to really be with a person.
Yeah, I completely agree with that dynamic. And like, I feel like, yeah, it's just this, like, a lot of people feel like it's a need, but it really is just adding to it. Because it'll just be so much of a better relationship when you're both coming from that standpoint that you want to be with them because they're them, not because you just need someone. And I honestly think this is one of the biggest red flags that as a streamer for 9 years, I have a lot of people, like, taking shots, like shooting their shot, whatever, and that's totally fine. I respect that. I'm not looking for that, especially with like viewers, that kind of dynamic. But one of the biggest red flags I see is the desperation, where people are just like, oh my god, you're so hot. I'm like, okay, I'm taken. And they're like, oh, well, do you have a sister? Do you have a friend? Just someone, anyone. I need someone. That is such a big red flag to not just women, but I think people in general. It makes them feel like objectified. I think like attractive guys experience this too. Like, I think we desire someone who wants us for us, not somebody who wants us just as a placeholder. I think that's where a lot of people get insecure and maybe maladaptive in relationships, is because the connection is not founded on like, I see you as the soul, the person that you are, and I want to grow with you. Yeah, rather than like, I just don't want to be alone anymore. Which that's okay to like seek friendship or some kind of connection if you have that feeling like, I just don't want to be alone. But as far as like engaging in a serious romantic relationship, that's a big step, and that should not be done out of sheer loneliness.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I could sit here and say whatever and hit on you and whatever, but ultimately, like, I know you're in a relationship. I'm not an idiot.
God.
I mean, I'm friends with you on social media.
You guys are crazy.
Like, but it doesn't serve me any good to burn a bridge that doesn't really exist in the first place. Whereas I could just maintain a friendship with you through video games or Discord or whatever, and have a political discourse with you, even if we don't agree on everything, that's constructive to the environment, rather than just like shooting my shot when there's no hoop for the ball to land in.
Right. Sorry, someone said something cringe in chat, so I had to ban them.
Oh dear.
They're like, show your tits. I'm like, god damn it. and this is why women do OnlyFans, because like, no matter where women go on the internet, you're just gonna get told to show your tits. And if women inevitably end up doing it, are you really gonna get mad at them?
Like, I mean, I'll show them mine.
I was so triggered that like Wick was just taking his shirt off for $50, and I'm like, if I do that, I'm getting banned. That's crazy.
Fuck. I'll take my fucking shirt off for a Starbucks Frappuccino.
It was pretty good.
But I have to go to work. It's been very nice talking with you. I'm pretty sure there was a couple other people who wanted to hop in here and ask you some stuff, so I'll have my speakers on so I can listen. But I have to get ready for work.
Awesome, Ironhide. Good to talk with you.
Yeah, you have a great night.
You too. If anyone wants to hop in here, I am in my Discord. It should be in all my links. I can here, let me change the title. Oh fuck, I gotta take it out of streamer mode to copy the link. Give me just a sec. But Bumble, You don't think I'm smart enough for it? Okay, we'll go to chillin'. We'll go and chillin'. We're not really debating. That wasn't really a debate. That was just a conversation. What's your question, Seek? Ban this guy. Yikes. Did daddy leave or just grape you? Because you look like a prostitute. Bro, that says way more about you than it does about me. That's such a weird way to introduce yourself to another human being. What's up, Bumble?
Nothing much.
You're
What
shy
the
and eepy, no
fuck was
worry,
that? Because I
Lucy.
heard that before I came in.
Yeah, dude, like, literally, this is what I mean. Like, people will be like, oh my god, OF models are exploiting all the men. But then you get comments like that. And I've gotten comments like that far before I ever even had sex, bro. It's just, you look
Yeah.
a certain way, and men just love to project shit onto you. It's crazy.
Dude, I've gotten comments like that in DMs on CB.
That's crazy.
I know.
That's so crazy.
I'm like, what the hell? You know what? It's
dun, dun, dun. How are you doing, Bumble?
Today was a day, but
it was a day. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's a good way to describe it.
My PC keeps restarting itself, so I've been dealing with that all day.
Your what?
My PC keeps restarting itself, so I've been dealing with that all day.
I've been dealing with issues with my computer too. Like, it kept like fucking disconnecting my USBs, and I kept having to fix my mic all stream and fix my camera. It was lame. I'm honestly thinking of doing like
at the moment.
Nice. I'm thinking of doing like a micro PC build, not a laptop, but like a super small case. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, one of those mini RTX types of builds or something like that. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
Those are really cool. Apparently, it's a RAM issue with me, so I had to order some RAM tonight. So
nice.
Kept getting. I ran diagnostics, and it kept telling me memory error. I got the blue light of death type thing with a certain code.
Oh,
so I ran the diagnostics and it says you have memory issues. So it's. I sent it to a couple of people who know more about PCs, and they're like, "Looks like it's a RAM issue."
Hmm.
I was like,
yeah, that's one thing about streaming is I did not know shit about computers before, but I'm slowly starting to understand more how they work.
Yeah, like I
had to learn cybersecurity the really hard way.
Yeah, I know enough to get around, and I could unseat the RAM myself and put new RAM in. Like, that's about basic stuff that I know. But I was like, oh, I was in the middle of stream, and all of a sudden, 3 times in a row, it just blue screened on me. In stream, I was like, well,
lame.
Especially after having the whole issue with my camera. Man, being a streamer sucks sometimes. Tech stuff.
Yeah,
man.
it's a lot goes into it. Like, people don't realize. They're like, I'm gonna be a streamer, but then you have technical difficulties up the wazoo all the time. Like, it never ends. Like, always something is happening.
And dealing with people. Like, I mean, when you're streaming, you're basically
projections,
your own PR firm. You're your own. You sell yourself, so you're the person who's going on. What would that type of agency be called? Advertising agency. You're your own video editor, photo editor, everything.
Yeah.
You're your own one-person shop.
Luckily, I just got some kind of proper official assistance because it's a lot, and I have people reaching out to me for like brand deals and stuff like that, and I'm just like, I can't manage this all by myself.
Yeah.
I gotta outsource this a bit. But it's hard too because like even as a small streamer there's still a lot to do, but obviously you can't invest into it right away.
Yeah, like I'm still trying to build my stuff up at the same time. 2 of my friends are having me run their OF accounts for them.
Oh
and
shit,
video
okay.
edit for them. And photo edit for them. And upload for them. The only thing I don't do is go into their DMs and respond to their clients. I let them deal with that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's my thing is like I don't want people like posing as me really. Like they can send stuff out, but I Yeah, I tried to help a friend of mine with like some assistance stuff, and yeah, they were kind of doing the method that I referenced earlier on the panel, and it was just I just did not agree with it. I couldn't do it. I could not do it. I was like, if you need help with this other thing, like I can do this, but as far as that method, I just can't do it.
I'm not going to be messaging any of your clients. If they DM me, you're going to have to deal with that because I'm not.
Yeah.
Now, if you want me to go
I
in and
just tell
send them
people like
something because they
you
purchased
can't.
something, I'll send them the video or the
Right.
photos, but I'm not going to message them and interact with them. Like I'm just
Right.
not.
Like I just tell people like they can't expect me to message back daily. I just have too much going on, and like I'm not like huge or anything. Like maybe that's I would be better if I responded more, but I'd rather it be authentic. I don't ever want to like go on and feel like, oh, I have to do this. I want to do it when I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm like in the mood to do this. Like, and I actually enjoy it. Like, and I think that's where, as a creator, the work can become traumatizing is when you have to do that, and that's your only means of income, and it starts to and then I think you can start to even like resent people more, and that's not not good.
I think if this
Same
was
with working
my
another
only
job
source
though.
I think if this was my only source of income and I was doing this like a lot of you do for a living, this is your main job, I'd be more stressed out and probably not even do it.
Yeah, that's why I have so many different types of things that I'm doing, and it's not I don't have to feel obligated to just do one thing all day.
I do it mostly for extra money, so I'm not dipping into my Social Security money each month. If I want to get a video game or a movie, or like I had to today, buy a part for my PC.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Social Security, that's all rent, utilities, whatever. I physically, mentally can't work other jobs. They won't let me. I've tried. And I can only make a certain amount anyway, or they'll cut me off. So I'm like,
yeah, my brother's on it, and they're really strict about it.
So I make maybe sometimes $50 a month, sometimes $100, and I use that to, I call it my fun money. So I'm not having to be like, do we have any money left in the account from my Social Security check this month?
And that's like another thing about the work that I do. I notice a lot of people are like very introverted, or they're like disabled in some way. Like I have a lot of like frequent viewers who are like in a wheelchair and they can't physically like go out and do things like everyone else can. And like people I think people don't understand that like cam girls and streamers aren't making people lonely, but people are already lonely, and there's
seeking out that type of.
Right.
I was saying in chat that argument about the lonely divide or whatever. Like, well, you could say that with that same argument about people who go on video games to have a connection with people who join Discord groups or chat groups, because it's not finding connection is not always about sex. It's just about sometimes just wanting to not feel alone and having someone to talk to or hang out with or whatever.
Yeah.
And you can make that type of argument for any type of online service that allows you to connect to other people.
Right. And that was my thing too with like the banning OF. It's like, okay, well, I got groomed on RuneScape. Are we gonna ban RuneScape? Like, like it's like I feel like the real solution is really having these conversations and empowering people. Like say if you have a younger cousin, if you're one of these dudes who's like anti-OF and you have a younger cousin, maybe you give him a talk and you're like, hey, just be careful, like blah blah blah. But as far as like banning it, like like kids are unfortunately like getting groomed, and like I don't think many kids are getting groomed on OF because it's like heavily secured and age verified. But like on social medias where you don't need that, like Instagram, X, Facebook, like these things are
but there
happening.
Are still some things put in place where you have to be a certain age to even be able to make an account, and you need
but it's like 13.
If you're not, then you need parents' approval.
Yeah.
And it's up to the parents.
Video games, it's not like that. RuneScape was not like that. RuneScape, I think.
Yeah.
I started playing RuneScape at 7. I don't know. Oh, it might be 13. I think a lot of games it is 13 that have chat features. But like Club Penguin back in the day, like kids younger than 13 on there all the time.
When a parent helps set that type of chat feature up, they have to go into the security features.
Right.
whether it be Twitter or whatever, and have access to their child's login, so they can see what they're seeing and ban their account if need be. It's up to the parents.
I just want to play video games with my kid, know who they're talking to, because that was the thing with my parents. It was like completely hands off, even like you can't use it. So then I was like, why can't I? You know, like it's much better to integrate it. Yeah.
Yeah. My mom, anytime I would hang out with people or invite them over, she goes, I have to meet them first. I have to talk to their parents first to get a gauge of what type of person they are. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I think that's a very key part of like preventing abuse is transparency.
Yeah, exactly.
And you want your kids to be able to trust you and trust your judgment. So I think like the attitude of like overcorrecting and maybe even like being angry with people and shaming them like this is bad, you're bad for this. Yeah, I think that's doing more harm than good. I think like there is a degree in which we glorify. I'm sorry. We glorify violent video games a lot of the time. Like a lot of these men who are like Twitch used to be about gaming. Like okay, yeah, we glorify all of this violence in video games, but then when a girl is glorifying her body, that's like horrible and bad, and she's exploiting people. But I mean, like it's.
And that's those same people who complain about a female character in a game not being attractive anymore. Because her body's not being glorified in the game. It's like,
oh, the feminist made like Tomb Raider not hot or something. Like
she's still hot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but like, and honestly, like I don't know where that guy came from. If it was from the panel earlier, but that Sikh guy, what he said in chat about like projections about like my childhood sexual abuse, like shit like that. Like I am not sexualizing myself whatsoever, and just like existing, like you just get that shit no matter what. It's just so fucking weird. What's up, Da Vinci? Banning OF and other content creator-based platforms is a slippery slope into the objective control of the female body, which is something that is currently already being fought in a Civil War-esque fashion. Yeah, and I mean, like, a lot of, like, patriots, like, and conservatives in America will, like, look at the Middle East and they'll be like, oh my god, look how horrible they're treating the women, like, making them wear hijabs. Like, hijabs are so oppressive. But, I mean, that's why I say that nudity isn't inherently sexual, because it's a slippery slope in that regard, too, because we were born naked. We were born with our bodies like that. We made clothing. We made it the societal standard to be clothed. And so constantly projecting that.
Bras,
yeah, I know. I was like, I haven't worn one in 2 weeks, bro.
Yeah, he sounded like he was part of the burqa parade. Like, you need to be wearing a burqa.
Yeah. But no, and honestly, I remember how much of a big deal it was getting my first bra, right? Because, like, oh my god, if you start to develop, you need a bra right away. And I just always hated it. And I started to have, like, severe anxiety and breathing issues and just claustrophobia. And then I started going braless for, like, a week at a time. And I started to realize, oh my god, that was causing me so much physical and, you know, therefore mental discomfort, because I was literally cutting off circulation from my chest. And it honestly has been proven to, wired bras have been proven to disform like breasts. Like your breasts will be more full and like be more comfortable if you're not constantly putting them in a cage, surprisingly enough. Like, imagine like a guy didn't wear boxers and he was treated that way. That's silly. Maybe he just didn't have clean boxers that day. Like,
yeah, like, I don't know. It's just some of those arguments were just so stupid and so like, what did you say? Especially the one about inhibiting someone's ability, being aroused, comparing that to being drunk and taken advantage of.
I thought the hungry comparison was really good. I thought the hungry thing was a good comparison, because people will use that for marketing all the time. No, yeah, like, right, like, someone giving you a donation because they like your body versus you getting someone drunk and taking advantage of them is a very different thing. And one of the like cataclysmic like fuck it moments for me to do adult content is leading back to when I was homeless. A guy had tried to exploit me. He's like, hey, I'll give you a place to stay, I'll give you a job, I'll give you all this stuff, come over, you know, do mushrooms with me, like hang out. And then he tried to have sex with me, and I said, no, I'm not here for that, I don't want that. And then he told me I had to leave. So he tried to exploit me. So I just kept learning, you know, especially as a homeless woman, that like I'm just going to be exploited. I might as well like exploit myself. And it's sad to come to that conclusion, but it's like they were saying in the panel, there's a difference between what is and what ought to be. And I think it ought to be very different than what is, but I cannot fault any woman for making the decisions I made, because you just don't get it if you don't have like a lived female experience.
Yeah,
but like men can empathize for sure. Like you hearing me talk, and you've known like many other sex workers, like you probably understand, not just from my anecdotes, but from many other spicy creators' anecdotes, that yeah, there's a certain way women are treated from a young age.
Yeah, I mean the only friends I've ever had have been sex workers. Like,
really?
Yeah, Geisha was the first person I ever met.
Well, like, have you had friends? But like, have you had friends outside of sex workers?
No.
Really?
I tried when I was younger, but it never stuck, and we were homeless for like 9 months years ago, about 2012. Then we moved into here about 2013, and that's where I met Geisha. I was looking for a website just to talk to people on.
Aww.
And I go into this CB, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Not knowing what type of site it really was. I knew I had to be 18, but I didn't realize. Because I have ad block and stuff back then that were.
You saw the chat part, but then you didn't really read the rest.
Yeah, so I created an account, and first room I went to her was hers, and we just kind of vibed, and we've been talking. That was 2013. It's 2025. Like,
that's crazy.
So everybody I've met, I've almost met through her.
Well, thank you for sharing that with me. That's okay. So I'm not like trying to like pity you or whatever, but that's sad.
No.
And I think, would you identify yourself as like neurodivergent?
I am. I'm autistic, bipolar.
Yeah. Right. You probably have CPTSD, maybe, since you had a lot of trauma.
I'm a whole bunch of things.
Yeah, yeah, and it makes it so much harder to make connections when you have that life situation, for sure. I've experienced that directly too.
That's why when I have that falling out with the friend, that's why it hits so hard, because like,
right. Geez. Same.
It takes a lot
honestly,
for me to let somebody in.
Right. My falling outs too. Like, cause, and honestly, that's probably why I'm just so openly vulnerable now, is cause I had that vulnerability with the people I thought I could trust, and it was shattered. And then I'm like, okay, fuck it. I'll just be myself no matter where I go, and people can take it or leave it. But I honestly think that vulnerability can kind of be a strength, because then it's like other people who suffer in similar ways feel like less alone. Like, oh, you also have struggles making friends. I'm not just a complete weirdo. Like, there's like some commonalities here with these struggles. And I think, like largely like the way that society will treat people with mental illness or trauma, I think like inhibits them to be able to make friends as easily.
Yeah. Oh, I do have to correct myself. There's one person who's not a sex worker who I am friends with, but I met her through a friend who was a sex worker. Liz, who came, I showed you a picture of Liz came to visit. Well, a mutual friend of ours, she also happens to live in the same state, so we've hung out and we've gone out and done stuff, and who I've met through Liz.
Do you feel at all like duped or exploited by those experiences, or would you say they added
with
to your
the
life?
last friend that I had fallen out with? Maybe, yeah.
That one, yeah. But with Liz and Geisha and the ones you still hold in positive regard, you wouldn't say you feel exploited, but maybe it's a positive experience that they're in your life?
Yeah, it's a positive experience. I mean, Liz no longer does sex work. She's retired. Me and her still hang out.
Good memories.
We still don't hang out because we live in different states, but we still talk. We'll go on Discord sometimes, have a movie night, or, she's now in my gaming
She's a
Discord under her real
sweetie.
name.
I would never, Liz. She's
Yeah.
retired, so you guys can't look her up. But my interactions with this person he's talking about, she was just always the most warm, kind-hearted person. Like, there's a lot of cam girls who just give this energy that make you feel at home.
Hysterical. It was December 23rd or 24th, 2015. I get a random DM in my messages. Hey, are you okay? I saw you're having a hard time, blah, blah. I was having an anxiety attack about going to the movie theaters the next day to go see A Force Awakens or something like that. And I see this picture and this person, I'm like, who is this person? I've never talked to them. I don't know who they are. I thought they were a catfish. So I kind of followed them and followed their page and waited for them to get online to see if they were a real person.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
So we just started hanging out. I was going in the room, became a mod, and we just hung out all the time. When her mod, Kelly Hollick, passed away last year, they were close. He would like message her every day. How are you? Like good morning, whatever. She hadn't heard a message from him for like a week. So she called the police in his state to go look for him. Well, he had died of a heart attack and had been in his room. So she messaged me that day she found out. Like, we're that type of close where we're still like, she's like, if something happens, have your mom call me. Like,
yeah. That's really hard.
She's like,
I had gotten to meet someone. I believe he went by the moniker DVS. But I met him through a friend of mine. You might know her, have seen her, Lana Del Bay. She's done like the podcast and stuff.
I think I've heard.
Yeah, but she was really close with him, and I got to meet him briefly because he came out to Chicago Exotica to see her take photos and stuff. And yeah, I kicked myself because I got an opportunity to go kind of like do touristy things with them, like go see the Bean and stuff in Chicago, and I just was. I don't know. I was scared of being in Chicago because of all the things I had heard of it. So I was like feeling agoraphobic and like didn't want to go. But then he passed away not shortly after that. And just like the way you could tell how much she deeply, deeply cared for him. And just, he was just such a special, sweet, kind person. It completely breaks this mold of like all of these projections people put onto like the dynamic people can have because it's so situational. Like they were very good friends.
Kelly actually came out when she came to New Mexico to visit me and Crystal. They hang out. He actually flew out and he was here that day. So I hung out with him, hung out with Liz, we took pictures.
It's like
we
a community.
Karaoke. It was my first time doing karaoke. I got drunk that night and my mom was not happy when I came home. And one of the first things she opens the door, she looks at me and goes, "You're drunk." I go, yeah.
I'm not saying at karaoke.
So one of the first things I did was I got on CB, went to Geisha's chat, and I went, "Guess what?" She goes, "What?" I go, "I'm drunk." She goes, "No way." I go, "Yep." Because she's never seen me drunk. So we got on Skype that night and hung out while I was drunk.
It's fun.
That's the last time I drank. That was 2017.
Damn, that was a long time ago.
January 7th,
don't drink
2017.
Often. But it's like a special occasion. I bet that was great memories. I know when I got drunk doing karaoke with my friends at AVN, we had some people from the community there too. If you've seen Archie, he was there. A few other people, like we all did karaoke. I have a clip of Archie singing, and it was so fucking good. I love it. And
yeah, me and Liz sung what's that Sheryl Crow Kid Rock song? Picture?
Oh wait, no, is that Nickelback? Photograph?
No, not Photograph. Picture with
I don't know.
Kid Rock, Sheryl Crow. I saw your picture today.
Oh. Well, if you do a karaoke night on Discord, you have to sing it for me.
Which is a weird song to do because it's about a guy who's having an affair and sees the picture of his wife, and she's seeing the picture of him thinking he's having an affair. So it's that type of like.
Yeah.
Song. It was a weird song. But it's one of her favorite songs, and she's like, "We have to do it."
I used to love that Shaggy song, It Wasn't Me. I used to sing it all the time as a kid.
Oh, I
and
love
then
that
as
song.
an adult, I'm like, oh, fuck.
No, but but it's actually from the perspective of this guy's telling him to do these things, and he's like, no, I'm not going to be that type of guy. I'm going to come clean.
Yeah.
Like Angel in the song is like, I'm going to come clean. It's Shaggy telling him not to come clean.
It wasn't me.
So
He's just deny.
Yeah, it's Shaggy going, tell her it wasn't me, and he's like, no, I don't. At the end of the song, he's like, I don't want to be that guy. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to just come clean. So it's like a duality type song.
Okay.
Where he has his voice inside of his head telling him.
Sorry, Kellogg's making me dab.
I've never done that before. You're welcome.
Oh my gosh. To say that like OF or camming in and of itself is exploitative is silly to me because I think like the expectation that everything has to turn into like oh no worries. No worries, go ahead.
Taquitos. Yeah, just
hydrate, posture,
and you just
dab,
fill it to where you feel it. It's not going to fill
stretch.
It. I do it for like
I got it. Am I exploiting you guys right now? Am I taking too much of your time?
Asking me how to cook taquitos in the air fryer.
It's all good. I
got air fryer for Christmas.
Oh, nice. Ryder wants an air fryer so bad.
My mom's not really happy with it because she feels it's too small.
Oh, yeah. That's the cool thing about air fryers is to like make big meals. Yeah, like throw it all in there.
But we've used it more than our oven since we got it during Christmas.
It seems so much more convenient. Like you don't have to heat up the whole house.
Yeah, we have to do more batches at a time than just doing one big batch like in the oven. But our oven barely preheats and barely.
Take care of yourself.
So it's like whatever.
I thought it was hilarious that people were roasting Ryder on the panel for moaning more for food than drinks.
Hell yeah. He'll
get upset. Like he'll like cry. He'll turn into a piss baby. If I like in the middle of the night when he's hungry and we're like broke and we can't afford to DoorDash anything or whatever, I'll show him like a TikTok reel of like a really delicious authentic ramen from Japan, and he'll just moan and cry and have a fucking cow. Like
I'm that way with certain foods. Like we'll be watching like Food Network channels and I'll see foods. I'm like, I want that. Can we make that? Can we get it? Please.
Please, Mom. No, we have ramen at home. The ramen at home, Top Ramen.
Hey, you know what? Some Top Ramen. You put some good seasoning of your own.
He's actually really good at cooking ramen. We just don't always have ingredients. He likes authentic noodles.
Your mic muted again.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to stream real quick. Yeah, no, I have push to talk on, so sometimes when I talk to stream, yeah, I did that for the panel because I'm like, I don't want to interrupt everybody while I'm talking to chat.
Oh, and if I go bloop, I will rejoin on my phone. If I go bloop, it means my PC resets.
Your PC, yeah, for sure. Also, very good point there. Just before I go, why do men have this mental iteration that any interaction with a woman has to be romantic or sexual in nature? Why can't platonic conversations be normalized? Absolutely. And I also like I'm a flirty person just in conversation with anybody, and like I feel like sometimes people take that the wrong way, but like I do want people to feel good about themselves. I want to compliment people. I want people to feel like I'm having a good time talking to them because I am. I like to be playful, like and something that I don't like is when men are very upset that they're being friend zoned without ever being led on even. It's like don't fuck zone me. Like, like I am a whole ass person other than my ability to have sex.
Every relationship, friendship that I have with 0 expectations.
Right. That's how it should
just my default. 0.
I've always said that like I want to be platonic friends with someone and just friends before I ever even like think about starting a romantic relationship. Like I can find someone attractive, sure, before being their friend, but
and I don't
ever want to jump into things.
A sexual romantic relationship has never once crossed my mind with anybody who I've been friends with. Even if I think they're completely attractive and I, sub to OF to help support them, I still have no like.
It's okay to acknowledge your friends are attractive. Like I have so many friends where I would, if they were porn stars and they were okay with it, I would probably enjoy their content very thoroughly.
Yeah, and I've asked beforehand, like, hey,
to be
would it
able
make
to
you feel weird
them.
if I sub to your OF? And they're like, no, like, you've met me on here. Like, well, yeah, we're friends, but do you?
Yeah, I think that was like during the panel, like the difference between the you know what you're doing versus like, oh, can't men be attracted to something? Like, of course men can be attracted to things, but just because someone is attracted to something or sexualizing something, that doesn't mean the other person is like, yeah, like playing this weird game
Self-regulation
always.
is important.
Yeah, and self-control, and it's like the argument, like, well, what was she wearing? It doesn't matter what she was wearing. If she was butt naked in front of you, twerking on you, that doesn't give you like the right to like insert anything into her unless there's explicit consent. Like people
and
can
I've
have
never
different
been that
layers.
flirty of a person to begin with. I'll make offhanded comments like, that's what she said. You know what I mean? Like a little stupid shit like that, but I've never been a flirty person with anybody.
Right. So like if I'm go-go dancing somewhere, whatever, people are looking at me, I'm like, fuck yeah. But like the moment someone thinks that just because I'm dressed a certain way or acting a certain way that they can touch me, like that's like, yeah, that's the important distinction. I feel like a lot of young men need to know. Like women
I don't
are
even
allowed
like
to
shaking hands, much less going out of my way to touch somebody. Like,
but that's also another thing though, is that people do need touch. And not all touch has to be sexualized. Like an experience that I had that was really like paradigm shifting for me was going to a music festival in 2019 called Beloved Festival, and I was just in a cuddle puddle with like 30 people, and we were all platonically cuddling. No one was being sexual, no one was being weird. We were just sharing space and like witnessing each other. And it was like I had never done anything like that before. Like maybe I had like cuddled with a friend here and there, but it wasn't like as, big of a group that's just like safe. That felt safe. Like obviously things still happen at festivals, like consent violations, but I feel like a lot of festivals, especially that one, make it an extreme effort to cultivate like a culture. Is my mic good now?
I hear you. I don't know if it's coming through that mic anymore, but it's coming through a mic.
Okay, cool. I'll just finish what I was saying. But yeah, they just cultivate a culture of like consent and intimacy without being overtly sexual. Like people can still dance and twerk and be sexy, but it's not like an expectation. Like, oh, you're twerking, so like of course I want to fuck you. Like no, there's like a lot that happens before that. Like the intimacy, that's the big thing. And I actually went with a friend of mine, and I was so scared and freaked out by this. Like he wanted to just build intimacy with me before having sex with me. And I was like confused by it and kind of like what is this, a trick? Like what? Like because I was so used to people just like going right for it, like a means to an end kind of thing. But when he actually just wanted to get to know me for like who my soul was, I was like freaked out. I was like, that's too intimate. You like me for me? No, dude.
I don't know if I could do a cuddle puddle. I just not big on being touched.
Right. And that's my thing too, is like I used to be super adverse to touch. I was like, when I was a child, it was like expected that I give hugs, that I be affectionate, whatever. So I started to resent it and like shut off from people. But going to that, and I think like psychedelics and things, it's made me realize like some of my anger comes from like deeply wanting touch, but feeling so distrustful of other humans that I reject it. And I feel defensive. So like kind of reopening that dynamic in a safe space helped me a lot. But it's different for everyone. Like my brother, he as an adult finally lets me give him hugs. But like our whole like growing up together, he's like one of those people that's like, don't fucking touch me.
Yeah, I'm like one of those that when I'm around a group of people, I'm just like this. My arms just tucked in, and I'm just like, my head's on a swivel the whole time. Like I can't get comfortable. I'm like, there's so many people here.
Yeah.
Back up against the wall.
Yeah, I get social anxiety. It depends on the environment. Like I get social anxiety more in certain environments than others. It's not necessarily about the amount of people, but the intention of the gathering, like what we're doing there.
Yeah, like I've gone to wrestling events, like WWE will come in town. I get anxiety on the way there and days leading up. once I'm in my seat and the show starts, I'm okay. Until the lights come back on and I know I have to leave, then the anxiety starts hitting back in. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. That's why I can like music festivals more than shows sometimes, because a lot of the time they're outside and there's like room to like frolic, you know what I mean?
Oh, are you talking
It's
in chat?
Oops, no, it's talking to you. Sorry.
No.
I was saying I sometimes like festivals more than like shows, because at festivals there's like camping and there's often like room to frolic. So if like the music's overstimulating you, there's often like an art installation or something you can go chill out at. Because yeah, sometimes just like concerts can be like a bit much for me if there's not a place to go.
Oh
like,
yeah,
just
I'm one of
chill.
those people that take earplugs with me when I go to the movie theaters because it's too loud for me.
Yeah. Honestly, keeping earplugs on you is not a bad idea, because like you never know when there's just gonna be
I
like
sleep with
blaring
earplugs.
siren.
Yeah, I always sleep with earplugs. It's become a habit. I cannot sleep without them now.
My apartment building has this god awful noise coming from like the elevator maintenance room that's kind of scaring me, but every time I go down there it's like beep 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 since I moved in. I'm like, dude, this is so bad for having sensory overload.
I wear headphones 24/7 too, and always have my phone on to help keep everything else out.
Like, Portland Airport, this is the only airport I've seen this. They have a sensory room. So they have a room with like nano leafs and like low lighting, and like it's like soundproof, and bean bags everywhere, and like these little like water fountains. I was like, that is a fantastic idea. Why is not all of the airport like this?
Yes, and I will say wrestling has gotten better with that, because they'll actually give people with sensory overload, like
that
those
could be
who
fun
have
too,
those types of sensitivities, they'll give them headphones and their specialized room that they could go to in the back if they're having, especially if they're younger and having issues with sensory stuff. They'll actually designate a room when they rent the place out for that.
My kiddo has really bad sensory meltdowns, and we have like brushes like rub on his skin and like weighted stuff and all that. Saw a video
I have
of
weighted
a kid
blanket. I
being
love
wrapped
it.
up as a taco.
Yeah, I love my weighted blanket. It's so good. My mom tells a story of when I was very young, and I kind of vaguely remember it. We went to a monster truck rally, her, me, and my mom and my dad. And it was so loud. I got so freaked out. Started crying so loudly they had to leave. Because it was just too much noise for me. I was like, no.
Right. Definitely. Yeah, Kellogg, I'm seeing that. I just shared that post actually, and they've been talking about it for a long time, but I could really see them actually doing it. Yeah, the Oklahoma thing. Mm-hmm. And that's like really why I'm just like, everything's going behind a paywall, just because like I don't want to play that game if it ever happens in my state, or say like I'm driving through Oklahoma and then they like criminalize me just because I exist. Like, you know, like I don't want that to be a thing. Honestly, looking at seriously moving to another country, Netherlands is obviously a lot more sex positive. Yeah, highly considering it. Because I don't agree with the premise of banning it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either.
But for now, yeah, like everything's gonna be all tidy, and I'm just a model. I'm just a tattoo model. That's all I do. But yeah, if you guys want to see all my tattoos, I sell photos of my tattoos. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I saw that show up. I think it was this morning when I woke up. It was the first thing I saw, and I was like, "Are you shitting me?"
Yeah, I was like, because that's in Project 2025, and so many of the other things, like, you know, like, yeah. And like the FOSTA SESTA thing, like we were talking about it on the panel, like the
that was already a problem to begin with.
Right, and FOSTA SESTA got rid of like sites that like IRL sex workers would use to vet people, and it just pushed people further into the shadows. And to my knowledge, that there is like evidence to show that it has made it less safe, and I'd have to look
It
this
has
up,
because
but
those sites were actually given information to FBI if there was anything illegal going on. They would vet people. They would help people. It helped. It gave sex workers who are doing that type of work a way to be able to vet their clients to see if there was any issues with their clients. And they shut that down and drove them further on the ground and didn't help anybody.
There's this beautiful podcast I was listening to. It was sex workers in Alaska and trafficking victims having a dialogue about the criminalization of prostitution and how heavily criminalizing people who are consenting adults, it creates this like cover for really fucked up shit. And I have anecdotes told to me by really close friends of mine, that there's people in power in the government exploiting children. And this is not just a conspiracy theory, whatever. Like, I personally, like, I was offered $1,000
shit going on.
I was offered $1,000 to sleep with my friend's father when I was 13 years old. And that was before any internet shit, whatever. There are people exploiting children. That should be the issue rather than consenting adults expressing themselves. And it's like an obvious thing, but like I think people don't realize. They think, oh, we ban porn, it'll all go away, it'll all be solved. I think there is, I'd have to look it up, a correlation between the shame we have on our sexuality and the increase of like things like human trafficking and sex trafficking. I do think
the people who are who are banning porn or whatever on the skies of, hey, this is for kids' safety, are inflating. What's the word I'm looking for? We're taking those two things that are completely different. Conflating. Child safety with consenting adult behavior.
Yeah.
They're conflating that and using this as a way to get to this instead of actually dealing with the issue of exploited children.
Right.
They want a nuclear band-aid option to try and just bloop it all, as if that's going to actually stop the exploitation of children. It's not.
Kellogg says it's like when they banned alcohol back in the day, and I'm pretty sure when they banned alcohol, they were poisoning the supply of like underground alcohol that was being brought to these like speakeasies and stuff. I read things about how they were poisoning the black market supply of it when people were like, okay, well we're gonna use it anyways because you know you can make alcohol yourself, like, right? But like the main source,
and that's how moonshining became a thing.
Right. Yeah, and it's like the war on drugs too. Like people kept comparing like OnlyFans to crack or whatever. Like that was a whole other discussion. Honestly, there was not enough time, and there were too many people. Not in a bad way, but like everyone had something to say. There was not enough time for me to get into it. But like the war on drugs, like you know, like we have been proven that criminalizing something to an insane degree, especially things that are natural, like cannabis, psilocybin,
creates more users because it puts a taboo on it as well.
Or it puts people onto things that are like harder and easier to access, like fentanyl, which is why we're seeing so many people die from fentanyl use.
But the moment you legalize it or even decriminalize it to where it makes it more available, less people used because there's less of a taboo, and what they do use is safer because it's not being done underground.
Right.
Look at places, was it like Amsterdam and stuff like that, or other countries where they have no laws against any type of drugs. They have less hard drug users than we do. They have less overdoses than we do. They have less people taking up space in like AA facilities or rehab facilities than we do.
Yeah.
Because it's been demystified. Same with places where it's legal to be nude. Sex has been demystified, where it's no longer a big
there's
thing,
nude
and they roll their eyes.
And not to like make it weird or anything, but like my parents accidentally brought me to a nude beach when I was a youngin' in Florida in the Keys, and they didn't realize until we got there, and there were fucking grown ass men walking down butt ass naked, and my parents were like covering my eyes and shit, but like. We all kind of just laughed about it because it was just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, and when you have like a toddler, sometimes like a toddler is gonna like run through the fucking house naked. Like, nudity is so sexualized, and I think it's because we're largely sexually traumatized as a society that we look at everything in such a narrow lens. But nudity isn't inherently sexual, and
no,
I just. Yeah,
and part of the reason we got away from
matters,
England
but...
was because of their Puritan beliefs. And then once we got here, we started incorporating the Puritan beliefs into how we were founding some of our stuff.
And then we're going and having these missionaries all over the world to save everyone else. But like tribes in Africa, a lot of women are topless, and it's normal. And actually, a lot of women use cannabis to help them with their morning sickness and pregnancy in places like Jamaica. But in the US, that's like, oh my God, you're a terrible mother, you're a terrible person. How could you do this? How could you be topless or whatever? How could you use cannabis? But meanwhile, in the US, you're shamed for that. Yet they prescribe you things like promethazine, which is objectively more harmful to a developing baby than something like cannabis, from the research that I've done. But it's just this cultural norm that we shame nudity and we shame drug use unless it's the specific type of drugs we want you to use. And it's just fucking silly. Obviously there's some hard things, like I don't think any pregnant woman should be doing heroin, but if a pregnant woman wants
smoking cigarettes you shouldn't be doing. Alcohol,
right,
definitely.
Smoking in general is not good for the baby. It's not good for yourself. So
even psychedelics probably wouldn't be that great for the baby.
Right. But
it's going to get into their blood system.
As far as cannabis and curing nausea, when it's like through a tincture or some kind of edible,
it's probably like a low dosage of THC or even just hemp. That's helping
CBD.
With the nausea.
Maybe CBD can help with nausea too.
Yeah, maybe it's just CBD. The CBD. Maybe it's the CBD, not THC, that's helping with the nausea. Yeah. And in that case, get some CBD drops or something. You know what I mean?
Right. And
there's
honestly,
more research that needs to be done.
This is controversial. This is extremely controversial, but I did consume cannabis when I was pregnant. This is controversial. But I did research it before I did it, and I found articles from mothers in Jamaica swearing by it. And so I was like, okay. And so I didn't do it, and then I became extremely malnourished. My first trimester, I had morning sickness to the point where I was not able to drink water. I was dry heaving for like weeks straight. I could not keep down anything. I lost a severe amount of weight. I was hospitalized. They gave me IVs, and then they prescribed me promethazine. So I take the promethazine, and it just like made me feel like I was on lean or something. Like I was like fucking out of it. Like I was just so out of it that I couldn't puke, but I was still nauseous, and I also couldn't eat because I was nauseous. So then I took that for a while. I felt horrible, and I was researching the side effects of promethazine. I was like, I don't want to be giving this chemical to my baby. And so I chose to consume cannabis, and I was able to eat like a full course meal that night for the first time in weeks. And that's just further proof why us criminalizing things like cannabis, but regularly prescribing and profiting off of things like promethazine is insane to me. Like, we have these norms, like, it is this way, but I think it ought to be, like, way more open-minded, especially when it comes to, like, our bodily autonomy and our children. To an extent, obviously. But
I mean, I'm glad that worked for you.
Should at least be studied.
Yeah, I think it should be studied more. See if it was the CBD in the marijuana or the THC that was giving the good effects, you know?
Right, and if it was another herb, even like other than cannabis, like if there was more herbal awareness in the medical system, where they were like, you could either take promethazine or you could try these herbs. Like, I think that would have been a much better model, for me, like making decisions with my health, than just like a rigid like pharmaceutical, you know. But yeah, I like. It's a big deal to a lot of people, but honestly, like when I was doing my psilocybin facilitator stuff in Oregon when I was out there for a bit, and I was going to go down that path and maybe pay for schooling, I did a few Zoom calls with people, and one of the people who was training to become a facilitator, he talked about a girl who was like on the verge of failing out of high school, and she started microdosing at 17, and she was able to graduate, and she was able to like actually gain focus in the ways that she needed to achieve her goals. And so I think there is like a gray area. Like, yeah, we should only like let adults use these things, it should be regulated, whatever, but there's that like medical gray area where, you know, like there's cannabis that's stopping kids from having seizures and stuff like that too.
Yeah,
like,
that's why I think more study needs to be done on all these. That way, you're relying less on anecdotal evidence and more on something that's been studied for like 20 years, peer reviewed, and completely proven without, you know.
It's so hard to study it when they criminalize it, though, because then, like, yeah, obviously no one wants to do the work because they're like, shit, I don't want to go to prison.
Or at least, you know, the studies other countries have done where it's legal. Like, you can always rely on those, too.
And that's why I did research, like, expanding to other countries, like, because I knew the US was biased. Like, I started finding out, like, when I was, like, 20, 21, before I got pregnant, about, like, Rick Simpson and Rick Simpson oil, and that it was illegal to claim you have a cure for cancer, and he was arrested for it. And so, yeah, I started to become progressively more skeptical, so I started to look, like, into, like, Richard Nixon, how the war on drugs started, and
oh yeah, the war on
like,
drugs started as a way. It was a racism thing to
and they
lower.
admitted it.
Yeah, it was to lower the property value of those areas, to push certain people out, to control that population, to make them needy and God, what's the word I'm looking for? Reliant on the government for assistance. That's basically all the war on it was. And the drugs being sent there were sent by our government to begin with.
Yeah.
That's how they got in there.
And honestly, so many countries kind of followed suit with the US's war on drugs. Like, if you look at the history of the war on drugs in China, South Africa, you could probably track this back to other countries as well. They started their war on drugs after we started ours. And I think in South Africa, weed just very recently got legalized again. And it's just silly. It's really just silly. It never should have been criminalized to that extent to begin with. So when people have the argument that, oh, drugs are bad, it's like, I don't think that was the problem. And going back to South Africa, they sprayed protesters and broke up like a lot of activist movements and put like the worst kind of drugs that could actually like fuck up someone's life in the communities while simultaneously criminalizing like the natural things. It's insane. But there's like evidence of that in the US too, like people like planting drugs in certain communities or sabotaging certain movements. It's, I don't know, it's like obvious to me because I've done the research, but I feel like a lot of people, especially in like southern states, are still heavily propagandized that like, oh fuck, if I get caught with this, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. So it's bad.
I mean, that's always been a part of American history when other cultures are starting to come up and have more money than the white people. The white people get pissed. It happened in Oklahoma, the whole massacre that happened in the 1920s or something like that.
Yeah,
you have that.
Or like
you have the killing of the Native Americans when they got
Wall Street.
Black Wall Street.
Is that what you're talking? Yeah.
Yeah. Then you have the killing of the Native Americans who came across oil, and they got rich, and so you had white people marrying into the families and then killing off the family members to get the inheritance. There's a great movie by Martin Scorsese about it called something Blood or let's see.
Definitely drop that in the recommendations when you find it.
DiCaprio movies. Killers of the Flower Moon.
I think I've heard
it.
It
was a really good movie. I do wish they didn't portray him as actually loving his wife like they do in the movie, but it's mostly accurate, and they had everybody from those actual tribal members part of the movie helping with the script, helping with authenticity and stuff. So it's a hard watch. It's not an easy watch. It's one that I only watched once and probably will ever watch once because it's really and it's like 3 hours long, but it was a good movie.
Cool.
But it's one of those that's going to piss you off and make you angry for days.
BB said a few things in chat. BB, we're in Discord if you want to hop in and converse with us. Black Panthers and hippies, yep. You can't criminalize being black or being against the war. Yep, that's the quote. So they infiltrated the groups and introduced chemicals. Yep. Fentanyl is a fucking conspiracy, dude. It's so fucked up. I know so many people who are not with us because of fentanyl. It's so sad. Once the chemicals became associated with the groups, they had their justification for cracking down on those groups. Yeah, Killers at the Farm. 2023. Yeah, if you want to hop in, you can. Maybe we'll play some games in a bit. It's been a good stream, guys. I did a stream before the panel too. I moved my setup. I organized this area. You guys can probably tell. I've been living in a rat's nest for a minute.
You did your hair as well?
I did my hair. Yeah, I did
and
it
looks
spontaneously. Thank you so much. I wanted to go like the faded blue. I was like, eh. I was like, I could do it like.
I actually really like that, and I like the two-tone where it's darker on top, a little bit lighter as it goes down. It looks and your skin complexion, it looks really nice.
Thank you. I didn't wear concealer, so you can kind of see my freckles. Thank you.
Hey, freckles are bae.
But yeah, it's like kind of orange, so it like makes me look Irish.
You almost look like a lion.
Got home. Sorry, no worries. Well, like a lion. Like my haircut, like it's kind of like puffs out a little bit. It's got the flu factor.
Mufasa, is that you?
Flu factor. Thank you. That's
not
honestly, like that's the goal to strive for. Mufasa energy for sure.
I feel like recreating that meme with you, where it's it's Savannah, but then you throw them.
Bro, it's like some girls want to be like princess. I want to be Mufasa. Mufasa. Ironically enough, so that story that I told you about when I was homeless and I felt exploited in that situation, we were watching The Lion King. We were watching the fucking Lion King, and I was trying to enjoy The Lion King, and this man kept putting the moves on me and wouldn't take no for an answer. Like, bro, I'm trying to watch Lion King. I'm traumatized right now. I just got off the fucking streets. I just got back from the Salvation Army shelter where people were fucking ODing and having panic attacks nonstop. Like, I just want to chill. I don't want to fuck right now. Like that's like the dehumanization. Like you don't take into account context. Like
I don't want a Lion King and fuck right now. I want a Lion King and relax.
Right. A homeless
this ain't
girl
Netflix
leaving an
and chill,
abusive relationship does not want to just fuck right away. Like leave her alone. Leave her the fuck alone. Let her be homeless if that's your intention. Like I don't know, bro. I figured it out eventually. But The Lion King is a good movie.
Yes, it is. The remake, not so much.
The live action one?
Yeah.
Live action one, not so much. I actually saw that with some friends. I was surprised how 1-to-1 it was, but I was like, it did feel like weird, but it still made me cry. But if I was gonna be like, I want to watch The Lion King, I'd probably put on the cartoon.
It was too 1-on-1. Also, they made it too realistic looking with the animation of the lion's faces not having any emotion, so it was a disconnect. And there were some things added here and there that I was like, that's kind of needless. Like some of the scenes with Nala that were added in.
Yeah, that's
just kind of elongated it, so it made it feel too long.
Right. That's the cool thing with like cartoons with animal characters is like they do add like the human aspects to them at the same time.
I heard they fixed that with the sequel. I heard the sequel, they're more emotive. They were able to find a balance. But I also don't care about seeing the sequel.
Just picked up rice and a bunch of foreign snacks. I spent a lot, but it's going to be hard to get this stuff when the tariffs get into place. Aw. That's shitty, bro. That's treating shit.
Yep. Oh, and that, I was going to go order that, remember I was talking about a CPU that I was asking Ryder about and stuff like that? Well, I found it, went to order it, it's already sold out everywhere.
The new one? That just launched?
The 5700 X3D CPU is already sold out everywhere. Even on AMD's website. It's been around forever. But now everything's selling out again.
It's not just gamers, but like AI and like Bitcoin miners and shit like that. Like graphics
and
cards,
people are
like,
buying that because they're afraid of the tariffs.
Like one of the best
so they can resell
right
them on eBay.
Yeah.
So it's like resellers are getting a hold of them. I was like, son of a bitch.
Micro Center's cool because you can trade in your
I don't have one here.
cards for new ones. Oh no. Yeah, that's a bummer.
I was like, I thought we had one here. I was so excited. I was like, I could take this in and have them put in a new motherboard for me if I just pay for it and stuff like that. There's no Micro Center in New Mexico. Fuck.
Well, Colorado's not that far. If you ever want to.
I'm not driving 6 hours, 8 hours.
Oh yeah.
But if you wanted to drive, maybe I could give you know.
Right. Like you can send me the cash. I'll go to Micro Center and I'll ship it to you. Like, it's pretty cool there. I went in there for the first time and I'm like, I built like a really cool PC. It's back at
I
my
couldn't
parents'
even
house. I
order
need to go get
anything
it, but...
offline from Micro Center because they don't ship here.
Aww.
It's
You're
store pickup.
nowhere. I feel like when I think of New Mexico, I'm like, what even is there? Aliens? I don't know.
I'm actually going to message you privately.
Okay, cool.
Where are you on here, son of a bitch? Oh, there you are.
Word.
So we have things all around us. We just don't have that. Oh yeah, we got 5 Walmarts and a couple Best Buys. I guess I could take it into Best Buy. Have the Geek Squad look at it. But
I feel like Best Buy is like overpriced. Every time I go to Best Buy to buy like a cord, I'm like, fuck, I need to order this on Amazon. This costs way too much.
oh yeah, there are some things that I rather order actually just from the main website itself and not from Amazon or Best Buy because there's more taxes on Amazon. When I went to that razor I had gotten, right? I ordered it from Amazon, and there was like extra $4 or $5 added onto it, so it made it almost $100 for that razor. We went to order it from the website for my mom. I went to order one for my mom for her birthday, right? Because she kept using mine because she loved it so much, and there was no tax. Then there was no shipping, so it was just $84 flat. I was like,
yeah.
I should have ordered it off of here.
Anytime I want to buy anything ever, I should just go to Oregon because they have no sales tax at all. So like I should just like not buy anything, take a road trip to Oregon, fill my van up with anything I need for the next 6 months, and then go resell it.
And I think some of that tax, so Amazon gets a little bit of a kickback from the sale as well. Because I was like, why is there a tax? There's no shipping to this thing. Like,
yeah. Prime upmarks cost a lot too. Damn. Yeah, so does DoorDash and Uber Eats. They mark it up like I think like 25% or something even. Pretty crazy. Just tell me what you want from Oregon. BB, yay.
Yeah. Tell Cassie what you really want.
BB, I miss Oregon so much. I gotta like come say what's up to you out in Oregon. I was just looking at memories and like the moss, bro. I miss the moss. The moss factor is lacking here. It's quite dry.
Moth? You said moth, like in the big old bug?
Moss. MOSS.
Oh.
When I went to Oregon for the first time, it was like January, but it wasn't snowy. It was just all mossy. I was like, bro, I fucking love it here. I'm a moss fiend.
Well, if you're into moths, the moths here get about this big.
My parents, they live on some land in Minnesota, and I was living on that land for a bit, and I saw a Cecropia moth, and I had never seen a moth like that before in my life. I was always like kind of freaked out by moths, but then I saw that one, and if you know what a Cecropia moth looks like those motherfuckers, they're like furry, they're like so pretty. It made me like moths. What's up, Stan? Welcome in. Rosy maple moths. I don't know if I've heard of them. Guys, look up a Cecropia moth. I have it on my YouTube channel, even the video I'm talking about. I took a video of it and I was like, oh shit, this is magnificent. Rosy maple moth. Oh my god, that's so beautiful. What the fuck? He's like doing a little dance, bro. Hold on, let me put him on. That is not what I wanted.
Yeah, this is the moth.
Whoa.
But imagine this, the size of this monitor, of a 27-inch monitor. That's how big they could get.
Damn, dude, that's crazy. Look at this guy. This is the moth. It's on my screen that BB was just talking about. Look at his little dance moves he's doing. Look at his little
It looks like some. You know what it looks like? In another tab, open it and search search up Earth Girls Are Easy, the movie, and look at Jeff Goldblum and Jim Carrey, their characters. It has the same type of color scheme. I don't know why it's making me think Earth Girls Are Easy. Oh. Kind of reminds me of like a jumping spider, all furry and like waving at you. Yes. With the fur. It's kind of like.
Don't see no one.
That's such a weird ass movie. That's a movie from my childhood. Early 90s. Late 80s.
Have you ever heard of Fraggle Rock?
Oh yes. Dun,
That's
dun,
some
dun, dun,
80s
down in
stuff I grew
Fraggle
up
Rock.
on.
I think there was a villain the Power Rangers fought that looked just like that moth.
Oh.
Dude, I haven't watched Fraggle Rock since I was like 7.
Yeah, it's been a minute for me too. What are we calling her now? Powder? Jinx? Jinx is both Powder and Jinx at the same time because alternate universes. She's both. You can kind of tell like Jinx has like a split personality where like a part of her is still Powder, you know? But then she's like, fuck it, I'm a Jinx, so I'll be a Jinx. And that part takes over. Wasn't Jeff Goldblum in a movie called Powder? I don't know.
No, that was not Jeff Goldblum. I remember the actor though. I remember saw that movie in the theaters when it came out.
Powder is the younger version of Jinx before she became Jinx, but then there's an
It was
alternate
Sean
timeline
Patrick
where
Flannery. Flannery.
There's
Sean Patrick Flannery.
There's an alternate timeline where Vi died and not her dad, and then she was still Powder. And instead of being like a crazy terrorist, she was an engineer and an inventor, and quite chill compared to Jinx.
On this season of Leagues of Legends, what if?
You want to put money on it? You would have lost the money, BB. It's not gambling.
Oh, I got a question. Unrelated to anything we've talked about.
Yes.
Have you gotten a chance to check out those codes?
No. Bro, okay, so honestly, the main thing that's been fucking me up is my brain is so much more scattered when my room is not put together, so this little corner of it being helps me a lot. That part, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, I have more brain power. But yeah, I should do that.
You should, because there are expiration dates. I don't know when they are, but and I don't know if all of them work.
I have to like make the accounts, I think.
Yeah, Movies Anywhere. Right? Just make it whatever count you'd be, whatever name you want on your account that you feel you're safe with. You know what I mean? Like.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do it when I hop off stream. You know what I mean? What's up, Kellogg? How's it going?
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, if you're hopping off, no worries. I just popped in.
No, not yet. No, I'll just do that. I'll do the codes later. When I'll make the passwords for the accounts that I'm not on. But are you here to get exploited? What do you want? Punk.
Oh, hell yeah! Exploit me, BB.
See.
See?
I mean, we.
Is that because you just came from Puerto Rico? See, senor.
Well, my brain is doped up right now, so you
doped
are technically roofing me.
Are you hungry or horny?
Both.
Me all the time.
I just
Is it exploitative? Do I know what I'm doing if I ask you?
I mean, like I wouldn't say it's like not your judgment is clouded, but
You have horns like
is
Iron Mouse.
but it's like, is caffeine and crack the same thing? I mean, it's
No.
And is nicotine and crack the same thing?
No. Well, nicotine's probably even worse than crack,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
let's.
Okay, yeah.
Is being horny and roofing someone the same thing?
Yeah,
No.
And like, yeah, it's like it's not. I mean, yeah, yes and no. So it's not really. I don't know. It's not like. Well,
You're doing the nuancer meme right now, like yes and no. Well, actually, there's context. There's nuance. I
know,
love
and
that
it's-
meme. I'm such a nuancer.
well, it's like the real answer is usually like super unsatisfying.
Yeah. Life is an adventure. That's what you make it.
Yeah, when you're horny, you're probably impaired enough that if you were to walk around, you'd walk into a wall. That's not the same as
If
being
you-
like.
If you make bad decisions with your bank account when you're horny, throw your wallet in the other room when you're.
Have you
doing
ever went to the
business.
grocery store when you're hungry?
You know what? I've gotten into the habit now of anytime I make anything on CB, I actually tip an alt account so I have nothing to fuck around with. Just in
Right. I
case.
cash out immediately because sometimes I want to donate like to all the hotties on the site, and then there's
Sometimes I don't have enough to
earnings
cash
that
out, but I don't want to spend it on accident, so I'll just tip it to an alt account until I have enough to cash out.
savings account.
Yeah, like I'm going to get too riled up and I might overspend or spend it all, and I don't want to. I'm saving up for something. Sorry, I love you, girls, but right now I'm being selfish.
That's okay. No, and that should be normalized. Yeah, you don't. I think it maybe people pleasing where people are like, oh, I have to tip my favorite model, otherwise they're gonna get upset at me. Any model that gets upset at you for not tipping all the time is not worth hanging out with.
It was
honestly.
it was that friend who I had the falling out with who pushed me to start
Yeah.
cashing out for myself.
Yeah,
Ironically.
that's good. That's well, no, that's good, and that's how it should be. You should always take care of yourself before giving to other people. You can't filter or can't pour from an empty cup.
Yeah.
That should be the standard. But I have seen cam girls a lot of the time where even somebody who I brought my community to her stream, I wanted to help support her, but she would get low view count and she would get really anxious when someone would be talking but not tipping. And so she would just start lashing out at people for not tipping. And I'm like, girl, you can't. That's
a
not how
DSP
you
situation
get a
right there.
following.
That's a Wings of Redemption situation.
Yeah, bro, it's maybe if you're in Vader Vi, you can be like, it's only $5 if you already have a following. But if you're trying to grow, I don't know, that's a turn off for a lot of people. I feel like.
Yeah, it's one thing if they're in chat talking and then they're like begging for something and you go, hey, it's this many tokens for whatever. But if you're just there like, okay, there's a lot of talking, but that's a big turn off. People are just going to go into the next room.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's also and even with grays, people lurkers, even just you're not gonna get people wanting